This audio presentation of The Life Divine by Sri Aurobindo is brought to you by audioenlightenment.com. Copyright 2011, all rights reserved. Book 1, Omnipresent Reality and the Universe. Chapter 1, The Human Aspiration. Verse: She follows to the goal of those that are passing on beyond. She is the first in the eternal succession of the dawns that are coming. Usha widens, bringing out that which lives, awakening someone who is dead. What is her scope when she harmonizes with the dawns that shone out before and those that now must shine? She desires the ancient mornings and fulfills their light, projecting forward her illumination and enters into communion with the rest that are to come. Kutsa, Anagarasa, Rigveda. Threefold are those supreme births of those divine force that is in the world. They are true, they are desirable. He moves there wide overt within the infinite and shines pure, luminous and fulfilling. That which is immortal, immortals and possessed of the truth, is a God and established inwardly as an energy working out in our divine powers. Become high uplifted, O strength. Pierce all veils, manifest in us the things of the Godhead. Vamadeva, Rigveda. The earliest preoccupation of man in his awkward thoughts, and as it seems his inevitable and ultimate preoccupations, for it survives the longest periods of skepticism and returns after every banishment, is also the highest which his thought can envisage. It manifests itself in the divination of Godhead, the impulse towards perfection, the search after pure truth and unmixed bliss, the sense of a secret immortality. The ancient dawns of human knowledge have left us their witness to this constant aspiration. Today we see a humanity satiated but not satisfied by victorious analysis of the externalities of nature, preparing to return to its primeval longing. The earliest formula of wisdom promises to be its last: God, light, freedom, immortality. These persistent ideals of the race are at once the contradiction of its normal experience and the affirmation of higher and deeper experiences, which are abnormal to humanity and only to be attained in their organized entirety by revolutionary individual effort or an evolutionary general progression. To know, possess, and be the divine being in an animal and egoistic consciousness, to convert our twilt or obscure physical mentality into the plenary supramental illumination, to build peace and a self-existent bliss, where there is only a stress of transitory satisfaction besieged by physical pain and emotional suffering, to establish an infinite freedom in a world which presents itself as a group of mechanical necessities, to discover and realize the immortal life in a body subjected to death and constant mutation. This is offered to us as the manifestation of God in matter and the goal of nature in her terrestrial evolution. To the ordinary material intellect, which takes its present organization of consciousness for the limit of its possibilities, the direct contradiction of the unrealized ideals with the realized fact is a final argument against their validity. But if we take a more deliberate view of the world's working, that direct opposition appears rather as part of nature's profoundest method and the seal of her completest sanction. For all problems of existence are essentially problems of harmony. They arise from the perception of an unsolved discord and the instant of an undiscovered agreement or unity. To rest content with an unsolved discord is possible for the practical and more animal part of man, but impossible for his fully awakened mind. And usually even his practical parts only escape from the general necessity, either by shutting out the problem or by accepting a rough, utilitarian, and unilluminated compromise. For essentially all nature seeks a harmony, life and matter in their own sphere as much as mind in the arrangement of its perceptions. The greater the apparent disorder of the materials offered or the apparent disparateness, even to irreconcilable opposition of the elements that have to be utilized, the stronger is the spur, and it drives towards a more subtle and puissant order to can normally be the result of a less difficult endeavor. The accordance of an active life with the material of form in which the condition of activity itself seems to be inertia is one problem of opposites that nature has solved and seeks always to solve better with greater complexities. For its perfect solution would be the material immortality of a fully organized mind-supporting animal body. The accordance of conscious mind and conscious will with a form and a life in themselves not overtly self-conscious, and capable at best of a mechanical or subconscious will, is another problem of opposites, in which she has produced astonishing results, and aims always at higher marvels. For there her ultimate miracle would be an animal consciousness no longer seeking but possessed of truth and light, with the practical omnipotence which would result from the possession of a direct and perfected knowledge. Not only, then, is the upward impulse of man towards the accordance of yet higher opposite rational in itself, but it is the only logical completion of a rule and an effort that seem to be a fundamental method of nature and the very sense of her universal strivings. We speak of the evolution of life and matter, the evolution of mind and matter, but evolution is a word which merely states the phenomena without explaining it. For there seems to be no reason why life should evolve out of material elements or mind out of a living form, unless we accept the Vedantic solution that life is already involved in matter, and mind in life because in essence matter is a form of veiled life a form of veiled consciousness. And then there seems to be little objection to a farther step in the series, and the admission that mental consciousness may itself be only a form and a veil of higher states which are beyond mind. In that case, the unconquerable impulse of man towards God, light, bliss, freedom, immortality, presents itself in its right place in the chain as simply the imperative impulse by which nature is seeking to evolve beyond mind, and appears to be as natural, true, and just as the impulse towards life, which she has planted in certain forms of matter, or the impulse towards mind, which she has planted in certain forms of life. As there, so here, the impulse exists more or less obscurely in her different vessels, with an ever-ascending series in the power of its will to be. As there, so here, it is gradually evolving and bound fully to evolve the necessary organs and faculties. As the impulse towards mind ranges from the more sensitive reactions of life, in the metal and the plant up to its full organization in man, so in man himself there is same ascending series, the preparation, if nothing more, of a higher and divine life. The animal is a living laboratory in which nature has, it is said, worked out man. Man himself may well be a thinking and living laboratory in whom and with whose conscious cooperation she wills to work out the Superman, the God, or shall we not say rather to manifest God? For if evolution is the progressive manifestation by nature of that which slept or worked in her, involved, it is also the overt realization of that which she secretly is. We cannot then bid her pause at a given stage of her evolution, nor have we the right to condemn with the religionist as perverse and presumptuous, or with the rationalist as a disease or hallucination, any attention she may evince or effort she may make to go beyond. If it be true that spirit is involved in matter and apparent nature is secret God, then the manifestation of the divine in himself and the realization of God within and without are the highest and most legitimate aim possible to man upon earth. Thus the eternal paradox and eternal truth of a divine life in an animal body, an immortal aspiration or reality inhabiting a mortal tenement, a single and universal consciousness representing itself in limited minds and divided egos, a transcendent, indefinable, timeless and spaceless being, who alone renders time and space and cosmos possible. And in all these, the higher truth, realizable by the lower term, justify themselves to the deliberate reason as well as to the persistent instinct or intuition of mankind. Attempts are sometimes made to have done finally with questioning, which have so often been declared insoluble by logical thought, and to persuade men to limit their mental activities to the practical and immediate problems of their material existence in the universe. But such evasions are never permanent in their effect. Mankind returns from them with a more vehement impulse of inquiry, or a more violent hunger for immediate solution. But that hunger mysticism, prophets and new religions arise to replace the old, that had been destroyed or stripped of significance by a skepticism which itself could not satisfy because, although its business was inquiry, it was unwillingly sufficiently to inquire. The attempt to deny or stifle a truth, because it is yet obscure in its outward workings, and too often represented by obscurienced superstition or a crude faith, is itself a kind of obscurantism. The will to escape from a cosmic necessity, because it is arduous, difficult to justify by immediate tangible results, slow in regulating its operations, must turn out eventually to have been no acceptance of the truth of nature, but a revolt against the secret, mightier will of the Great Mother. It is better and more rational to accept what she will not allow us as a race to reject and lift it from the sphere of blind instinct, obscure intuition, and random aspiration into the light of reason, and an instructed and consciously self-guiding will. And if there is any higher light of illuminated intuition or self-revealing truth, which is now in man either obstructed and inoperative, or works with intermittent glancings, as if from behind a veil, or with occasional displays, as of the northern lights in our material skies, then there also we need not fear to aspire. For it is likely that such is the next higher state of consciousness, of which mind is only a form and veil. And through the splendors of that light may lie the path of our progressive self-enlargement into whatever highest state is humanity's ultimate resting place. End of chapter. Chapter 2. The two negations. First, the materialist denial. Verse. He energized conscious force in the austerity of thought, and came to the knowledge that matter is the Brahman. For from matter all existents are born. By matter they increase and enter into matter in their passing hence. Then he went to Varuna, his father, and said, Lord, teach me of the Brahman. But he said to him, Energize again the conscious energy in thee, for the energy is Brahman. Taittiriya Upanishad. The affirmation of a divine life upon earth, and an immortal sense in mortal existence, can have no base unless we recognize not only eternal spirit as the inhabitant of this bodily mansion, the wearer of this mutable robe, but accept matter of which it is made, as a fit and noble material out of which he weaves constantly his garbs, builds recurrently the unending series of his mansions. Nor is this even enough to guard us against a recoil from life in the body unless, with the Upanishads, perceiving behind their appearance the identity and essence of these two extreme terms of existence, we are able to say in the very language of those ancient writings, matter also is Brahman, and to give its full value to the vigorous figure by which the physical universe is described as the external body of the divine being. Nor so far divided, apparently, are these two extreme terms, is that identification convincing to the rational intellect if we refuse to recognize a series of ascending terms, life, mind, supermind, and the grades that link mind to supermind, between spirit and matter. Otherwise the two must appear as irreconcilable opponents bound together in an unhappy wedlock, and their divorce the one's reasonable solution. To identify them, to represent each in the terms of the other, becomes an artificial creation of thought opposed to the logic of facts, and possible only by an irrational mysticism. If we assert only pure spirit and a mechanical, unintelligent substance or energy, calling one God or soul and the other nature, the inevitable end will be that we shall either deny God or else turn from nature. For both thought and life, a choice then becomes imperative. Thought comes to deny the one as an illusion of the imagination, or the other as an illusion of the senses. Life comes to fix on the immaterial and flee from itself in a disgust or a self-forgetting ecstasy, or else to deny its own immortality and takes orientation away from God and towards the animal. Purusha and Prakriti, the passively luminous soul of the Shankyas, and their mechanically active energy, have nothing in common, not even their opposite modes of inertia. Their antinomies can only be resolved by the cessation of the inertly driven activity into the immutable repose upon which it has been casting in vain the sterile procession of its images. Shankara's wordless, inactive self and his Maya of many names and forms are equally disparate and irreconcilable entities. Their rigid antagonism can terminate only by the disillusionment and multitudinous illusion into the sole truth of an eternal silence. The materialist has an easier field. It is possible for him, by denying spirit, to arrive at a more readily convincing simplicity of statement, a real monism, the monism of matter, or else of force. But in this rigidity of statement, it is impossible for him to persist permanently. He too ends by positing an unknowable as inert, as remote from the known universe as the passive Purusha or the silent Atman. It serves no purpose but to put off by a vague concession the inexorable demands of thought, or to stand as an excuse for refusing to extend the limits of inquiry. Therefore, in these barren contradictions, the human mind cannot rest satisfied. It must seek always a complete affirmation. It can find it only by luminous reconciliation. To reach that reconciliation, it must traverse the degrees which our inner consciousness imposes on us, whether by objective method or analysis applied to life and mind as to matter, or by subjective synthesis and illumination, arrive at the repose of the ultimate unity without denying the energy of the expressive multiplicity. Only in such a complete and catholic affirmation can all the multiform and apparently contradictory data of existence be harmonized, and the manifold conflicting forces which govern our thought and life discover the central truth, which they are here to symbolize and variously fulfill. Then only can our thought, having attained a true center, ceasing to wander in circles, work like the Brahman of the Upanishad, fixed and stable even in its play and its worldwide coursing, and our life, knowing its aim, serve it with a serene and settled joy and light, as well as with a rhythmically discursive energy. But when that rhythm has once been disturbed, it is necessary and helpful that man should test separately, in their extreme assertion, each of the two great opposites. It is the mind's natural way of returning more perfectly to the affirmation it has lost. On the road it may attempt to rest in the intervening degrees, reducing all things into the terms of an original life energy, or of sensation or of ideas. But these exclusive solutions have always an air of unreality. They may satisfy for a time the logical reason which deals only with pure ideas, but they cannot satisfy the mind's sense of actuality. For the mind knows that there is something behind itself, which is not the idea. It knows, on the other hand, that there is something within itself which is more than the vital breath. Either spirit or matter can give it for a time some sense of ultimate reality. Not so any of the principles that intervene. It must therefore go to the two extremes before it can return fruitfully upon the whole. For by its very nature, served by a sense that can perceive with distinctiveness only the parts of existence, and by a speech that also can achieve distinctiveness only when it carefully divides and limits, the intellect is driven, having before in this multiplicity of elemental principles, to seek unity by reducing all ruthlessly to the terms of one. In attempts practically, in order to assert this one, to get rid of the others, to perceive the real source of their identity, without this exclusive process, it must either have overleaped itself, or must have completed the circuit only to find that all equally reduce themselves to that which escapes definition or description, and is yet not only real but attainable. But whatever road we may travel, That is always the end at which we arrive, and we can only escape by refusing to complete the journey. It is therefore of good augury that after many experiments and verbal solutions, we should now find ourselves standing today in the presence of the two that have alone borne for long the most rigorous test of experience, the two extremes, and that at the end of the experience both should have come to a result which the universal instinct in mankind, that veiled judge, sentinel, and representative of the universal spirit of truth, refuses to accept as right or as satisfying. In Europe and in India, respectively, the negation of the materialist and the refusal of the ascetic have sought to assert themselves as the sole truth and to dominate the conception of life. In India, if the result has been a great heaping up of the treasures of the spirit, or of some of them, it has also been a great bankruptcy of life. In Europe, the fullness of riches and the triumphant mastery of the world's powers and possessions have progressed towards an equal bankruptcy in the things of the spirit. Nor has the intellect, which sought the solution of all problems in the one term of matter, found satisfaction in the answer that it has received. Therefore the time grows ripe, and the tendency of the world moves towards a new and comprehensive affirmation in thought and in inner and outer experience, and to its corollary, a new and rich self-fulfillment in an integral human existence for the individual and for the race. From the difference in the relations of spirit and matter to the unknowable which they both represent, there arises also a difference of effectiveness in the material and spiritual negations. The denial of the materialist, although more insistent and immediately successful, more facile in its appeal to the generality of mankind, is yet less enduring, less effective finally than the absorbing and perilous refusal of the ascetic. For it carries within itself its own cure. Its most powerful element is the agnosticism which, admitting the ignoble beyond all its manifestations, extends the limits of the unknowable until it comprehends all that is merely unknown. Its premise is that the physical senses are our sole means of knowledge, and that reason, therefore, even its most extended and vigorous flights, cannot escape beyond their domain. It must deal always and solely with the fact which they provide or suggest, and the suggestions themselves must always be kept tied to their origins. We cannot go beyond. We cannot use them as a bridge leading us into a domain where more powerful and less limited faculties come into play, and another kind of inquiry has to be instituted. A premise so arbitrary pronounces on itself its own sentence of insufficiency. It can only be maintained by ignoring or explaining away all that vast field of evidence and experience which contradicts it, denying or disparaging noble and useful faculties, active consciously or obscurely, or at worst latent in all human beings, and refusing to investigate supraphysical phenomena, except as manifested in relation to matter and its movements and conceived as a subordinate activity of material forces. As soon as we begin to investigate the operation of mind and of supermind, in themselves and without the prejudgment that is determined from the beginning to see in them only a subordinate term of matter, we come into contact with a mass of phenomena which escape entirely from the right hold, the limiting dogmatism of the materialist formula. And the moment we recognize, as our enlarging experience compels us to recognize, that there are in the universe knowable realities beyond the range of the senses, and in man powers and faculties which determine, rather than are determined, by the material organs through which they hold themselves in touch with the world of the senses, that outer shell of our true and complete existence, the premise of materialistic agnosticism disappears. We are ready for a large statement and an ever-developing inquiry. But first, it is well that we should recognize the enormous, the indispensable utility of the very brief period of rationalistic materialism through which humanity has been passing. For that vast field of evidence and experience which now begins to reopen its gates to us can only be safely entered when the intellect has been severely trained to a clear austerity, seized on by unripe minds, it lends itself to the most perilous distortions and misleading imaginations, and actually in the past encrusted a real nucleus of truth with such an accretion of perverting superstitions and irrationalizing dogmas that all advance in truth knowledge was rendered impossible. It became necessary for a time to take a clean sweep at once of the truth, and its disguise in order that the road might be clear for a new departure and a sure advance. The rationalistic tendency of materialism has done mankind this great service. For the faculties that transcend the senses, by the very fact of their being enmeshed in matter, mission to work in a physical body, put in harness to draw one car along with the emotional desires and nervous impulses, are exposed to a mixed functioning, in which they are in danger of illuminating confusion rather than clarifying truth. Especially is this mixed functioning dangerous when men with unchastened minds and unpurified sensibilities attempt to rise into the higher domains of spiritual experience. In what regions of unsubstantial cloud and semi-brilliant fog or a murk visited by flashes which blind more than they enlighten, do they not lose themselves by that rash and premature adventure? An adventure necessary indeed in the way in which nature chooses to effect her advance, for she amuses herself as she works, but still, for the reason, rash and premature. It is necessary, therefore, that advancing knowledge should base itself on a clear, pure, and disciplined intellect. It is necessary, too, that she should correct her errors sometimes by a return to the restraint of sensible fact, the concrete realities of the physical world. The touch of earth is always reinvigorating to the son of earth, even when he seeks a supra-physical knowledge. It may even be said that the supra-physical can only be really mastered in its fullness. To its heights we can always reach when we keep our feet firmly on the physical. Earth is his footing, says the Upanishads, whenever it imagines the self that manifests in the universe. And it is certainly a fact that the wider we extend and the surer we make our knowledge of the physical world, the wider and surer becomes our foundation for the higher knowledge, even for the highest, even for the Brahma Vidya. In emerging, therefore, out of the materialistic period of human knowledge, we must be careful that we do not rashly condemn what we are leaving or throw away even one title of its gains. Before we can summon perceptions and powers that are well grasped and secure to occupy their place, rather we shall observe with respect and wonder the work that atheism has done for the divine, and admire the services that agnosticism has rendered in preparing the illimitable increase of knowledge. In our world, error is continually the handmaid and pathfinder of truth. For error is really a half-truth that stumbles because of its limitations. Often it is truth that wears a disguise in order to arrive unobserved near its own goal. Well, if it could always be, as it has been in the great period we are leaving, the faithful handmaid, severe, conscientious, clean-handed, luminous within its limits, a half-truth, and not a reckless and presumptuous aberration. A certain kind of agnosticism is the final truth of all knowledge. For when we come to the end of whatever path, the universe appears as only a symbol or an appearance of an unknowable reality, which translates itself here into different systems of value: physical values, vital and sensational values, intellectual, ideal, and spiritual values. The more that becomes real to us, the more it is seen to be always beyond defining thought, and beyond formulating expression. Mind attains not there, nor speech. And yet, as it is possible to exaggerate, with the illusionists, the unreality of the appearance, so it is possible to exaggerate the unknowableness of the unknowable. When we speak of it as unknowable, we mean really that it escapes the grasp of our thoughts and speech, instruments which proceed always by the sense of difference and expressed by the way of definition. But if not knowable by thought, it is attainable by a supreme effort of consciousness. There is even a kind of knowledge which is one with identity and by which, in a sense, it can be known. Certainly, that knowledge cannot be reproduced successfully in the terms of thought and speech. But when we have attained to it, the result is a revaluation of that in the symbols of our cosmic consciousness, not only in one but in all the range of symbols, which results in a revolution of our internal being, and through the internal, of our external life. Moreover, there is also a kind of knowledge through which that does reveal itself by all those names and forms of phenomenal existence, which to the ordinary intelligence only conceal it. It is this higher, but not highest process of knowledge, to which we can attain by passing the limits of the materialistic formula and scrutinizing life, mind, and supermind in the phenomena that are characteristic of them, and not merely in those subordinate movements by which they link themselves to matter. The unknown is not the unknowable. It need not remain the unknown for us, unless we choose ignorance or persist in our first limitations. For to all things that are unknowable, all things in the universe, there correspond in that universe faculties which can take cognizance of them. And in man, the microcosm, these faculties are always existent and at a certain stage capable of development. We may choose not to develop them, where they are partially developed. We may discourage and impose on them a kind of atrophy. But fundamentally, all possible knowledge is knowledge within the power of humanity. And since in man there is the inalienable impulse of nature towards self-realization, no struggle of the intellect to limit the action of our capacities within a determined area can forever prevail. When we have proved matter and realized its secret capacities, the very knowledge which has found its convenience in the temporary limitations must cry to us, like the Vedic restrainers, forth now and push forward also in other fields. If modern materialism were simply an unintelligent acquiescence in the material life, the advance might be indefinitely delayed. But since its very soul is the search for knowledge, it will be unable to cry a halt as it reaches the barriers of sense knowledge and of the reasonings from sense knowledge. Its very rush will carry it beyond, and the rapidity and sureness with which it has embraced the visible universe is only an earnest of the energy and success which we may hope to see repeated in the conquest of what lies beyond, once the stride is taken that crosses the barrier. We see already that advance in its obscure beginnings, not only in the one final conception, but in the great line of its general results knowledge, by whatever path it is followed, tends to become one. Nothing can be more remarkable and suggestive than the extent to which modern science confirms in the domain of matter the conceptions and even the very formula of language which were arrived at by a very different method in the Vedanta. The original Vedanta not of the schools of the metaphysical philosophy, but of the Upanishads. And these, on the other hand, often reveal their full significance, their richer contents only when they are viewed in the new light shed by the discoveries of modern science. For instance, that Vedantic expression which describes things in the cosmos as one, seed arranged by the universal energy in multitudinous forms. Significant especially is the drive of science towards a monism which is consistent with multiplicity, towards the Vedic idea of the one essence with its many becomings. Even if the dualistic appearance of matter and force be insisted on, it does not really stand in the way of this monism. For it will be evident that essential matter is a thing non-existent to the senses and only, like the pradhana of the Shankyas, a conceptual form of substance, and in fact the point is increasingly reached where only an arbitrary distinction in thought divides form of substance from form of energy. Matter expresses itself eventually as a formulation of some unknown force. Life, too, that yet unfathomed mystery, begins to reveal itself as an obscure energy of sensibility imprisoned in its material formulation. And when the dividing ignorance is cured which gives us a sense of a gulf between life and matter, it is difficult to suppose that mind, life, and matter will be found to be anything else than one energy triply formulated, the triple world of the Vedic seers. Nor will the conception then be able to endure of a brute material force as the mother of mind. The energy that creates the world can be nothing else than a will, and will is only consciousness applying itself to a work and a result. What is that work and result, if not a self-involution of consciousness and form, and a self-evolution out of form, so as to actualize some mighty possibility in the universe which it has created? And what is its will in man, if not a will to unending life, to unbounded knowledge, to unfettered power? Science itself begins to dream of the physical conquest of death, expresses an insatiable thirst for knowledge, is working out something like a terrestrial omnipotence for humanity. Space and time are contracting to the vanishing point of its works, and it strives in 100 ways to make man the master of circumstance, and so lighten the fetters of causality. The idea of limit, of the impossible, begins to grow a little shadowy, and it appears instead that whatever man constantly wills, he must in the end be able to do. For the consciousness in the race eventually finds the means. It is not in the individual that this omnipotence expresses itself, but the collective. The will of mankind that works out with the individual as a means. And yet, when we look more deeply, it is not any conscious will of the collectivity, but a superconscious might that uses the individual as a center and means, the collectivity as the condition and field. What is this but the God in man, the infinite identity, the multitudinous unity, the omniscient, the omnipotent, who having made man in his own image, with the ego as the center of the working with the race, the collective Narayana, the Vishvamanava as the mold and circumscription, seeks to express in them some image of unity, omniscience, omnipotence, which are the self-conception of the divine. That which is immortal in mortals is a God and established inwardly as an energy working out in our divine powers. It is this vast cosmic impulse which the modern world, without quite knowing its own aim, yet serves in all its activities and labors subconsciously to fill. But there is always a limit and an encumbrance, the limit of the material field in the knowledge, the encumbrance of the material machinery in the power. But here also the latest trend is highly significant of a freer future. As the outposts of scientific knowledge come more and more to be set on the borders that divide the material from the immaterial, so also the highest achievement of practical science are those which tend to simplify and reduce to the vanishing point the machinery by which the greatest effects are produced. Wireless telegraphy is nature's exterior sign and pretext for a new orientation. The sensible physical means for the intermediate transmission of the physical force is removed. It is only preserved at the points of impulsion and reception. Eventually these must disappear, for when the laws and forces of the supraphysical are studied with the right starting point, the means will infallibly be found for mind directly to seize on the physical energy and to speed it accurately upon its errand. There, once we bring ourselves to recognize it, lies the gates that open up the enormous vistas of the future. Yet even if we had full knowledge and control of the worlds immediately above matter, there would still be a limitation and still a beyond. The last knot of our bondage is at that point where the external draws into oneness with the eternal. The machinery of ego itself becomes subtilized to the vanishing point, and the laws of our action is at last unity embracing and possessing multiplicity, and no longer is now multiplicity struggling toward some figure of unity. There is the central throne of cosmic knowledge, looking out her widest dominion. There the empire of oneself with the empire of one's world. There the life in the eternally consummate being, and the realization of his divine nature in our human existence. End of chapter. Chapter 3. The Two Negations. Second, the refusal of the ascetic. Verse. All this is the Brahman. This self is the Brahman, and the self is fourfold. Beyond relation, featureless, unthinkable, in which all is still. Mandukya Upanishad. And still there is a beyond. For on the other side of the cosmic consciousness there is, attainable to us, a consciousness yet more transcendent. Transcendent not only of the ego, but of the cosmos itself, against which the universe seems to stand out like a petty picture against an immeasurable background, that supports the universal activity, or perhaps only tolerates it. It embraces life with its vastness, or else rejects it from its infinitude. If the materialist is justified from his point of view in insisting on matter as reality, the relative world is the sole thing of which we can in some sort be sure, and the beyond is wholly unknowable, if not indeed non-existent, a dream of the mind, an abstraction of thought divorcing itself from reality. So also is a sannyasin, enamored by that beyond, justified from his point of view in insisting on pure spirit as the reality, the one thing free from change, birth, death, and the relative as the creation of the mind and the senses, a dream, an abstraction in the contrary sense of mentality withdrawing from the pure and eternal knowledge. What justification of logic or of experience can be asserted in support of the one extreme which cannot be met by an equally cognate logic and an equally valid experience at the other end? The world of matter is affirmed by the experience of the physical senses, which, because they are themselves unable to perceive anything immaterial or not organized as gross matter, would persuade us that the suprasensible is the unreal. This vulgar or rustic error of our corporeal organs does not gain validity by being promoted into the domain of philosophical reasoning. Obviously, their pretension is unfounded. Even in the world of matter, there are existences of which the physical senses are incapable of taking cognizance. Yet the denial of the supersensible as necessarily an illusion or a hallucination depends on this constant sensuous association of the real with the material perceptible, which is itself an hallucination. Assuming throughout what it seeks to establish, it has the vice of the argument in a circle and can have no validity for the impartial reasoning. Not only are there physical realities which are suprasensible, but if evidence and experience are all a test of truth, there are also senses which are supraphysical, and can not only take cognizance of the realities of the material world without the aid of the corporeal sense organs, but can bring us into contact with other realities, supraphysical and belonging to another world, included, that is to say, in an organization of conscious experiences that are dependent on some other principle than the gross matter of which our suns and earth seem to be made. Constantly asserted by human experience and belief since the origin of thought, this truth, now that the necessity of an exclusive preoccupation with the secrets of the material world no longer exists, begins to be justified by newborn forms of scientific research. The increasing evidences, of which only the most obvious and outward are established, under the name of telepathy, with its cognate phenomena, cannot long be resisted except by minds shut up in the brilliant shell of the past, by intellects limited in spite of their acuteness through the limitation of their field of experience and inquiry, or by those who confuse enlightenment and reason with the faithful repetition of the formulas left to us from a bygone century, and the jealous conservation of dead or dying intellectual dogmas. It is true that the glimpse of the supraphysical realities acquired by methodical research has been imperfect and is yet ill-affirmed, for the methods used are still crude and defective. But these rediscovered subtle senses have at least been found to be true witnesses to physical facts beyond the range of the corporeal organs. There is no justification, then, for scouting them as false witnesses when they testify to supraphysical facts beyond the domain of material organization of consciousness. Like all evidence, like the evidence of the physical senses themselves, their testimony has to be controlled, scrutinized, and arranged by the reason, rightly translated and rightly related, and their field, laws, and processes determined. but the truth of the great ranges of experience, whose objects exist in a more subtle substance and are perceived by more subtle instruments than those of gross physical matter, claims in the end the same validity as the truth of the material universe. The worlds beyond exist. They have their universal rhythm, their grand lines and formations, their self-existent laws and mighty energies, their just and luminous means of knowledge. And here on our physical existence and in our physical body they exercise their influence. Here also they organize their means of manifestations and commission their messengers and their witnesses. But the worlds are only frames of our experience, the senses only instruments of experience and convenience. Consciousness is the great underlying fact, the universal witness for whom the world is a field, the senses instruments. To that witness the worlds and their objects appeal for their reality, and for the one world or the many. For the physical equally with the superphysical, we have no other evidence that they exist. It has been argued that this is no relation peculiar to the constitution of humanity and its outlook upon an objective world, but the very nature of existence itself. All phenomenal existence consists of an observing consciousness and an active objectivity, and the action cannot proceed without the witness, because the universe exists only in or for the consciousness it observes, and has no independent reality. It has been argued in reply that the material universe enjoys an eternal self-existence. It was here before life and mind made their appearance. It will survive after they have disappeared and no longer trouble with their transient strivings and limited thoughts the eternal and inconsistent rhythm of the suns. The difference, so metaphysical in appearance, is yet of the utmost practical import, for it determines the whole outlook of man upon life, the goal that he shall assign for his efforts, and the field in which he shall circumscribe his energies, for it raises the question of the reality of cosmic existence, and more important still, the question of the value of human life. If we push the materialistic conclusion far enough, we arrive at an insignificance and unreality in the life of the individual and the race, which leaves us, logically, the option between either a feverish effort of the individual to snatch what he may from a transient existence, to live his life, as it is said, or a dispassionate and objectless surface of the race and the individual, knowing well that the latter is a transient fiction of the nervous mentality, and the former only a little more long-lived collective form of the same regular nervous spasm of matter. We work or enjoy under the impulsion of a material energy, which deceives us with the brief delusion of life, or with the nobler delusion of an ethical aim and a mental consummation. Materialism, like spiritual monism, arrives at a maya, that is and yet is not, is, for it is present and compelling, is not, for it is phenomenal and transitory in its works. At the other end, if we stress too much the unreality of the objective world, we arrive by a different road at similar but still more transient conclusions. The fictitious character of the individual ego, the unreality and the purposelessness of human existence, the return into the non-being, or the relationless absolute as the sole rational escape for the meaningless tangle of phenomenal life. And yet the question cannot be solved by logic arguing on the data of our ordinary physical existence. For in this data there is always a hiatus of experience which renders all argument inconclusive. We have, normally, neither any definitive experience of the cosmic mind or supermind not bound up with the life of the individual body, nor on the other hand any firm limit of experience which would justify us in supposing that our subjective self really depends on the physical frame and can neither survive it nor enlarge itself beyond the individual body. Only by an extension of the field of our consciousness or an unhoped-for increase in our instruments of knowledge can the ancient quarrel be decided. The extension of our consciousness to be satisfied must necessarily be an inner enlargement from the individual into the cosmic existence. For the witness, if he exists, is not the individual embodied mind born into the world, but the cosmic consciousness embracing the universe and appearing as an immanent intelligence in all its works, to which either world subsists eternally and really as its own active existence, or else from which it is born, and to which it disappears by an act of knowledge or by an act of conscious power. Not organized mind, but that which, calm and eternal, broods equally in the living earth and the living human body, and to which mind and senses are dispensable instruments, is the witness of cosmic existence and its Lord. The possibility of a cosmic consciousness in humanity is coming slowly to be admitted in modern psychology, like the possibility of more elastic instruments of knowledge, although still classified, even when its value and power are admitted as an hallucination. In the psychology of the East, it has always been recognized as the reality and the aim of our subjective progress. The essence of the passage over to this goal is the exceeding of the limits imposed on us by the ego sense, and at least a partaking, at most an identification, with the self-knowledge which broods secret in all life and in all that seems to us inanimate. Entering into that consciousness, we may continue to dwell, like it, upon universal existence. Then we become aware, for all our terms of consciousness, and even our sensational experiences begin to change, of matter as one existence and of bodies as its formation, in which the one existence separates itself physically in the single body from itself in all others, and again by physical means establishes communication between those multitudinous points of its being. Mind we experience similarly, and life also, as the same existence, one in its multiplicity, separating and reuniting itself in each domain by means appropriate to that movement. And if we choose, we can proceed farther, and after passing through many linking stages, become aware of the supermind, whose universal operation is the key to all lesser activities. Nor do we become merely conscious of this cosmic existence, but likewise conscious in it, receiving it in sensation, but also entering into it in awareness. In it we live as we lived before in the ego sense, active, more and more in contact, even unified more and more with other minds, other lives, other bodies than the organism we call ourselves, producing effects not only of our own moral and mental being and on the subjected being of others, but even on the physical world and its events by means nearer to the divine than those possible to our egoistic capacity. Real, then, to the man who has had contact with it or lives in it, is this cosmic consciousness, with a greater than the physical reality. Real in itself, real in its effects and works, and it is thus real to the world, which it is its own total expression. So is the world real to it, but not as an independent existence. For in that higher and less hampered experience, we perceive that consciousness and being are not different from each other, but all being is a supreme consciousness. All consciousness is self-existence, eternal in itself, real in its works, and neither a dream nor an evolution. The world is real precisely because it exists only in consciousness, for it is a conscious energy, one with being, that creates it. It is the existence of material form in its own right, apart from the self-illuminated energy, which assumes the form. That would be a contradiction of the truth of things, a phantasmagoria, a nightmare, an impossible falsehood. But this conscious being, which is the truth of the infinite supermind, is more than the universe and lives independently in its own inexpressible infinity, as well as in the cosmic harmonies. World lives by that does not live by the world. And as we enter into the cosmic consciousness and be one with all cosmic existence, so we can enter into the world-transcending consciousness and become superior to all cosmic existence. And then arises the question which first occurred to us, whether this transcendence is necessarily also rejection. What relation has this universe to the beyond? For at the gates of the transcendent stands that mere and perfect spirit described in the Upanishads, luminous, pure, sustaining the world but inactive in it, without sinews of energy, without flaw of duality, without scar of division, unique, identical, free from all appearance of relation and of multiplicity, the pure self of the Advaitins, the inactive Brahman, the transcendent silence, and the mind, when it passes those gates suddenly, without intermediate transitions, receives a sense of the unreality of the world and the sole reality of the silence, which is one of the most powerful and convincing experiences of which the human mind is capable. Here, in the perception of this pure self, or of the non-being behind it, we have the starting point for a second negation, parallel at the other pole to the materialistic, but more complete, more final, more perilous in its effects on the individual or collectives that hear its potent call to the wilderness, the refusal of the ascetic. It is this revolt of spirit against matter that for 2,000 years, since Buddhism disturbed the balance of the old Aryan world, has dominated increasingly the Indian mind. Not that the sense of the cosmic illusion is the whole of Indian thought. There are other philosophical statements, other religious aspirations. Nor has some attempt at an adjustment between the two terms been wanting, even from the most extreme philosophies. But all have lived in the shadow of the great refusal and the final end of life, for all is the garb of the ascetic. The general conception of existence has been permeated with the Buddhistic theory of the chain of karma, and with the consequent antinomy of bondage and liberation, bondage by birth, liberation by cessation from birth. Therefore all voices are joined in one great consensus, that not in this world of the dualities can there be our kingdom of heaven, but beyond, whether in the joys of the eternal Vrindavan, or the high beatitude of Brahmaloka, beyond all manifestations in some ineffable nirvana, or where all separate experience is lost in the featureless unity of the indefinable existence. And through many centuries a great army of shining witnesses, saints and teachers, names sacred to Indian memory and dominant in Indian imagination, have borne always the same witness, and swelled always the same lofty and distant appeal. Renunciation the sole path of knowledge, acceptation of physical life the act of the ignorant, cessation from birth the right use of human birth, the call of the spirit, the recoil from matter. For an age out of sympathy with the ascetic spirit, and throughout all the rest of the world the hour of the anchorite may seem to have passed, or to be passing. It is easy to attribute this great trend to the failing of vital energy in an ancient race tired out by its burden, its once vast share in the common advance, exhausted by its many-sided contribution to the sum of human effort and human knowledge. But we have seen that it corresponds to a truth of existence, a state of conscious realization which stands at the very summit of our possibility. In practice also, the ascetic spirit is an indispensable element in human perfection, and even its separate affirmation cannot be avoided so long as the race has not at the other end liberated its intellect and its vital habits from subjection to an always insistent animalism. We seek indeed a larger and completer affirmation. We perceive that in the Indian ascetic ideal, the great Vedantic formula, one without a second, has not been read sufficiently in the light of that other formula equally imperative. All this is the Brahman. The passionate aspiration of man upward to divine has not been sufficiently related to the descending movement of the divine leaning downward to embrace eternally its manifestation. Its meaning in matter has not been so well understood as its truth in the spirit. The reality which the cynicism seeks has been grasped in its full height, but not, as by ancient Vedantins, in its full extent and comprehensiveness. But in our completer affirmation, we must not minimize the part of the pure spiritual impulse, as we have seen how greatly materialism has served the ends of the divine. So we must acknowledge the still greater service rendered by asceticism to life. We shall preserve the truth of material science and its real utilities in the final harmony, even if many or even if all of its existing forms have to be broken or left aside. An even greater scruple of right preservation must guide us in our dealing with the legacy, however actually diminished or depreciated, of the Aryan past. End of chapter. Chapter 4. Reality Omnipresent. Verse: If one knows him as Brahman, the non-being, he becomes merely the non-existent. If one knows that Brahman is, then is he known as the real in existence. Taittiriya Upanishad. Since then, we admit both the claim of the pure spirit to manifest in us its absolute freedom and the claim of universal matter to be the mold and condition of our manifestations. We have to find a truth that can entirely reconcile these antagonists and give to both their due portion in life and their due justification in thought. Amercing neither of its rights, denying in neither the sovereign truth from which even its errors, even the exclusiveness of its exaggerations, draw so constant a strength. For wherever there is an extreme statement that makes such a powerful appeal to the human mind, we may be sure that we are standing in the presence of no mere error, superstition, or hallucination, but of some sovereign fact disguised which demands our fealty and will avenge itself if denied or excluded. Herein lies the difficulty of a satisfying solution and the source of that lack of finality which pursues all mere compromises between spirit and matter. A compromise is a bargain, a transaction of interest between two conflicting powers. It is not a true reconciliation. True reconciliation proceeds always by a mutual comprehension leading to some sort of intimate oneness. It is therefore through the utmost possible unification of spirit and matter that we shall best arrive at their reconciling truth, and so at some strongest foundation for a reconciling practice in the inner life of the individual and his outer existence. We have found already in the cosmic consciousness a meeting place where matter becomes real to spirit, spirit becomes real to matter. For in the cosmic consciousness, mind and life are intermediaries, and no longer, as they seem in the ordinary egoistic mentality, agents of separation, fomenters of an artificial quarrel between the positive and negative principles of the same unknowable reality. Attaining to the cosmic conscious mind, illuminated by a knowledge that perceives at once the truth of unity and the truth of multiplicity, and seizes on the formula of their interaction, finds its own discords at once explained and reconciled by the divine harmony. Satisfies, it consents to become the agent of that supreme union between God and life towards which we tend. Matter reveals itself to the realizing thought and to the subtitle senses of the figure and body of spirit. Spirit in its self-formative extension, spirit reveals itself through the same consenting agents of the soul, the truth, the essence of matter. Both admit and confess each other as divine, real and essentially one. Mind and life are disclosed in that illumination as at once figures and instruments of the supreme conscious being, by which it extends and houses itself in the material form, and in that form unveils itself to its multiple centers of consciousness. Mind attains its self-fulfillment when it becomes a pure mirror of the truth of being, which expresses itself in the symbols of the universe. Life, when it consciously lends its energies to the perfect self-figuration of the divine in ever new forms and activities of the universal existence. In the light of this conception, we can perceive the possibility of a divine life for man in the world, which will at once justify science by disclosing a living sense and intelligible aim for the cosmic and the terrestrial solution, and realize by the transfiguration of the human soul into the divine the great ideal dream of high religion. But what then of that silent self, inactive, pure, self-existent, self-enjoying, which presented itself to us at the abiding justification of the ascetic? Here also harmony, and not irreconcilable opposition, must be the illuminative truth. The silent and the active Brahman are not different, opposite and irreconcilable entities. The one denying, the other affirming a cosmic illusion. They are one Brahman in two aspects, positive and negative, and each is necessary to the other. It is out of this silence that the Word which creates the worlds forever proceeds. For the Word expresses that which is self-hidden in the silence. It is an eternal passivity which makes possible the perfect freedom and omnipotence of the eternal divine activity in innumerable cosmic systems. For the becomings of that activity derive their energies and their illimitable potency of variation and harmony from the impartial support of the immutable being. Its consent to this infinite fecundity of its own dynamic nature. Man, too, becomes perfect only when he has found within himself that absolute calm and passivity of the Brahman, and supports by it with the same divine tolerance and the same divine bliss of free and inexhaustible activity. Those who have thus possessed the calm within can perceive always welling out from its silence the perennial supply of the energies that work in the universe. It is not, therefore, the truth of the silence to say that it is in its nature a rejection of the cosmic activity. The apparent incompatibility of the two states is an error of the limited mind, which, accustomed to trenchant opposition of affirmation and denial, and passing suddenly from one pole to the other, is unable to conceive of a comprehensive consciousness vast and strong enough to include both in a simultaneous embrace. The silence does not reject the world, it sustains it, or rather it supports with an equal impartiality the activity and the withdrawal from the activity, and approves also the reconciliation by which the soul remains free, and still even while it lends itself to all action. But still, there is the absolute withdrawal. There is the non-being. Out of the non-being, says the ancient scripture, being appeared. But into the non-being it must surely sink again. If the infinite indiscriminate existent permits all possibilities of discrimination and multiple realization, does not the non-being at least, as primal state and sole constant reality, negate and reject all possibility of a real universe? The nihil of certain Buddhist schools would then be the true ascetic solution. The self, like the ego, would be only an ideative formation by an illusory phenomenal consciousness. But again, we find that we are being misled by words, deceived by the trenchant opposition of our limited mentality, with its fond reliance on verbal distinction, as if they perfectly represented ultimate truth, and its rendering of our supramental experience in the sense of those intolerant distinctions. Non-being is only a word. When we examine the fact it represents, we can no longer be sure that absolute non-existence has any better chance than the infinite self of being more than an ideative formation of the mind. We really mean by this nothing something beyond the last term, to which we can reduce our purest conception and our most abstract or subtle experience of actual being, as we know or conceive it while in this universe. This nothing, then, is merely a something beyond positive conception. We erect a fiction of nothingness in order to overpass, by the method of total exclusion, all that we can know and consciously are. Actually, when we examine closely the nihil of certain philosophies, we begin to perceive that it is a zero which is all, or an indefinable infinite which appears to the mind a blank. Because mind grasps only finite constructions, but is in fact the only true existence. And when we say that out of non-being, being appeared, we perceive that we are speaking in terms of time about that which is beyond time. For what was the portent date in the history of the eternal? Nothing on which being was born out of, or when will come the other day equally formidable on which an unreal all will relapse into the perpetual void. Sat and Asat, if they have both to be affirmed, must be conceived as if they obtained simultaneously. They permit each other even though they refuse to mingle. Both, since we must speak in terms of time, are eternal. And who shall persuade eternal being that it does not really exist and only eternal non-being is? In such a negation of all experience, how shall we find the solution that explains all experience? Pure being is an affirmation by the unknowable of itself as the free base of all cosmic existence. We give the name of non-being to a contrary affirmation of its freedom from all cosmic existence. Freedom, that is to say, from all positive terms of actual existence which consciousness in the universe can formulate to itself, even from the most abstract, even from the most transcendent. It does not deny them as a real expression of itself, but it denies its limitation by all expression of any expression whatsoever. The non-being permits the being, even as the silence permits the activity. But this simultaneous negation and affirmation, not mutually destructive, but complementary to each other like all contraries, the simultaneousness, awareness of consciousness, self-being as a reality and the unknowable beyond as the same reality becomes realizable to the awakened human soul. Thus was it possible for Buddha to attain the state of nirvana and yet act puissantly in the world, impersonal in his inner consciousness, in his action the most powerful personality that we know of as having lived and produced results upon earth. When we ponder on these things, we begin to perceive how feeble in their self-assertive violence and how confusing in their misleading distinctiveness are the words that we use. We begin also to perceive that the limitations we impose on the Brahman arise from a narrowness of experience in the individual mind, which concentrates itself on one aspect of the unknowable and proceeds forthwith to deny or disparage all the rest. We tend always to translate too rigidly what we can conceive or know of the Absolute into the terms of our own particular relativity. We affirm the one and identical by passionately discriminating and asserting the egoism of our own opinions and partial experiences against the opinions and partial experiences of others. It is wiser to wait, to learn, to grow, and since we are obliged for the sake of our self-perfection to speak of these things which no human speech can express, to search for the widest, the most flexible, the most Catholic affirmation possible, and found on it the largest and most comprehensive harmony. We recognize, then, that it is possible for the consciousness in the individual to enter into a state in which relative existence appears to be dissolved, and even self seems to be an inadequate conception. It is possible to pass into a silence beyond the silence, but this is not the whole of our ultimate experience, nor the single and all-excluding truth. For we find that this nirvana, this self-extinction, while it gives an absolute peace and freedom to the soul within it, yet consistent in practice with a desireless but effective action without. This possibility of an entire motionless impersonality and void calm within, doing outwardly the works of the eternal verities, love, truth, and righteousness, was perhaps the real gist of the Buddha's teaching. This superiority to ego, and to the chain of personal working, and to the identification with mutual form and idea, not the petty ideal of an escape from the trouble and suffering of the physical birth. In any case, as the perfect man would combine in himself the silence and the activity, so also would the completely conscious soul reach back to the absolute freedom of the non-being, without therefore losing its hold on existence in the universe. It would thus reproduce in itself perpetually the eternal miracle of the divine existence in the universe, yet always beyond it and even, as it were, beyond itself. The opposite experience could only be a concentration of mentality in the individual upon non-existent, with the result of an oblivion and personal withdrawal from a cosmic activity still and always proceeding in the consciousness of the eternal being. Thus, after reconciling spirit and matter in the cosmic consciousness, we perceive the reconciliation in the transcendental consciousness of the final assertion of all in its negation. We discover that all affirmations are assertions of status or activity in the unknowable. All the corresponding negation are assertions of its freedom, both from and in that status or activity. The unknowable is something to us supreme, wonderful and ineffable, which continually formulates itself to our consciousness and continually escapes from the formulation it has made. This it does not as some malicious spirit or freakish magician leading us from falsehood to greater falsehood, and so to a final negation of all things, but as even here the wise beyond our wisdom, guiding us from reality to ever more profound and vaster reality, until we find the profoundest and vastest of which we are capable. An omnipresent reality is the Brahman, not an omnipresent cause of persistent illusions. If we thus accept a positive basis for our harmony, and on what other can harmony be founded? The various conceptual formulations of the unknowable, each of them representing a truth beyond conception, must be understood as far as possible in their relation to each other and in their effect upon life, not separately, not exclusively, not so affirmed as to destroy or unduly diminish all other affirmations. The real monism, the true Advaita, is that which admits all things as the one Brahman, and does not seek to bisect its existence into two incompatible entities, an eternal truth and an eternal falsehood, Brahman and not Brahman, self and not self, a real self and an unreal, yet perpetual Maya. If it be true that the self alone exists, it must be also true that all is a self. And if this self, God or Brahman, is no helpless state, no bounded power, no limited personality, but the self-conscient all, there must be some good and inherent reason in it for the manifestation, to discover which we must proceed on the hypothesis of some potency, some wisdom, some truth of being in all that is manifested. The discord and apparent evil of the world must in their sphere be admitted, but not accepted as our conquerors. The deepest instinct of humanity seeks always, and seeks wisely, wisdom as the last word of the universal manifestation. Not an eternal mockery and illusion, a secret and finally triumphant good. Not an all-creative and invincible evil, an ultimate victory and fulfillment. Not the disappointed recoil of the soul from its great adventure. For we cannot suppose that the soul entity is compelled by something outside or other than itself, since no such thing exists. Nor can we suppose that it submits unwillingly to something partial within itself, which is hostile to its whole being, denied by it and yet too strong for it. For this would be only to erect in other language the same contradiction of an all and something other than the all. Even if we say that the universe exists merely because the self in its absolute impartiality tolerates all things alike, viewing with indifference all actualities and all possibilities, yet is there something that wills the manifestation and supports it, and this cannot be something other than the all. Brahman is indivisible in all things, and whatever is willed in the world has been ultimately willed by the Brahman. It is only our relative consciousness, alarmed or baffled by the phenomena of evil, ignorance, and pain in the cosmos, that seeks to deliver the Brahman from responsibility for itself and its working by erecting some opposite principle, Maya or Mara, conscious devil or self-existent principle of evil. There is one Lord in self, and the many are only his representations and becomings. If then the world is a dream, or an illusion or a mistake, it is a dream originated and willed by the self in its totality, and not only originated and willed, but supported and perpetually entertained. Moreover, it is a dream existing in a reality, and the stuff of which it is made is the reality, for Brahman must be the material of the world, as well as its base and continent. If the gold of which the vessel is made is real, how shall we suppose that the vessel itself is a mirage? We see that these words, dream illusions, are tricks of speech, habits of our relative consciousness. They represent a certain truth, even a great truth, but they also misrepresent it. Just as non-being turns out to be other than mere nullity, so the cosmic dream turns out to be other than mere phantasm, an hallucination of the mind. Phenomenon is not phantasm. Phenomena is a substantial form of the truth. We start then with the conception of the omnipresent reality, of which neither the non-being at the one end nor the universe at the other are negations that annul. They are rather different states of the reality, obverse and reverse affirmations. The highest experience of this reality in the universe shows it to be not only a conscious existence, but a supreme intelligence and force and self-existent bliss. And beyond the universe it is still some other unknowable existence, some utter and ineffable bliss. Therefore we are justified in supposing that even the dualities of the universe, when interpreted not as now by our sensational and partial conceptions, but by our liberated intelligence and experience, will be also resolved into those highest terms. While we still labor under the stress of the dualities, this perception must no doubt constantly support itself on an act of faith, but a faith which the highest reason, the widest and most patient reflections do not deny, but rather affirm. This creed is given, indeed, to humanity to support it on its journey, until it arrives at a stage of development when faith will be turned into knowledge and perfect experience, and wisdom will be justified on her works. End of chapter. Chapter 5. The Destiny of the Individual. Verse. By the ignorance they cross beyond death, and by the knowledge enjoy immortality. By the non-birth they cross beyond death, and by the birth enjoy immortality. Isha Upanishad. An omnipresent reality is the truth of all life and existence, whether absolute or relative, whether corporeal or incorporeal, whether animate or inanimate, whether intelligent or unintelligent, and in all its infinitely varying and even constantly opposed self-expression. From the contradictions nearest to our ordinary experience, to those remotest antinomies which lose themselves on the verge of the ineffable, the reality is one and not a sum or concourse, from that all variations begin, in that all variations consist, to that all variations return. All affirmations are denied only to lead to a wider affirmation of the same reality. All antinomonies confront each other in order to recognize one truth in their opposed aspect, and embrace by the way of conflict their mutual unity. Brahman is the Alpha and the Omega. Brahman is the one besides whom there is nothing else existent. But this unity is in its nature indefinable. When we seek to envisage it by the mind, we are compelled to proceed through an infinite series of conceptions and experience. And yet in the end we are obliged to negate our largest conceptions, our most comprehensive experiences, in order to affirm that the reality exceeds all definitions. We arrive at the formula of the Indian sages, neti neti. It is not this, it is not that. There is no experience by which we can limit it. There is no conception by which it can be defined. An unknowable which appears to us in many states and attributes of being, in many forms of consciousness, in many activities of energy, this is what mind can ultimately say about the existence which we ourselves are, and which we see in all that is presented in our thought and senses. It is in and through those states, those forms, those activities, that we have to approach and know the unknowable. But if in our haste to arrive at a unity that our mind can seize and hold, if in our insistence to confine the infinite in our embrace we identify the reality with one definable state of being, however pure and eternal, with any particular attribute, however general and comprehensive, with any fixed formulation of consciousness, however vast in its scope, with any energy or activity, however boundless its application, and if we exclude all the rest, then our thoughts sin against its unknowableness and arrive not at a true unity, but at a division of the indivisible. So strongly was this truth perceived in the ancient times that the Vedantic seers, even after they had arrived at the crowning idea, the convincing experience of Satchidananda as the highest positive expression of the reality to our consciousness, erected in their speculation, or went on in their perceptions to an asat and non-being beyond, which is not the ultimate existence. The pure consciousness, the infinite bliss of which all experiences are the expression or the deformation. If at all an existence, a consciousness, a bliss, it is beyond the highest and purest positive form of these things that here we can possess, and other therefore than we know by these names. Buddhism, somewhat arbitrarily declared by the theologians to be un-Vedic doctrine, because it rejected the authority of the scriptures, yet goes back to this essentially Vedantic conception. Only the positive and synthetic teaching of the Upanishads held Sat and Asat not as opposite destructive of each other, but as a last antinomy through which we look upon the unknowable. And in the transactions of our positive consciousness, even unity has to make its account with multiplicity. For the many also are Brahman. It is by vidya, the knowledge of the oneness, that we know God. Without it, avidya, the relative and multiple consciousness, is a night of darkness and a disorder of ignorance. Yet if we exclude the field of that ignorance, if we get rid of avidya as it were a thing non-existent and unreal, then knowledge itself becomes a sort of obscurity and a source of imperfection. We become as men blinded by a light, so that we can no longer see the field which that light illuminates. Such is the teaching, calm, wise, and clear, of our most ancient sages. They had the patience and the strength to find and to know. They had also the clarity and humility to admit the limitations of our knowledge. They perceived the borders where it is to pass into something beyond itself. It was a later impatience of heart and mind, vehement attraction to an ultimate bliss or high masterfulness of pure experience and trenchant intelligence, which sought the one to deny the many, and because it had received the breath of the heights, scorned or recoiled from the secret of the depths. But the steady eye of the ancient wisdom perceived that to know God really, it must know Him everywhere equally and without distinction, considering and valuing, but not mastered by the opposition through which He shines. We will put aside then the trenchant distinction of a partial logic, which declares that because the one is the reality, the many are an illusion, and because the absolute is Sat, the one existence, the relative is Asat and non-existence. If in the many we pursue insistently the one, it is to return with the benediction and the revelation of the one confirming itself in the many. We will guard ourselves also against the excessive importance that the mind attaches to particular points of view at which it arrives in its more powerful expansions and transitions. The perception of the spiritualized mind that the universe is an unreal dream can have no more absolute a value to us than the perception of the materialized mind that God and the beyond are an illusionary idea. In the one case, the mind, habituated only to the evidence of the senses and associating reality with corporeal fact, is either unaccustomed to use other means of knowledge or unable to extend the notion of reality to a supra-physical experience. In the other case, the same mind, passing beyond to the overwhelming experience of an incorporeal reality, simply transfers the same inability and the same consequent sense of dream or hallucination to the experience of the senses. But we perceive also the truth that these two conceptions disfigure. It is true that for this world of form in which we are set for our self-realization, nothing is entirely valid until it has possessed itself of our physical consciousness and manifested on the lower levels of harmony with its manifestation on the higher summits. It is equally true that form and matter asserting themselves as a self-existent reality are an illusion of ignorance. Form and matter can be valid only as a shape and substance of manifestation for the incorporeal and immaterial. They are in their nature an act of divine consciousness, in their aim the representation of a status of the spirit. In other words, if Brahman has entered into form and represented its being in material substance, it can only be to enjoy self-manifestation in the figures of relative and phenomenal consciousness. Brahman is in this world to represent itself in the values of life. Life exists in Brahman in order to discover Brahman in itself. Therefore, man's importance in the world is that he gives to it that development of consciousness in which its transfiguration by a perfect self-discovery becomes possible. To fulfill God in life is man's manhood. He starts from the animal vitality and its activities, but a divine existence is his objective. But as in thought, so in life, the true rule of self-realization is a progressive comprehension. Brahman expresses itself in many successive forms of consciousness, successive in their relation even if coexistence in being or coeval in time, and life in its self-unfolding must also rise to ever new provinces of its own being. But if in passing from one domain to another we renounce what has already been given us from eagerness for our new attainment, if in reaching the mental life we cast away or belittle the physical life, which is our basis, or if we reject the mental and physical in our attraction to the spiritual, we do not fulfill God integrally, nor satisfy the conditions of his self-manifestations. We do not become perfect, but only shift the feel of our own imperfections, or at most attain a limited altitude. However high we may climb, even though it be the non-being itself, we climb ill if we forget our base. Not to abandon the lower to itself, but to transfigure it in the light of the higher to which we have attained, is true divinity of nature. Brahman is integral and unifies many states of consciousness at a time. We also, manifesting the nature of Brahman, should become integral and all-embracing. Besides the recoil from the physical life, there is another exaggeration of the ascetic impulse, which this ideal of an integral manifestation corrects. The nodus of life is the relation between three general forms of consciousness: the individual, the universal, and the transcendent or supracosmic. In the ordinary distribution of life's activity, the individual regards himself as a separate being included in the universe, and both as dependent upon that which transcends alike the universe and the individual. It is to this transcendence that we give currently the name of God, who thus becomes to our conceptions not so much supracosmic as extracosmic. The belittling and degradation of both the individual and the universe is a natural consequence of this division. The cessation of both cosmos and individual by the attainment of the transcendence would be logically its supreme conclusion. The integral view of the unity of Brahman avoids these consequences. Just as we need not give up the bodily life to attain to the mental and spiritual, so we can arrive at a point of view where the preservation of the individual activities is no longer inconsistent with our comprehension of the cosmic consciousness, or our attainment to the transcendent and supracosmic. For the word transcendent embraces the universe, is one with it, and does not exclude it. Even as the universe embraces the individual, is one with him, and does not exclude him. The individual is a center of the whole universal consciousness. The universe is a form and definition which is occupied by the entire immanence of the formless and indefinable. This is always the true relation, veiled from us by our ignorance or our wrong consciousness of things. When we attain to knowledge or right consciousness, nothing essential in the eternal relation is changed, but only the in-view and the out-view from the individual center is profoundly modified, and consequently also the spirit and effect of its activity. The individual is still necessary to the action of the transcendent in the universe, and that action in him does not cease to be possible by his illumination. On the contrary, since the conscious manifestation of the transcendent in the individual is the means by which the collective, the universal, is also to become conscious of itself, the continuation of the illuminated individual in the action of the world is an imperative need of the world play. If his inexorable removal from the very act of illumination is the law, then the world is condemned to remain eternally the scene of unredeemed darkness, death, and suffering. And such a world can only be a ruthless ordeal or a mechanical illusion. It is so that ascetic philosophy tends to conceive it. But individual salvation can have no real sense if existence in the cosmos is itself an illusion. In the monistic view, the individual soul is one with the Supreme. its sense of separateness and ignorance, escape from the sense of separateness, and identify with the Supreme, its salvation. But who, then, profits by this escape? Not the Supreme Self, for it is supposed to be always and inalienable free, still, silent, and pure. Not the world, for that remains constantly in the bondage and is not freed by the escape of any individual soul from the universal illusion. It is the individual soul itself which effects its supreme good by escaping from the sorrow and division into the peace and the bliss. There would seem then to be some kind of reality of the individual soul as distant from the world and from the Supreme even in the event of freedom and illumination. But for the illusionist, the individual soul is an illusion, and non-existent except in the inexplicable mystery of Maya. Therefore we arrive at the escape of an illusory non-existent soul from an illusory non-existent bondage in an illusory non-existent world as the supreme good which that non-existent soul has to pursue. From this is the last word of the knowledge. There is none bound, none freed, none seeking to be free. Vidya turns out to be much a part of the phenomenal as avidya. Maya meets us even in our escape and laughs at the triumphant logic which seemed to cut the knot of our mystery. These things, it is said, cannot be explained. They are the initial and insoluble miracle. They are for us a practical fact and have to be accepted. We have to escape by a confusion out of a confusion. The individual soul can only cut the knot of ego by a supreme act of egoism, an exclusive attachment to its own individual salvation, which amounts to an absolute assertion of its separate existence in Maya. We are led to regard other souls as if they were figments of our mind, and their salvation unimportant. Our soul alone, as if it were entirely real and its salvation the one thing that matters. I come to regard my personal escape from bondage as real, while other souls who are equally myself remain beyond in the bondage. It is only when we put aside all irreconcilable antimony between self and the world that things fall into their places by a less paradoxical logic. We must accept the many-sidedness of the manifestation, even while we assert the unity of the manifested. And is not this, after all, the truth that pursues us wherever we cast our eyes, unless seen we choose not to see? Is not this, after all, the perfectly natural and simple mystery of conscious being that is bound neither by its unity nor by its multiplicity? It is absolute in the sense of being entirely free to include and arrange in its own way all possible terms of its self-expression. There is none bound, none free, none seeking to be free, for always that is a perfect freedom. It is so free that it is not even bound by its own liberty. It can play at being bound without incurring a real bondage. Its chain is a self-imposed convention, its limitation in the ego, a transitional device that it uses in order to repeat its transcendence and universality in the scheme of the individual Brahman. The transcendent, the supracosmic, is absolute and free in itself beyond time and space, and beyond the conceptual opposites of finite and infinite. But in cosmos it uses its liberty of self-formation, its Maya, to make a scheme of itself in the complementary terms of unity and multiplicity. And this multiple unity it establishes in the three conditions of the subconscient, the conscient, and the superconscient. For actually we see that the many objectified in form in our material universe start with subconscious unity, which expresses itself openly enough in cosmic action and cosmic substance, but of which they are not themselves superficially aware. In the conscient, the ego becomes the superficial point at which the awareness of unity can merge. But it applies its perception of unity to the form and surface action, and failing to take account of all that operates behind, fails also to realize that it is not only one itself, but one with others. This limitation of the universal I, in the divided ego sense, constitutes our imperfect individualized personality. But when the ego transcends the personal consciousness, it begins to include, and to be overpowered by that which is to us superconscious. It becomes aware of the cosmic unity and enters into the transcendent self, which here cosmos expresses by a multiple oneness. The liberation of the individual soul is therefore the keynote of the definite divine action. It is the primary divine necessity and the pivot on which all else turns. It is the point of light at which the intended complete self-manifestation in the many begins to emerge. But the liberated soul extends its perception of unity horizontally as well as vertically. Its unity with the transcendent one is incomplete without its unity with the cosmic many. And that lateral unity translates itself by a multiplication, a reproduction of its own liberated state at other points in the multiplicity. The divine soul reproduces itself in similar liberated souls, as the animal reproduces itself in similar bodies. Therefore, whenever even a single soul is liberated, there is a tendency to an extension and even to an outburst of the same divine self-consciousness in other individual souls of our terrestrial humanity, and who knows, perhaps even beyond the terrestrial consciousness. Where shall we fix the limit of that extension? Is it altogether a legend which says of the Buddha that as he stood on the threshold of nirvana, of the non-being, his soul turned back and took the vow never to make the irrevocable crossing, so long as there was a single being upon earth, undelivered from the knot of suffering, from the bondage of the ego? But we can attain to the highest without blotting ourselves out from the cosmic extension. Brahman preserves always the two terms of liberty within and of formation without, of expression and of freedom from the expression. We also, being that, can attain to the same divine self-possession. The harmony of the two tendencies is the condition of all life that aims at being really divine. Liberty pursued by exclusion of the thing exceeded leads along the path of negation to the refusal of that which God has accepted. Activity pursued by absorption in the act and the energy leads to an inferior affirmation and a denial of the highest. But what God combines and synthesizes, wherefore should man insist on divorcing? To be perfect as he is perfect is the condition of his integral attainment. Through avidya, the multiplicity, lies our path out of the transitional egoistic self-expression in which death and suffering predominate. Through vidya, consenting with avidya, by the perfect sense of oneness, even in that multiplicity, we enjoy integrally the immortality and the beatitude. By attaining to the unborn beyond all becoming, we are liberated from this lower birth. By accepting the becoming freely as a divine, we invade mortality with the immortal beatitude and become luminous centers of its conscious self-expression in humanity. End of chapter. Chapter 6. Man in the Universe. Verse. The soul of man, a traveler, wanders in this cycle of Brahman, huge, a totality of lives, a totality of states, thinking itself different from the impeller of the journey. Accepted by him, it attains its goal of immortality. Swetwatara Upanishad. The progressive revelation of a great, a transcendent, a luminous reality, with the multitudinous relativities of this world that we see and those other worlds that we do not see as a means and material, condition and field, this would seem then to be the meaning of the universe. Since meaning and aim it has, and is neither a purposeful illusion nor a fortuitous accident. For the same reasoning which leads us to conclude that world existence is not a deceptive trick of mind, justifies equally the certainty that it is no blindly and helplessly self-existent mass of separate phenomenal existences, clinging together and struggling together as best they can in their orbit through eternity, no tremendous self-creation and self-impulgent of an ignorant force without any secret intelligence within aware of its starting point, and its goal and guiding its process and its motion. An existence wholly self-aware and therefore entirely master of itself, possesses the phenomenal being in which it is involved, realizes itself in form, unfolds itself in the individual. The luminous emergence is the dawn which the Aryan forefathers worshipped. Its fulfilled perfection is that highest step of the world-pervading Vishnu, which they beheld as if an eye of vision extended in the purest heavens of the mind. For it exists already as an all-revealing and all-guiding truth of things which watches over the world and attracts mortal men, first without the knowledge of his conscious mind, by a general march of nature, but at last consciously by a progressive awakening and self-enlargement to his divine ascension. The ascent to the divine life is the human journey, the work of works, the acceptable sacrifice. This alone is man's real business in the world, and the justification of his existence, without which he would be only an insect crawling among other ephemeral insects on a speck of surface mud and water, which has managed to form itself amid the appalling immensities of the physical universe. This truth of things, that has to emerge out of the phenomenal world's contradiction, is declared to be an infinite bliss and self-conscious existence, the same everywhere, in all things, in all times and beyond time, and aware of itself behind all these phenomena, by whose intensest vibrations of activity, or by whose largest totality it can never be entirely expressed, or in any way limited, for it is self-existent and does not depend for its being upon its manifestations. They represent it, but do not exhaust it, point to it, but do not reveal it. It is revealed only to itself within their forms. The conscious existent involved in the form comes, as it evolves, to know itself by intuition, by self-vision, by self-experience. It becomes itself in the world by knowing itself. It knows itself by becoming itself. Thus possessed of itself inwardly, it imparts also to its forms and modes the conscious delight of Satchidananda, this becoming of the infinite bliss existent consciousness in mind and life and body. For independent of them it exists eternally, is the transfiguration intended, and the utility of individual existence. Through the individual it manifests in relation even as itself it exists in identity. The unknowable knowing itself as Satchidananda is the one supreme affirmation of Vedanta. It contains all the others, or on that what they depend. This is the one veritable experience that remains when all appearances have been accounted for negatively by the elimination of their shape and covering, or positively by the reduction of their names and forms to the constant truth that they contain. For fulfillment of life, or for transcendence of life, and whether purity, calm, and freedom, in the spirit be our aim, or puissance, joy, and perfection, Satchidananda is the unknown, omnipresent, indispensable term for which the human consciousness, whether in knowledge or sentiment, or in sensation and action, is eternally seeking. The universe and the individual are the two essential appearances into which the unknowable descends, and through which it has to be approached, for other intermediate collectivities are born only of their interaction. This descent of the supreme reality is in its nature a self-concealing, and in descent there are successive levels, in the concealing successive veils. Necessarily, the revelation takes the form of an ascent, and necessarily also the ascent and the revelation are both progressive. For each successive level in the descent of the divine is to man a stage in an ascension. Each veil that hides the unknown God becomes for the God-lover and God-seeker an instrument of his unveiling. Out of the rhythmic slumber of material, nature unconscious of the soul, and the idea that maintains the ordered activities of her energy, even in her dumb and mighty material trance, the world struggles into the more quick, varied, and disordered rhythm of life, laboring on the verges of self-consciousness. Out of life it struggles upward into mind, in which the unit becomes awake to itself and its world. And in that awakening, the universe gains the leverage it required for its supreme work. It gains self-consciousness, individuality. But mind takes up the work to continue, not to complete it. It is a laborer of acute but limited intelligence who takes the confused materials offered by life and having improved, adopted, varied, classified according to its power, hands them over to the supreme artist of our divine manhood. The artist dwells in superminds, for supermind is Superman. Therefore, our world has yet to climb beyond mind to a higher principle, a higher status, a higher dynamism in which universe and individual become aware of and possess that which they both are and therefore stand explained to each other, in harmony with each other, unified. The disorders of life and mind cease by discerning the secret of a more perfect order than the physical. Matter below life and mind contain in itself the balance between a perfect poise of tranquility and the action of an immeasurable energy, but does not possess that which it contains. Its peace wears the dull mask of an obscure inertia, a sleep of unconsciousness, or rather of a drugged and imprisoned consciousness, driven by a force which is its real self, but whose sense it cannot yet cease nor share. It is not the awakened joy of its own harmonious energies. Life and mind awaken to the sense of this want in the form of a striving and seeking ignorance and a troubled and baffled desire, which are the first step towards self-knowledge and self-fulfillment. But where then is the kingdom of their self-fulfilling? It comes to them by the exceeding of themselves. Beyond life and mind we recover consciously in its divine truth, that which the balance of material nature grossly represented. A tranquility which is neither inertia nor a sealed trance of consciousness, but the concentration of an absolute force and an absolute self-awareness, and an action of immeasurable energy, which is at the same time an outthrilling of ineffable bliss, because its every act is the expression, not of a want and an ignorant straining, but of an absolute peace and self-mastery. In that attainment, our ignorance relies the light of which it was darkened, or a partial reflection. Our desires cease in the plenitude and fulfillment towards which even in their most brute material forms they were an obscure and fallen aspiration. The universe and the individual are necessary to each other in their ascent. Always indeed they exist for each other and profit by each other. Universe is a diffusion of the divine, all in infinite space and time. The individual, its concentration within limits of space and time. Universe seeks in infinite extension the divine totality it feels itself to be, but cannot entirely realize. For in extension existence drives at a pluralistic sum of itself, which can neither be the primal nor the final unit, but only a recurring decimal without end or beginning. Therefore it creates in itself a self-conscious concentration of the all through which it can aspire. In the conscious individual Prakriti turns back to perceive Purusha. World seeks after self. God having entirely become nature, nature seeks to become progressively God. On the other hand, it is by means of the universe that the individual is impelled to realize himself. Not only is it his foundation, his means, his field, the stuff of the divine work, but also, since the concentration of the universal life, which he is, takes place within limits, and is not like the intensive unity of Brahman, free from all conception of bond and term, he must necessarily universalize and impersonalize himself in order to manifest the divine all, which is his reality. Yet is he called upon to preserve, even when he most extends himself in universality of consciousness, a mysterious transcendent something of which his sense of personality gives him an obscure and egoistic representation. Otherwise he has missed his goal. The problem set to him has not been solved. The divine work for which he accepted birth has not been done. The universe comes to the individual as life, a dynamism, the entire secret of which he has to master, and a mass of colliding results. A whirl of potential energies out of which he has to disengage some supreme order and some yet unrealized harmony. This is, after all, the real sense of man's progress. It is not merely a restatement in slightly different terms of what physical nature has already accomplished. Nor can the ideal of human life be simply the animal repeated on a higher scale of mentality. Otherwise, any system or order which assured a tolerable well-being and a moderate mental satisfaction, would have stayed our advance. The animal is satisfied with a modicum of necessity. The gods are content with their splendor. But man cannot rest permanently until he reaches some highest good. He is the greatest of living beings because he is the most discontented, because he feels most the pressure of limitations. He alone, perhaps, is capable of being seized by the divine frenzy for a remote ideal. To the life spirit, therefore, the individual in whom its potentialities center is preeminently man, the Purusha. It is the Son of Man, who is supremely capable of incarnating God. This man is the Manu, the thinker, the Manomaya Purusha, mental person or soul and mind of the ancient sages. No mere superior mammal is he, but a conceptive soul basing itself on the animal body and matter. He is conscious name or numan, accepting and utilizing form as a medium through which person can deal with the substance. The animal life emerging out of matter is only the inferior term of its existence. The life of thought, feeling, will, conscious impulsion, that which we name in its totality mind, that which strives to seize upon matter and its vital energies and subject them to the law of its own progressive transformation, is the middle term in which he takes his effectual station. But there is equally a supreme term which mind in man searches after so having found he may affirm it in his mental and bodily existence. This practical affirmation of something essentially superior to his present self is the basis of the divine life in the human being. Awakened to a profounder self-knowledge than his first mental idea of himself, man begins to conceive some formula and to perceive some appearance of the thing that he has to affirm. But it appears to him as if poised between two negations of himself. If beyond this present attainment he perceives or is touched by the power, light, bliss of self-conscious infinite existence, and translates his thought or his experience of it into terms convenient for his mentality, infinity, omniscience, omnipotence, immortality, freedom, love, beatitude, God. Yet does this sun of his seeing appear to shine beyond a double night, a darkness below, a mightier darkness beyond. For when he strives to know it utterly, it seems to pass into something which neither any one of these terms nor the sum of them can all represent. His mind at last negates God for a beyond, or at least it seems to find God transcending himself, denying himself to the conception. Here also in the world, in himself and around himself, he is met always by the opposites of his affirmation. Death is ever with him. Limitation invests his being and his experience. Error, inconscience, weakness, inertia, grief, pain, evil are constant oppressors of his efforts. Here also he is driven to deny God, or at least the divine seems to negate or to hide itself in some appearance or outcome which is other than its true and eternal reality. And the terms of this denial are not, like that other and remoter negation, inconceivable, and therefore naturally mysterious, unknowable to his mind, but appear to be knowable, known, definite, and still mysterious. He knows not what they are, why they exist, how they came into being. He sees their processes as they affect and appear to him. He cannot fathom their essential reality. Perhaps they are unfathomable. Perhaps they also are really unknowable in their essence. Or it may be they have no essential reality, are an illusion, asat, non-being. The superior negation appears to us sometimes as a nihil, a non-existence. This inferior negation may also be, in its essence, a nihil, a non-existence. But as we have already put away from this evasion of the difficulty with regard to that higher, so also we discard it for this inferior asat. To deny entirely its reality, or to seek an escape from it as a mere disastrous illusion, is to put away from us the problem and to shun our work. For life, these things that seem to deny God, to be the opposite of Satchidananda, are real, even if they turn out to be temporary. They and their opposites, good, knowledge, joy, pleasure, life, survival, strength, power, increase, are the very material of her workings. It is probable indeed that they are the results, or rather the inseparable accompaniments, not of an illusion, but of a wrong relation. Wrong because it is founded on a false view of what the individual is in the universe, and therefore a false attitude, both towards God and nature, towards self and environment. Because that which he has become is out of harmony both with what the world of his habitation is, and what he himself should be and is to be. Therefore man is subject to these contradictions of the secret truth of things. In that case they are not the punishment of a fall, but the conditions of a progress. They are the first element of the work he has to fulfill, the price he has to pay for the crown which he hopes to win, the narrow way by which nature escapes out of matter into consciousness. They are at once her ransom and her stock. For out of these false relations, and by their aid the true have to be found. By the ignorance we have to cross over death. So too the Veda speaks cryptically of energies that are like women, evil in impulse, wandering from the path, doing hurt to their Lord, which yet, though themselves false and unhappy, build up in the end. This vast truth, the truth that is the bliss, it would be then, not when he has excised the evil in nature out of himself by an act of moral surgery, or parted with life by an abhorrent recoil, but when he has turned death into a mere perfect life, lifted the small things of the human limitations into the great things of the divine vastness, transformed suffering into beatitude, converted evil into its proper good, translated error and falsehood into their secret truth, that the sacrifice will be accomplished. The journey done, and heaven and earth equalized join hands in the bliss of the Supreme. Yet how can such contraries pass into each other? By what alchemy shall this lead of mortality be turned into the gold of divine being? But if they are not in their essence contraries, if they are manifestations of one reality identical in substance, then indeed a divine transmutation becomes conceivable. We have seen that the non-being beyond may well be an inconceivable existence, and perhaps an ineffable bliss. At least the nirvana of Buddhism, which formulated one most luminous effort of man to reach and to rest in his highest non-existent, represents itself in the psychology of the liberated, yet upon earth, as an unspeakable peace and gladness. Its practical effect is the extinction of all suffering through the disappearance of all egoistic idea or sensation, and the nearest we can get to the positive conception of it is that it is some inexpressible beatitude, if the name or any name can be applied to a peace so void of contents, into which even the notion of self-existence seems to be swallowed up and disappear. It is a Satchidananda to which we dare no longer apply even the supreme terms of Sat or Chit and Ananda, for all terms are annulled, and all cognitive experience is overpassed. On the other hand, we have hazarded the suggestion that since all is one reality, this inferior negation also, this other contradiction or non-existence of Satchidananda, is none other than Satchidananda itself. It is capable of being conceived by the intellect, perceived in the vision, even received through the sensations as verily that which it seems to deny. And such would it always be to our conscious experience if things were not falsified by some great fundamental error, some possessing and compelling ignorance, Maya or avidya. In this sense a solution might be sought, not perhaps a satisfying metaphysical solution for the logical mind, for we are standing on the borderline of the unknowable, the ineffable, and straining our eyes beyond, but a sufficient basis and experience for the practice of the divine life. To do this, we must dare to go below the clear surface of things on which the mind loves to dwell, to tempt the vast and obscure, to penetrate the unfathomable depth of consciousness, and identify ourselves with states of beings that are not our own. Human language is a poor help in such a search, but at least we may find it that some symbols and figures return with some just expressible hints which will help the light of the soul, and throw upon the mind some reflection of the ineffable design. End of chapter. Chapter 7. The Ego and the Dualities. Verse: The soul seated on the same tree of nature is absorbed and deluded, and has sorrow because it is not the Lord. But when it sees and is in union with the other self, and greatness of it which is the Lord, then sorrow passes away from it. Swetsuatara Upanishad. If all is in truth Satchidananda, death, suffering, evil, limitation can only be the creations, positive and practical effect, negative in essence, of a distorting consciousness which has fallen from the total and unified knowledge of itself into some error of division and partial experience. This is the fall of man typified in the poetic parable of the Hebrew Genesis. That fall is his deviation from the full and pure acceptance of God in himself, or rather of God in himself, into the dividing consciousness which brings with it all the train of the dualities, life and death, good and evil, joy and pain, completeness and want, the fruit of a divided being. This is the fruit which Adam and Eve, Purusha and Prakriti, the soul tempted by nature, have eaten. The redemption comes by the recovery of the universal in the individual, and of the spiritual term in the physical consciousness. Then alone the soul and nature can be allowed to partake of the fruit of the tree of life, and be as a divine and live forever. For then only can the purpose of its descent into material consciousness be accomplished. When the knowledge of good and evil, joy and suffering, life and death has been accomplished through the recovery by the human soul of a higher knowledge, which reconciles and identifies those opposites in the universal, and transforms their divisions into the image of the divine unity. To Satchidananda, extended in all things in widest commonality and impartial universality, death, suffering, evil, and limitation can only be the most reversed terms, shadow forms of their luminous opposites. As these things are felt by us, they are notes of a discord. They formulate separation where there should be a unity, miscomprehension where there should be an understanding, an attempt to arrive at independent harmonies where there should be a self-adaptation to the orchestral whole. All totality, even if it be only in one scheme of the universal vibrations, even if it only be a totality of the physical consciousness without possession of all that is in movement beyond and beyond, must be that extent a reversion to harmony and a reconciliation of jarring opposites. On the other hand, to Satchidananda, transcendent of other forms of the universe, the dual terms themselves, even so understood, can no longer be justly applicable. Transcendence transfigures, it does not reconcile, but rather transmutes opposites into something surpassing them, that it effaces their opposition. At first, however, we must strive to relate the individual again to the harmony of the totality. There is a necessity for us, otherwise there is no issue from the problem, to realize that the terms in which our present consciousness renders the values of the universe, though practically justified for the purpose of human experience and progress, are not the sole terms in which it is possible to render them, and may not be the complete, the right, the ultimate formulas. Just as there may be sense organs or formations of sense capacity which see the physical world differently, and it may well be better because more completely than our sense organs and sense capacity, so there may be other mental and supramental envisaging of the universe which surpass our own. States of consciousness there are in which death is only a change in immortal life, pain a violent backwash of the waters of universal delight, limitation a turning of the infinite upon itself, even a circling of the good around its own perfection, and this not in abstract conception only, but in actual vision and in constant and substantial experience. To arrive at such states of consciousness may, for the individual, be one of the most important and indispensable steps of his progress towards self-perfection. Certainly, the practical values given us by our senses and by the dualistic sense mind must hold good in their field and be accepted as a standard for ordinary life experience until a larger harmony is ready into which they can enter and transform themselves without losing hold of the realities which they represent. To enlarge the sense faculties without the knowledge that would give the old sense values their right interpretation from the new standpoint might lead to serious disorders and incapacities, might unfit for practical life and for the orderly and disciplined use of the reason. Equally, an enlargement of our mental consciousness out of the experience of the egoistic dualities into an unregulated unity with some form of total consciousness might easily bring about a confusion and incapacity for the active life of humanity in the established order of the world's relativities. This, no doubt, is the root of the injunction imposed in the Gita on the man who has the knowledge not to disturb the life basis and thought basis of the ignorant, for impelled by his example, but unable to comprehend the principle of his action, they would lose their own system of values without arriving at a higher foundation. Such a disorder and incapacity may be accepted personally and are accepted by many great souls as a temporary passage or as a price to be paid for the entry into a wider existence. But the right goal of human progress must be always an effective and synthetic reinterpretation by which the law of that wider existence may be represented in a new order of truth and in a more just and puissant working of the faculties on the life material of the universe. For the senses the sun goes around the earth. That was for them the center of existence, and the motions of life are arranged on the basis of a misconception. The truth is the very opposite, but its discovery would have been of little use if there was not a science that makes the new conception the center of a reasoned and ordered knowledge, putting their right values on the perception of the senses. So also for the mental consciousness, God moves around the personal ego, and all his works and ways are brought to the judgment of our egoistic sensations, emotions and conceptions, and are their given values and interpretations which, though a perversion and inversion of the truth of things, are yet useful and practically sufficient in a certain development of human life and progress. They are a rough, practical systematization of our experience of things, valid as long as we dwell in a certain order of ideas and activities. But they do not represent the last and highest state of human life and knowledge. Truth is the path, and not the falsehood. The truth is not that God moves around the ego as the center of existence, and can be judged by the ego in its view of the dualities, but that the divine is itself the center, and that the experience of the individual only finds its own truth when it is known in the terms of the universal and the transcendent. Nevertheless, to substitute this conception for the egoistic without an adequate base of knowledge may lead to the substitution of new but still false and arbitrary ideas for the old and bring about a violent instead of settled disorder of right values. Such a disorder often marks the inception of new philosophies and religions and initiates useful revolutions. But the true goal is only reached when we can group round the right central conception, a reasoned and effective knowledge, in which the egoistic life shall rediscover all its values transformed and corrected. Then we shall possess that new order of truth, which will make it possible for us to substitute a more divine life for the existence which we now lead, and to effectualize a more divine and puissant use of our faculties on the life material of the universe. That new life and power of the human integer must necessarily repose on a realization of the great verities which translate into a mode of conceiving things the nature of the divine existence. It must proceed through a renunciation by the ego of its false standpoint and false certainties, through its entry into a right relation and harmony with the totalities of which it forms a part, and with the transcendences from which it is a descent, and through its perfect self-opening to a truth and a law that exceed its own conventions. A truth that shall be its own fulfillment, and a law that shall be its deliverance. Its goal must be the abolition of those values which are the creation of the egoistic view of things, Its crown must be the transcendence of limitation, ignorance, death, suffering, and evil. The transcendence, the abolition are not possible here on earth and in our human life if the terms of that life are necessarily bound to our present egoistic valuations. If life is in its nature individual phenomena and not representation of a universal existence and the breathing of a mighty life spirit, if the dualities which are the response of the individual to its contacts are not merely a response, but the very essence and condition of all living, if limitation is the inalienable nature of the substance of which our mind and body are formed, disintegration of death the first and the last condition of all life, its end and its beginning, pleasure and pain the inseparable dual stuff of all sensation, joy and grief the necessary light and shade of all emotion, truth and error the two poles between which all knowledge must eternally move, then transcendence is only attainable by the abandonment of human life in a nirvana beyond all existence, or by attainment to another world, a heaven quite otherwise constituted than this material universe. It is not very easy for the customary mind of man, always attached to its past and present associations, to conceive of an existence still human, yet radically changed in what are now our fixed circumstance. We are in respect to our possible higher evolution much in the position of the original ape of the Darwinian theory. It would have been impossible for that ape leading his instinctive arboreal life in primeval forest to conceive that there would one day be an animal on earth who would use a new faculty called reason upon the materials of his inner and outer existence, who would dominate by that power his instincts and habits, change the circumstances of his physical life, build for himself houses of stone, manipulate nature's forces, sail the seas, ride the air, develop codes of conduct, evolve conscious methods for his mental and spiritual development. And in such a conception had been possible for the ape mind, it would still have been difficult for him to imagine that by any progress of nature or long effort of will and tendency he himself could have developed into that animal. Man, because he has acquired reason, and still more because he has indulged his power of imagination and intuition, is able to conceive an existence higher than his own and even to envisage his personal elevation beyond his present state into that existence. His idea of the supreme state is an absolute of all that is positive to his own concepts and desirable to his own instinctive aspiration. Knowledge without its negative shadow of error, bliss without its negation and experience of suffering, power without its constant denial by incapacity, purity and plenitude of being without the opposing sense of defect and limitation. It is so that he conceives his gods. It is so that he constructs his heavens. But it is not so that his reason conceives a possible earth and a possible humanity. His dream of God and heaven is really a dream of his own perfection, but he finds it the same difficulty in accepting its practical realization here for his ultimate aim as would the ancestral ape, if called upon, to believe in himself as the future man. His imagination, his religious aspirations may hold that end before him, but when his reason asserts itself, rejecting imagination and transcendent intuition, he puts it by as a brilliant superstition contrary to the hard facts of the material universe. It becomes then only his inspiring vision of the impossible. All that is possible is a conditioned, limited, and precarious knowledge, happiness, power, and good. Yet in the principle of reason itself, there is the assertion of a transcendence. For reason is in it the whole aim and essence of the pursuit of knowledge, the pursuit, that is to say, of truth by the elimination of error. Its view, its aim is not that of a passage from a greater to a lesser error, but it supposes a positive, pre-existent truth, towards which through the dualities of right knowledge and wrong knowledge we can progressively move. If our reason has not the same instinctive certitude with regard to the other aspirations of humanity, it is because it lacks the same essential illumination inherent in its own positive activity. We can just conceive of a positive or absolute realization of happening, because the heart to which that instinct for happiness belongs has its own form of certitude, is capable of faith, and because of our minds can envisage the elimination of unsatisfied want which is the apparent cause of suffering. But how shall we conceive of the elimination of pain from nervous sensation, or of death from the life of the body? Yet the rejection of pain is a sovereign instinct of the sensations. The rejection of death, a dominant claim inherent in the essence of our vitality. But these things present themselves to our reason as instinctive aspirations, not as a realizable potentiality. Yet the same law should hold throughout. The error of the practical reason is an excessive subjection to the apparent fact which it can immediately feel as real, and an insufficient courage in carrying profounder facts of potentiality to their logical conclusion. What is the realization of an anterior potentiality. Present potentiality is a clue to further realization. And here potentiality exists, for the mastery of phenomena depends upon a knowledge of their causes and process, and if we know the cause of error, sorrow, pain, death, we may labor with some hope towards their elimination, for knowledge is power and mastery. In fact, we do pursue as an ideal, so far as we may, the elimination of all these negative or adverse phenomena. We seek constantly to minimize the cause of error, pain, and suffering. Science, as its knowledge increases, dreams of regulating birth and indefinitely prolonging life, if not of effecting the entire conquest of death. But because we envisage only external or secondary causes, we can only think of removing them to a distance and not of eliminating the actual roots of that against which we struggle. And we are thus limited because we strive towards secondary perceptions and not towards root knowledge. Because we know processes of things, but not their essence. We thus arrive at a more powerful manipulation of circumstances, but not at essential control. But if we could grasp the essential nature and the essential cause of error, suffering, and death, we might hope to arrive at a mastery over them, which should be not relative but entire. We might hope even to eliminate them altogether and justify the dominant instinct of our nature by the conquest of that absolute good, bliss, knowledge, and immortality which our intuitions perceive as the true and ultimate condition of the human being. The ancient Vedanta presents us with such a solution in the conception and experience of Brahman as the one universal and essential fact, and of the nature of Brahman as Satchidananda. In this view, the essence of all life is the movement of a universal and immortal existence. The essence of all sensation and emotion is the play of a universal and self-existent delight in being. The essence of all thought and perception is the radiation of a universal and all-pervading truth. The essence of all activity is the progression of a universal and self-effecting good. But the play and movement embodies itself in a multiplicity of forms, a variation of tendencies, an interplay of energies. Multiplicity permits of the interference of a determinative and temporarily deformative factor, the individual ego. And the nature of the ego is a self-limitation of consciousness by a willed ignorance of the rest of its play and its exclusive absorption into one form, one combination of tendencies, one field of the movement of energies. Ego is the factor which determines the reactions of error, sorrow, pain, evil, death, for it gives these values to movements which would otherwise be represented in their right relation to the one existence, bliss, truth, and good. By recovering the right relation, we may eliminate the ego-determined reactions, reducing them eventually to their true values. And this recovery can be effected by the right participation of the individual in the consciousness of the totality and in the consciousness of the transcendent which the totality represents. Into later Vedanta there creep and arrived a fixity, the idea that the limited ego is not only the cause of the dualities, but the essential condition for the existence of the universe. By getting rid of the ignorance of the ego, and its resultant limitations, we do indeed eliminate the dualities, but we eliminate along with them our existence in the cosmic movement. Thus we return to the essentially all evil and illusory nature of human existence, and the vanity of all effort after perfection in the life of the world. A relative good linked always to its opposite is all that here we can expect and seek. But if we adhere to the larger and profounder idea that the ego is only an intermediate representation of something beyond itself, we escape from this consequence and are able to apply Vedanta to fulfillment of life, and not only to escape from life. The essential cause and condition of universal existence is the Lord, Ishwara, or Purusha, manifesting and occupying individual and universal forms. The limited ego is only an intermediate phenomena of consciousness necessary for a certain line of development. Following this line, the individual can arrive at that which is beyond himself, that which he represents, and can yet continue to represent it, no longer as an obscured and limited ego, but as a center of the divine and of the universal consciousness embracing, utilizing and transforming into harmony with the divine all-individual determinations. We have then the manifestation of the divine conscious being in the totality of physical nature as the foundation of human existence in the material universe. We have the emergence of that conscious being in an involved and inevitable evolving life, mind and supermind, as the condition of our activities. For it is this evolution which has enabled man to appear in matter, and it is this evolution which will enable him progressively to manifest God in the body, the universal incarnation. We have in egoistic formation the intermediate and decisive factor which allows the one to emerge as the conscious many out of the indeterminate totality general, obscure and formless, which we call the subconscient, Hydra Samudra, the ocean heart in things of the Rig Veda. We have the dualities of life and death, joy and sorrow, pleasure and pain, truth and error, good and evil, as the first formation of egoistic consciousness. The natural and inevitable outcome of its attempt to realize unity in an artificial construction of itself, exclusive of the total truth, good, life and delight of being in the universe. We have the dissolution of this egoistic construction by the self-opening of the individual to the universe, and to God as the means of that supreme fulfillment to which egoistic life is only a prelude, even as animal life was only a prelude to the human. We have the realization of the all in the individual by the transformation of the limited ego into a conscious center of the divine unity and freedom as a term at which the fulfillment arrives. And we have the outflowings of the infinite and absolute existence, truth, God and delight of being on the many in the world as a divine result towards which the cycles of our evolution move. This is the supreme birth which maternal nature holds in herself. Of this she strives to be delivered. End of chapter. Chapter 8. The Methods of Vedantic Knowledge. Verse. This secret self in all beings is not apparent, but it is seen by means of the supreme reason, the subtle, by those who have the subtle vision. Katha Upanishad. But what then is the working of the Satchidananda in the world, and by what process of things are the relations between itself and the ego, which figures it first formed, then led to their consummation? For on those relations and on the process they follow depend the whole philosophy and practice of a divine life for man. We arrive at the conception and at the knowledge of a divine existence by exceeding the evidence of the senses and piercing beyond the walls of the physical mind. So long as we confine ourselves to sense evidence and the physical consciousness, we can conceive nothing and know nothing except the material world and its phenomena. But certain faculties in us enable our mentality to arrive at conceptions which we may indeed deduce by ratiocination or by the imaginative variation from the facts of the physical world as we see them, but which are not warranted by any purely physical data or any physical experience. The first of these instruments is the pure reason. Human reason has a double action, mixed or dependent, pure or sovereign. Reason accepts a mixed action when it confines itself to the circle of our sensible experience, admits its law as the final truth, and concerns itself only with the study phenomena, that is to say, with the appearances of things in their relations, processes, and utilities. This rational action is incapable of knowing what is. It only knows what appears to be. It has no plummet by which it can sound the depths of being. It can only survey the field of becoming. Reason, on the other hand, asserts its pure action when accepting our sensible experience as the starting point, but refusing to be limited by them. It goes beyond, judges, works in its own right, and strives to arrive at general and unalterable concepts which attach themselves not to the appearance of things, but to that which stands beyond their appearance. It may arrive at its result by direct judgment, passing immediately from the appearance to that which stands behind it, and in that case the concept arrived at may seem to be a result of the sensible experience and dependent upon it, though it is really a perception of reason working in its own right. But the perceptions of the pure reason may also, and this is their most characteristic action, use the experience from which they start as a mere excuse, and leave it far behind before they arrive at the result, so far that the result may seem that direct contrary of that which our sensible experiences wishes to dictate to us. This movement is legitimate and indispensable, because our normal experience not only covers only a small part of universal fact, but even in the limits of its own field uses instruments that are defective and gives us false weights and measures. It must be exceeded, put away to a distance, and its insistence often denied, if we are to arrive at a more adequate conception of the truth of things. To correct the errors of the sense mind by the use of reason is one of the most valuable powers developed by man, and the chief cause of his superiority among terrestrial beings. The complete use of pure reason brings us finally from physical to metaphysical knowledge. But the concepts of metaphysical knowledge do not in themselves fully satisfy the demand of our integral being. They are indeed entirely satisfactory to the pure reason itself, because they are the very stuff of its own existence. But our nature sees things through two eyes always, for it views them doubly as idea and as a fact, and therefore every concept is incomplete for us, and to a part of our nature almost unreal until it becomes an experience. But the truth, which are now in question, are of an order not subject to our normal experience. They are, in their natures, beyond the perception of the senses, but seizable by the perception of the reason. Therefore, some other faculty of experience is necessary, by which the demand of our nature can be fulfilled, and this can only come, since we are dealing with the supraphysical, by an extension of psychological experience. In a sense, all our experience is psychological, since even what we receive by the senses has no meaning or value to us till it is translated into the terms of the sense mind. The manas of Indian philosophical terminology, manas, say our philosophers, is the sixth sense. But we may even say that it is only sense, and that the others, vision, hearing, touch, smell, taste, are merely specializations of the sense mind, which, although it normally uses the sense organs for the basis of its experience, yet exceeds them, and is capable of a direct experience proper to its own inherent action. As a result, psychological experience, like the cognition of the reason, is capable in man of a double action, mixed or dependent, pure or sovereign. Its mixed action takes place usually when the mind seeks to become aware of the external world, the object, the pure action when it seeks to become aware of itself, the subject. In the former activity, it is dependent on the senses, and forms its perception in accordance with their evidence. In the latter, it acts in itself, and is aware of things directly by a sort of identity with them. We are thus aware of our emotions. We are aware of anger, as has been acutely said, because we become anger. We are thus aware also of our own existence, and here the nature of experience, also knowledge, by identity becomes apparent. In reality, all experience is in its secret nature knowledge by identity, but its true character is hidden from us because we have separated ourselves from the rest of the world by exclusion, by the distinction of ourselves as subject and everything else as object, and we are compelled to develop processes and organs by which we may again enter into communion with all that we have excluded. We have to replace direct knowledge through conscious identity by an indirect knowledge which appears to be caused by physical contact and mental sympathy. This limitation is a fundamental creation of the ego and an instance of the manner in which it has proceeded throughout, starting from an original falsehood and covering over the true truth of things by contingent falsehoods which become for us practical truths of relation. From this nature of mental and sense knowledge, as it is present organized in us, it follows that there is no inevitable necessity in our existing limitation. They are the results of an evolution in which mind has accustomed itself to depend upon certain physiological functionings and their reactions as its normal means of entering into relation with the material universe. Therefore, although it is the rule that when we seek to become aware of the external world, we have to do so indirectly through the sense organs, and can experience only so much of the truth about things and men as the senses convey to us. Yet this rule is merely the regularity of a dominant habit. It is possible for the mind, and it would be natural for it, if it could be persuaded to liberate itself from its consent to the domination of matter, to take direct cognizance of the objects of sense without the aid of the sense organs. This is what happens in experiments of hypnosis and cognate psychological phenomena. Because our waking consciousness is determined and limited by the balance between mind and matter worked out by life in its evolution, this direct cognizance is usually impossible in our ordinary waking state, and is therefore to be brought about by throwing the waking mind into a state of sleep, which liberates the true or subliminal mind. Mind is then able to assert its true character as the one and all-sufficient sense and free to apply to the objects of sense its pure and sovereign instead of its mixed and dependent action. Nor is this extension of faculty really impossible, but only more difficult in our waking state, as is known to all who have been able to go far enough in certain paths of psychological experiment. The sovereign action of the sense mind can be employed to develop other senses besides the 5 which we ordinarily use. For instance, it is possible to develop the power of appreciating accurately, without physical means, the weight of an object which we hold in our hands. Here the sense of contact and pressure is merely used as a starting point, just as the data of sense experience are used by the pure reason. But it is not really the sense of touch which gives the measure of the weight to the mind. That finds the right value through its own independent perception, and uses the touch only in order to enter into relation with the object. And as with the pure reason, so with the sense mind, the sense experience can be used as a mere first point from which it proceeds to a knowledge that has nothing to do with the sense organs, and often contradicts their evidence. Nor is the extension of faculty confined only to outside and superficies. It is possible, once we have entered by any of the senses into relation with an external object, so to apply the manas as to become aware of the contents of the object. For example, to receive or to perceive the thoughts or feelings of others without aid from their utterance, gesture, action, or facial expressions, and even in contradiction of these always partial and often misleading data. Finally, by a utilization of the inner senses, that is to say, of the sense powers in themselves, in their purely mental or subtle activity as distinguished from the physical, which is only a selection for the purpose of outward life from their total and general action, we are able to take cognition of sense experiences, of appearances and images of things other than those which belong to the organization of our material environment. All these extensions of faculty, though received with hesitation and credulity by the physical mind because they are abnormal to the habitual scheme of our ordinary life and experience, difficult to set in action, still more difficult to systemize so as to be able to make of them an orderly and serviceable set of instruments, must yet be admitted, since they are the invariable result of any attempt to enlarge the field of our superficially active consciousness, whether by some kind of untaught effort and casual ill-ordered effect, or by a scientific and well-regulated practice. None of them, however, leads to the aim we have in view, the psychological experience of those truths that are beyond perception by the sense, but seizable by the perception of the reason. They give us only a larger field of phenomena and more effective means for the observation of phenomena. The truth of things always escapes beyond the sense. Yet it is a sound rule inherent in the very constitution of universal existence that where there are truths attainable by the reason, there must be somewhere in the organism possessed of that reason a means of arriving at it or verifying them by experience. The one means we have left in our mentality is an extension of that form of knowledge, by identity which gives us the awareness of our own existence. It is really upon a self-awareness more or less conscient, more or less present to our conception, that the knowledge of the contents of our self is based. Or to put it in a more general formula, the knowledge of the contents is contained in the knowledge of the continent. If then we can extend our faculty of mental self-awareness to awareness of the self beyond and outside us, Atman or Brahman of the Upanishads, we may become possessors in experience of the truth which form the contents of the Atman or Brahman in the universe. It is on this possibility that Indian Vedanta has based itself. It has sought through knowledge of the self the knowledge of the universe. But always mental experience and the concepts of the reason have been held by it to be even at their highest a reflection in mental identification and not the supreme self-existent identity. We have to go beyond the mind and the reason. The reason active in our waking consciousness is only a mediator between the subconscient. All that we come from in our own evolution upwards, and the superconscient all towards which we are impelled by that evolution. The subconscient and the superconscient are two different formulations of the same all. The master word of the subconscient is life. The master word of the superconscient is light. In the subconscient, knowledge or consciousness is involved in action, for action is the essence of life. In the superconscient, action re-enters into light and no longer contains involved knowledge, but is itself contained in a supreme consciousness. Intuitional knowledge is that which is common between them, and the foundation of intuitional knowledge is conscious or effective identity between that which knows and that which is known. It is that state of common self-existence in which the knower and the known are one through the knowledge. But in the subconscient, the intuition manifests itself in action, in effectivity, and the knowledge or conscious identity is either entirely or more or less concealed in the action. In the superconscient, on the contrary, light being the law and the principle, the intuition manifests itself in its true nature as knowledge emerging out of a conscious identity, and effectivity of action is rather the accompaniment or necessary consequent and no longer masks as a primary fact. Between these two states, reason and mind act as intermediaries, which enable the being to liberate knowledge out of its imprisonment in the act and prepare it to resume its essential primacy. When the self-awareness in the mind applied both to continent and content, to own self and other self, exalts itself into the luminous self-manifest identity, the reason also converts itself into the form of the self-luminous intuitional knowledge. This is the highest possible state of our knowledge, when mind fulfills itself in the supramental. Such is the scheme of the human understanding upon which the conclusions of the most ancient Vedanta were built. To develop the results arrived at this foundation by the ancient sages is not my object, but it is necessary to pass briefly in review some of the principal conclusions, so far as they affect the problem of the divine life, with which alone we are at present concerned. For it is in those ideas that we shall find the best previous foundation of that which we seek now to rebuild, and although, as with all knowledge, Old expression has to be replaced to a certain extent by new expression suited to a later mentality, and old light has to merge itself into new light as dawn succeeds dawn. Yet it is with the old treasure as our initial capital, or so much as it as we can recover, that we shall most advantageously proceed to accumulate the largest gains in our new commerce with the ever-changeless and ever-changing infinite. Sad Brahman, existence pure, indefinable, infinite, absolute, is the last concept at which Vedantic analysis arrives in its view of the universe. The fundamental reality which Vedantic experience discovers behind all the movement and formation which constitute the apparent reality. It is obvious that when we posit this conception, we go entirely beyond what our ordinary consciousness, our normal experience contains or warrants. The senses and sense mind know nothing, whatever, about any pure or absolute existence. All that our sense experience tells us of is form and movement. Forms exist, but with an existence that is not pure, rather always mixed, combined, aggregated, relative. When we can go within ourselves, we may get rid of precise form, but we cannot get rid of movement, of change. Motion of matter in space, motion of change in time seem to be the condition of existence. We may say indeed, if we like, that this is existence, and that the idea of existence in itself corresponds to no discoverable reality. At the most, in the phenomena of self-awareness or behind it, we get sometimes a glimpse of something immovable and immutable, something that we vaguely perceive or imagine, that we are beyond all life and death, beyond all change in formation and action. Here is the one door in us that sometimes swings open upon the splendor of a truth beyond, and before it shuts again, allows a ray to touch us, a luminous intimation which, if we have the strength and firmness, we may hold to on our faith, and make a starting point for another play of consciousness than that of the sense mind, for the play of intuition. For if we examine carefully, we shall find that intuition is our first teacher. Intuition always stands veiled behind our mental operation. Intuition brings to man those brilliant messages from the unknown, which are the beginning of his higher knowledge. Reason only comes in afterwards to see what profit it can have of the shining harvest. Intuition gives us that idea of something behind, and beyond all that we know and seem to be with, pursues man always in contradiction of his lower reason, and all his normal experience, and impels him to formulate that formless perception in the more positive ideas of God, immortality, heaven, and the rest by which we strive to express it to our mind. For intuition is as strong as nature herself, from whose very soul it has sprung, and cares nothing for the contradictions of reason or the denial of experience. It knows what is because itself it is of that, and has come from that, and will not yield it to the judgment of what merely becomes and appears. What the intuition tells us of is not so much existence as the existent, for it proceeds from the one point of light in us, which gives it its advantage, that sometimes open door in our own self-awareness. Ancient Vedanta sees this message of the intuitions and formulated in the three great declarations of the Upanishad: I am He, Thou art that, O Swetaketu. All this is the Brahman. This self is the Brahman. But intuition, by the very nature of its action in man, working as it does from behind the veil, active principally in his more unenlightened, less articulate parts, served in front of the veil, in the narrow light which is our waking consciousness, only by instruments that are unable fully to assimilate its messages. Intuition is unable to give us the truth in that ordered and articulate form which our nature demands. Before it could effect any such completeness of direct knowledge in us, it would have to organize itself in our surface being and take possessions there of the leading part. But in our surface being it is not the intuition, it is the reason which is organized and helps us to order our perceptions, thoughts, and actions. Therefore, the age of intuitive knowledge, represented by the early Vedantic thinking of the Upanishads, had to give place to the age of rational knowledge. Inspired scripture made room for metaphysical philosophy, even as afterwards metaphysical philosophy had to give place to experimental science. Intuitive thought, which is a messenger from the superconscient and therefore our highest faculty, was supplanted by the pure reason, which is only a sort of deputy and belongs to the middle heights of our being. Pure reason in its turn was supplanted for a time by the mixed action of the reason which lives on our plane and lower elevations, and does not in its view exceed the horizon of the experience that the physical mind and senses of such aids as we can invent for them can bring to us. And this process, which seems to be a descent, is really a circle of progress. For in each case, the lower faculty is compelled to take up as much as it can assimilate of what the higher had already given, and to attempt to reestablish it by its own methods. By the attempt is it itself enlarged in its scope, and arrives eventually at a more supple and more ample self-accommodation to the higher faculties. Without this succession, an attempt at separate assimilation, we should be obliged to remain under the exclusive domination of a part of our nature, while the rest remain either depressed and unduly subjected, or separate in its field and therefore poor in its development. With this succession and separate attempt the balance is righted, a more complete harmony of our parts of knowledge is prepared. We see this succession in the Upanishads and the subsequent Indian philosophies. The sages of the Veda and Vedanta relied entirely upon intuition and spiritual experience. It is by an error that scholars sometimes speak of great debates or discussions in the Upanishad. Wherever there is the appearance of a controversy, it is not by discussion, by dialectics or the use of logical reasoning that it proceeds, but by a comparison of intuitions and experiences in which the less luminous gives place to the more luminous, the narrower, faultier, or less essential to the more comprehensive, more perfect, more essential. The question asked by one sage of another is, "What dost thou know?" Not "dost thou think?" nor "to what conclusions has thy reasoning arrived?" Nowhere in the Upanishads do we find any trace of logical reasoning urged in support of the truth of Vedanta. Intuition, the sages seem to have held, must be corrected by a more perfect intuition. Logical reasoning cannot be its judge. And yet the human reason demands its own method of satisfaction. Therefore, when the age of rationalistic speculation began, Indian philosophers, respectful of the heritage of the past, adopted a double attitude towards the truth they sought. They recognized in the Shruti the early results of intuition, or as they preferred to call it, of inspired revelation, an authority superior to reason. But at the same time, they started from reason and tested the results it gave them, holding only those conclusions to be valid which were supported by the supreme authority. In this way, they avoided, to a certain extent, the besetting sin of metaphysics, the tendency to battle in the clouds because it deals with words as if they were imperative facts instead of symbols, which have always to be carefully scrutinized and brought back constantly to the sense of that which they represent. Their speculations tended at first to keep near at the center to the higher and profoundest experience, and proceeded with the united consent of the two greatest authorities, reason and intuition. Nevertheless, the natural trend of reason to assert its own supremacy triumphed in effect over the theory of its subordination. Hence the rise of conflicting schools, each of which founded itself in theory of the Veda, and used its text as a weapon against the others. For the highest intuitive knowledge sees things in the whole, in the large and detail only as sides of the indivisible whole. Its tendency is towards immediate synthesis and the unity of knowledge. Reason, on the contrary, proceeds by analysis and division, and assembles its facts to form a whole. But in the assemblage so formed there are opposites, anomalies, logical incompatibilities, and the natural tendency of reason is to affirm some and to negate others, which conflict with its chosen conclusions, so that it may form a flawlessly logical system. The unity of the first intuitional knowledge was thus broken up, and the ingenuity of the logicians was always able to discover devices, methods of interpretation, standards of varying value, by which inconvenient texts of the Scripture could be practically annulled and an entire freedom acquired for their metaphysical speculations. Nevertheless, the main conception of the earlier Vedanta remained in parts in the various philosophical systems, and efforts were made from time to time to recombine them into some image of the old Catholicity and unity of intuitional thought. And beyond the thought of all, variously presented, survived as the fundamental conception, Purusha, Atman, or Sad Brahman, the pure existent of the Upanishads, often rationalized into an idea or psychological state, but still carrying something of its old burden of inexpressible reality. What may be the relation of the movement of becoming, which is what we call the world, to this absolute unity, and how the ego, whether generated by the movement or cause of the movement, can return to the true self, divinity or reality declared by the Vedanta? These were the questions, speculative and practical, which have always occupied the thought of India. End of chapter. Chapter 9. The Pure Existent. Verse. One indivisible, that is pure existence. Chandogya Upanishad. When we withdraw our gaze from its egoistic preoccupation with limited and fleeting interests, and look upon the world with dispassionate and curious eyes that search only for the truth, our first result is the perception of a boundless energy of infinite existence, infinite movement, infinite activity pouring itself out into limitless space, in eternal time, an existence that surpasses infinitely our ego, or any collectivity of egos, in whose balance the grandiose products of eons are but the dust of a moment, and whose incalculable sum numberless myriads count only as a petty swarm. We instinctively act and feel, and weave our life thoughts as if this stupendous world movement were at work around us as a center and for our benefit, for our help or harm, or as if the justification of our egoistic cravings, emotions, ideas, standards were its proper business, even as they are our own chief concern. When we begin to see, we perceive that exists for itself, not for us, has its own gigantic aims, its own complex and boundless idea, its own vast desire or delight that it seeks to fulfill, its own immense and formidable standards, which look down as if with an indulgent and ironic smile at the pettiness of ours. And yet let us not swing over to the other extreme, and form too positive an idea of our own insignificance. That would be an act of ignorance, and the shutting of our eyes to the great facts of the universe. For this boundless movement does not regard us as unimportant to it. Science reveals to us how minute is the care, how cunning the device, how intense the absorption it bestows upon the smallest of its own works, even as on the largest. This mighty energy is an equal and impartial mother, Saman Brahma, in the great term of the Gita, and its intensity and force of movement is the same in the formation and upholding of a system of suns and the organization of the life of an anthill. It is the illusion of size, of quantity, that induces us to look at the one as great, the other as petty. If we look, on the contrary, not at mass of quantity but force of quality, we shall say that the ant is greater than the solar system it inhabits, and man greater than all inanimate nature put together. But this again is the illusion of quality. When we go beyond and examine only the intensity of the movement, of which quality and quantity are aspects, we realize that this Brahman dwells equally in all existence, equally partaken by all in its being. We are tempted to say equally distributed to all its energy. But this too is an illusion of quantity. Brahman dwells in all, indivisible, yet as if divided and distributed. If we look again with an observing perception not dominated by intellectual concepts, but informed by intuition and culminating in knowledge by identity, we shall see that the consciousness of this infinite energy is other than our mental consciousness, that it is indivisible and gives not an equal part of itself, but its whole self at one and at the same time to the solar system and to the anthill. To Brahman there are no whole and parts, but each thing is all itself and benefits by the whole of Brahman. Quality and quantity differ, the self is equal. The form and manner and result of the force of action vary infinitely, but the eternal, primal, infinite energy is the same in all. The force of strength that goes to make the strong man is no whit greater than the force of weakness that goes to make the weak. The energy spent is as great in repression as in expression, in negation as in affirmation, in silence as in sound. Therefore, the first reckoning we have to mend is that between this infinite movement, this energy of existence which is the world and ourselves. At present we keep a false account. We are infinitely important to the all, but to us the all is negligible. We alone are important to ourselves. This is the sign of the original ignorance, which is the root of the ego, that it can only think with itself as a center, as if it were the all, and of that which is not itself accepts only so much as it mentally disposed to acknowledge, or as it is forced to recognize by the shock of its environment. Even when it begins to philosophize, does it not assert that the world only exists in and by its own consciousness? Its own state of consciousness or mental standards are to it the test of reality. All outside its orbit or view tends to become false or non-existent. This mental self-sufficiency of man creates a system of false accountanship, which prevents us from drawing the right and full value from life. There is a sense in which these pretensions of the human mind and ego repose on a truth, but this truth only emerges when the mind has learned its ignorance and the ego has submitted to the all, and lost in it its separate self-assertion. To recognize that we, or rather the results of appearances we call ourselves, are only a partial movement of this infinite movement, and that it is the infinite which we have to know, to be consciously and to fulfill faithfully, is the commencement of true living. To recognize that in our true selves we are one with the total movement, and not minor or subordinate, is the other side of the account. And its expression in the manner of our being, thought, emotion, and action is necessary to the culmination of a true or divine living. But to settle the account we have to know what is this all, this infinite and omnipotent energy. And here we come to a fresh complication. First, it is asserted to us by the pure reason, and it seems to be asserted to us by Vedanta, that as we are subordinate and an aspect of this movement, so the movement is subordinate and an aspect of something other than itself, of a great timeless, spaceless stability, Shatnu, which is immutable, inexhaustible, unexpended, not acting though containing all this action, not energy but pure existence. Those who see only this world energy can declare indeed that there is no such thing. Our idea of an external stability, an immutable pure existence, is a fiction of our intellectual conception, starting from a false idea of the stable. For there is nothing that is stable. All is movement, and our conception of the stable is only an artifice of our mental consciousness, by which we secure a standpoint for dealing practically with the movement. It is easy to show that this is true in the movement itself. There is nothing there that is stable. All that appears to be stationary is only a block of movement, a formulation of energy at work which so affects our consciousness that it seems to be still, somewhat as the earth seems to us to be still, somewhat as a train in which we are traveling seems to be still in the midst of rushing landscape. But is it equally true that underlying this movement, supporting it, there is nothing that is moveless and immutable? Is it true that existence consists only in the action of energy? Or is it not rather that energy is an output of existence? We see at once that if such an existence is, it must be, like the energy, infinite. Neither reason nor experience, nor intuition, nor imagination bears witness to us of the possibility of a final terminus. All end and beginning presupposes something beyond the end or beginning. An absolute end, an absolute beginning, is not only a contradiction in terms, but a contradiction of the essence of things, of violence, of fiction. Infinity imposes itself upon the appearance of the finite by its ineffable self-existence. But this is affinity with regard to time and space, an eternal duration, indeterminable extension. The pure reason goes farther, and looking in its own colorless and austere light at time and space, points out that these two are categories of our consciousness, conditions under which we arrange our perception of phenomena. When we look at existence itself, time and space disappear. If there is an extension, it is not a spatial, but a psychological extension. If there is any duration, it is not a temporal, but a psychological duration. And it is then easy to see that this extension and duration are only symbols which represent to the mind something not translatable into intellectual terms, an eternity which seems to us the same all-containing, ever-new moment, an infinity which seems to us the same all-containing, all-pervading point without magnitude. And this conflict of terms, so violent, yet accurately expressive of something we do perceive, shows that mind and speech have passed beyond their natural limits, and are striving to express a reality in which their own conventions and necessary oppositions disappear into an ineffable identity. But is this a true record? May it not be that time and space so disappear merely because the existence we are regarding is a fiction of the intellect, a fantastic nihil created by speech, which we strive to erect in a conceptual reality? We regard again that existence in itself, and we say no. There is something beyond a phenomena not only infinite, but indefinable. Of no phenomena, of no totality of phenomena, can we say that absolutely it is. Even if we reduce all phenomena to one fundamental, universal, irreducible phenomena of movement or energy, we get only an indefinable phenomena. The very conception of movement carries with it the potentiality of repose and betrays itself as an activity of some existence. The very idea of energy in action carries with it the idea of energy abstaining from action. And an absolute energy, not an action, is simply and purely absolute existence. We have only these two alternatives, either an indefinable pure existence or an indefinable energy in action, and if the latter alone is true, without any stable base or cause, then the energy is a result, and phenomena generated by the action, the movement which alone is. We have then no existence, or we may have the nihil of the Buddhist, with existence as only an attribute of an internal phenomena, of action, of karma, of movement. This asserts the pure reason, leaves my perceptions unsatisfied, contradicts my fundamental scene, and therefore cannot be. For it brings us to a last abruptly ceasing stair of an ascent which leaves the whole staircase without support, suspended in the void. If this indefinable, infinite, timeless, spaceless existence is, it is necessarily a pure absolute. It cannot be summed up in any quantity or quantities. It cannot be composed of any quality or combination of qualities. It is not an aggregate of forms or a formal substratum of forms. If all forms, quantities, qualities were to disappear, this would remain. Existence without quantity, without quality, without form is not only conceivable, but it is the one thing we can conceive beyond these phenomena. Necessarily, when we say it is without them, we mean that it exceeds them, that it is something into which they pass in such a way as to cease to be what we call form, quantity, quantity, and out of which they emerge as form, quality, and quantity in the movement. They do not pass away into one form, one quality, one quantity, which is the basis of all the rest, for there is none such, but into something which cannot be defined by any of these terms. So all things that are conditions and appearances of the movements pass into that from which they have come, and there, so far as they exist, become something that can no longer be described by the terms that are appropriate to them in the movement. Therefore we say that the pure existence is an absolute, and in itself unknowable by our thought, although we can go back to the supreme identity that transcends the terms of knowledge. The movement, on the contrary, is the field of the relative, and yet by the very definition of the relative all things in the movement are contained in, and are the absolute. The relation of the phenomena of nature to the fundamental ether, which is contained in them, constitutes them, contains them, and yet is so different from them that entering into it they cease to be what they now are, is the illustration given by the Vedanta as the most nearly representing this identity in difference between the absolute and the relative. Necessarily, when we speak of things passing into the from which they come, we are using the language of our temporal consciousness and must guard ourselves against its illusions. The emergence of the movement from the immutable is an eternal phenomena, and it is only because we cannot conceive it in the beginningless, endless, ever-new movement, which is the eternity of the timeless, that our notions and preconceptions are compelled to place in a temporal eternity of successive duration to which are attached the ideas of an always recurrent beginning, middle, and end. But all this, it may be said, is valid only so long as we accept the concepts of pure reason and remain subject to them. But the concepts of reason have no obligatory force. We must judge of existence not by what we mentally conceive, but by what we see to exist. And the purest, freest form of insight into existence, as it shows us nothing but movement. Two things alone exist: movement in space, movement in time. The former objective, the latter subjective. Extension is real, duration is real, space and time are real. Even if we go behind extension in space and perceive it as a psychological phenomena, as an attempt of the mind to make existence manageable by distributing the indivisible whole in a conceptual space, yet we cannot go behind the movement of succession and change in time, for that is the very stuff of our consciousness. We are, and the world is a movement that continually progresses and increases by the conclusion of all the succession of the past, in the present which represents itself to us as the beginning of all the succession of the future. A beginning, a present that always eludes us, because it is not, for it has perished before it is born. What is the eternal, indivisible succession of time, carrying on its stream a progressive movement of consciousness also indivisible. Duration, then, eternally successive movement and change in time, is the sole absolute. Becoming is the only being. In reality, this opposition of actual insight into being to the conceptual fictions of the pure reason is fallacious. If indeed intuition in this matter were really opposed to intelligence, we could not confidently support a merely conceptual reasoning against fundamental insight. But this appeal to intuitive experience is incomplete. It is valid only so far as it proceeds, and it errs by stopping short of the integral experience. So long as the intuition fixes itself only upon that which we become, we see ourselves as a continual progression of movement and change in consciousness in the eternal succession of time. We are the river, the flame of the Buddhist illustration. But there is a supreme experience and supreme intuition by which we go back behind our surface self and find that this becoming, change, succession are only a mode of our being, and that there is that in us which is not involved at all in the becoming. Not only can we have the intuition of this that is stable and eternal in us, not only can we have the glimpse of its experience behind the veil of continually fleeting becomings, but we can draw back into it and live in it entirely, so effecting an entire change in our external life, and in our attitude, and in our action upon the movement of the world. And this stability in which we can so live is precisely that which the pure reason has already given us, although it can be arrived at without reasoning at all, without knowing previously what it is. It is pure existence, eternal, infinite, indefinable, not affected by the succession of time, not involved in the extension of space, beyond form, quantity, quality, self only, and the absolute. The pure existent is then a fact and no mere concept. It is the fundamental reality. But let us hasten to add, the movement, the energy, the becoming are also a fact, also a reality. The supreme intuition and its corresponding experience may correct the other, may go beyond, may suspend, but do not abolish it. We have therefore two fundamental facts of pure existence and of the world existence, a fact of being, a fact of becoming. To deny one or the other is easy. To recognize the facts of consciousness and find out their relation is the true and fruitful wisdom. Stability and movement, we must remember, are only our psychological representations of the Absolute, even as our oneness and multitude. The Absolute is beyond stability and movement, as it is beyond unity and multiplicity. But it takes its eternal poise in the one and the stable in worlds around itself infinitely, inconceivably, securely in the moving and multitudinous. World existence is the ecstatic dance of Shiva, which multiplies the body of the god numberously to the view. It leaves that white existence precisely where and what it is, and ever will be. Its sole absolute object is the joy of the dancing. But as we cannot describe or think out the absolute in itself, beyond stability and movement, beyond unity and multitude, nor is that at all our business. We must accept the double fact, admit both Shiva and Kali, and seek to know what is this measureless movement in time and space with regard to that timeless and spaceless pure existence, one and stable, to which measure and measurelessness are inapplicable. We have seen what pure reason, intuition, and experience have to say about pure existence, about Sat. What have they to say about force, about movement, about Shakti? And the first thing we have to ask ourselves is whether that force is simply force, simply an unintelligent energy of movement, or whether the consciousness which seems to emerge out of it in this material world we live in is not merely one of its phenomenal results, but rather its own true and secret nature. In Vedantic terms, is force simply Prakriti, only a movement of action and process, or is it Prakriti really power of Chit, in its nature force of creative self-consciousness? On this essential problem, all the rest hinges. End of chapter. Chapter 10, Conscious Force. Verse, they beheld the self-force of the Divine Being, deep hidden by its own conscious modes of working. Swetsvatara Upanishad. This is he that is awake in those who sleep. Katha Upanishad. All phenomenal existence revolves itself into force, into a movement of energy that assumes more or less material, more or less gross or subtle forms for self-presentation to its own experience. In the ancient images by which human thought attempted to make this origin and law of being intelligible and real to itself, this infinite existence of force was figured as a sea, initially at rest and therefore free from forms. But the first disturbance, the first initiation of movement necessitates the creation of forms and is the seed of the universe. Matter is the presentation of force, which is most easily intelligible to our intelligence, molded as it is by contacts in matter, to which a mind involved in material brain gives the response. The elementary state of material force is, in the view of the old Indian physicists, a condition of pure material extension in space, of which the peculiar property is vibration typified to us by the phenomena of sound. But vibration in this state of ether is not sufficient to create form. There must first be some obstruction in the flow of the force ocean, some contraction and expansion, some interplay of vibrations, some impinging of force upon force so as to create a beginning of fixed relations and mutual effects. Material force modifying its first ethereal status assumes a second, called in the old language the aerial, of which the special property is contact between force and force, contact that is the basis of all material relations. Still, we have not as yet real forms, but only varying forces. A sustaining principle is needed. This is provided by a third self-modification of the primitive force, of which the principle of light, electricity, fire, and heat is for us the characteristic manifestation. Even then, we can have forms of force preserving their own character and a peculiar action, but not stable forms of matter. A fourth state characterized by diffusion and a first medium of permanent attractions and repulsions, termed picturesquely water or liquid state, and a fifth of cohesion, termed earth or the solid state, complete the necessary elements. All forms of matter of which we are aware, all physical things, even to the most subtle, are built up by the combination of these 5 elements. Upon them also depends all our sensible experience, for by reception of vibration comes the sense of sound, by contact of things in the world of vibration of force, the sense of touch, by the action of light in the forms hatched, outlined, sustained by the force of light and fire and heat, the sense of sight, by the 4th element, the sense of taste, by the 5th, the sense of smell. All is essentially response to vibratory contacts between force and force. In this way, the ancient thinkers bridged the gulf between pure force and its final modification, and satisfied the difficulty which prevents the ordinary human mind from understanding how all these forms, which are to this sense so real, solid and durable, can be in truth only temporary phenomena, and a thing like pure energy, to the senses non-existent, intangible and almost incredible, can be the one permanent cosmic reality. The problem of consciousness is not solved by this theory, for it does not explain how the contact of vibrations of force should give rise to conscious sensation. The Shankyas, or analytic thinkers, posited therefore behind these 5 elements 2 principles which they called Mahat and Ankara, principles which are really non-material, for the first is nothing but the vast cosmic principle of force, and the other the divisional principle of ego formation. Nevertheless, these 2 principles also are the principle of intelligence, become active in consciousness not by virtue of force itself, but by virtue of an active conscious soul or souls, in which its activities are reflected, and by that reflection assume the hue of consciousness. Such is the explanation of things offered by the school of Indian philosophy, which comes nearest to the modern materialistic ideas, and which carried the idea of a mechanical or unconscious force in nature as far as was possible to a seriously reflective Indian mind. Whatever its defects, its main idea was so indisputable that it came to be generally accepted. However, the phenomena of consciousness may be explained. Whether nature be inert impulse or a conscious principle, it is certainly a force. The principle of things is a formative movement of energies. All forms are born of meeting and mutual adaptation between unshaped forces. All sensation and action is a response of something in a form of force to the contacts of other forms of force. This is the world as we experience it, and from this experience we must always start. Physical analysis of matter by modern science has come to the same general conclusions, even if a few last doubts still linger. Intuition and experience confirm this concord of science and philosophy. Pure reason finds it in the satisfaction in its own essential conceptions. For even in the view of the world as essentially an act of consciousness, an act is implied, and in the act movement of force, play of energy. This also, when we examine from within our own experience, proves to be the fundamental nature of the world. All our activities are the play of the triple force of the old philosophies: knowledge force, desire force, action force. And all these prove to be really 3 streams of one original and identical power, Adya Shakti. Even our states of rest are only equable state or equilibrium of the play of her movement. Movement of force being admitted as the whole nature of the cosmos, 2 questions arise. At first, how did this movement come to take place at all in the bosom of existence? If we suppose it to be not only eternal, but the very essence of all existence, the question does not arise. But we have negatized this theory. We are aware of the existence which is not compelled by the movement. How then does this movement alien to its eternal repose come to take place in it? By what cause? By what possibility? And by what mysterious impulsion? The answer most approved by the ancient Indian mind was that force is inherent in existence. Shiva and Kali, Brahman and Shakti are one and not two who are separable. Force inherent in existence may be at rest or it may be in motion, but when it is at rest, it exists nonetheless and is not abolished, diminished, or in any way essentially altered. This reply is so entirely rational and in accordance with the nature of things that we need not hesitate to accept it. For it is impossible, because contradictory of reason, to suppose that force is a thing alien to the one and infinite existence, and entered into from outside, or was non-existent and arose in it at some point in time. Even the illusionist theory must admit that Maya, the power of self-illusion in Brahman, is potentially eternal in eternal being, and then the sole question is its manifestation or non-manifestation. The Sankhya also asserts the eternal coexistence of Prakriti and Purusha, nature and conscious soul, and the alternative states of rest or equilibrium of Prakriti and movement, or disturbance of equilibrium. But since force is thus inherent in existence, and it is the nature of force to have this double or alternative potentiality of rest and movement, that is to say, of self-concentration in force and self-diffusion in force, the question of the how of the movement, its possibility, initiating impulsion or impelling cause does not arise. For we can easily then conceive that this potentiality must translate itself either as an alternative rhythm of rest and movement succeeding each other in time, or else as an eternal self-concentration of force in immutable existence, with the superficial play of movement, change and formation, like the rising and falling of waves on the surface of the ocean. And this superficial play, we are necessarily speaking in inadequate images, may be either coeval with the self-concentration and itself also eternal, or it may begin and end in time and can be resumed by a sort of constant rhythm. It is then not eternal in continuity, but eternal in recurrence. The problem of the how thus eliminated, there presents itself the question of the why. Why should this possibility of a play of movement of force translate itself at all? Why should not force of existence remain eternally concentrated in itself, infinite, free from all variations and formations? This question also does not arise if we assume existence to be non-conscious and consciousness only a development of material energy, which we wrongly suppose to be immaterial. For then we can say simply that this rhythm is the nature of force in existence, and there is absolutely no reason to seek for a why, a cause, an initial motive, or a final purpose for that which is in its nature eternally self-existent. We cannot put that question to eternal self-existence and ask it either why it exists or how it came into existence. Neither can we put it to self-force of existence and its inherent nature of impulsion to movement. All that we can then inquire into is its manner of self-manifestation, its principle of movement and formation, its process of evolution. Both existence and force being inert status and inert impulsion, both of them unconscious and unintelligent, there cannot be any purpose or final goal in evolution, or any original cause or intention. But if we suppose or find existence to be conscious being, the problem arises. We may indeed suppose a conscious being which is subject to the nature of force, compelled by it, and without option as to whether it shall manifest in the universe or remain unmanifest. Such is the cosmic god of the Tantrics and the Mayavadins, who is subject to Shakti or Maya, Purusha involved in Maya or controlled by Shakti. But it is obvious that such a god is not the supreme infinite existence with which we have started, Admittedly, it is only a formulation of Brahman in the cosmos, by the Brahman which is itself logically anterior to Shakti or Maya, and takes her back into the transcendental being when she ceases from her works. In a conscious existence which is absolute, independent of its formation, not determined by its works, we must suppose an inherent freedom to manifest or not to manifest the potentiality of movement. A Brahman compelled by Prakriti is not Brahman, but an inert infinite with an active content in it more powerful than the continent, a conscious holder of force, of whom his force is master. If we say that it is compelled by itself as force, by its own nature, we do not get rid of the contradiction, the evasion of our first postulate. We have got back to an existence which is really nothing but force, force at rest or in movement, absolute force perhaps, but not absolute being. It is then necessary to examine into the relation between force and consciousness. But what do we mean by the latter term? Ordinarily we mean by its first obvious idea of a mental waking consciousness, such as is possessed by the human being during the major part of his bodily existence, when he is not asleep, stunned or otherwise deprived of his physical and superficial methods of sensation. In this sense, it is plain enough that consciousness is the exception and not the rule in the order of the material universe. We ourselves do not always possess it. But this vulgar and shallow idea of the nature of consciousness, though it still colors our ordinary thought and associations, must now definitely disappear out of philosophical thinking. For we know that there is something in us which is conscious when we sleep, when we are stunned or drugged or in a swoon, in all apparently unconscious states of our physical being. Not only so, but we may now be sure that the old thinkers were right when they declared that even in our waking state, what we then call our consciousness is only a small selection from our entire conscious being. It is a superficies. It is not even the whole of our mentality. Behind it, much vaster than it, there is a subliminal or subconscient mind, which is the greater part of ourselves, and contains heights and profundities which no man has yet measured or fathomed. This knowledge gives us a starting point for the true science of force and its workings. It delivers us definitely from circumscription by the material and from the illusion of the obvious. Materialism indeed insists that, whatever the extension of consciousness, it is a material phenomena inseparable from our physical organs, and not their utilitizer by the result. This orthodox contention, however, is no longer able to hold the field against the tide of increasing knowledge. Its explanations are becoming more and more inadequate and strained. It is becoming always clearer that not only does the capacity of our total consciousness far exceed that of our organs, the senses, the nerves, the brain, but that even for our ordinary thought and consciousness, these organs are only their habitual instruments and not their generators. Consciousness uses the brain which its upward strivings have produced. Brain has not produced, nor does it use the consciousness. There are even abnormal instances which go to prove that our organs are not entirely indispensable instruments, that the heartbeats are not absolutely essential to life, any more than is breathing, nor the organized brain cells to thought. Our physical organism no more causes or explains thought and consciousness than the construction of an engine causes or explains the motive power of steam or electricity. The force is anterior, not the physical instrument. Momentous logical consequences follow. In the first place, we may ask whether, since even mental consciousness exists where we see inanimation and inertia, it is not possible that even in material objects, a universal subconscient mind is present, although unable to act or communicate itself to its surface for want of organs. Is the material state an emptiness of consciousness, or is it not rather only a sleep of consciousness, even though from the point of view of evolution an original and not an intermediate sleep? And by sleep the human example teaches that we mean not a suspension of consciousness, but its gathering inward away from conscious physical response to the impacts of external things. And is this not what all existence is, that has not yet developed means of outward communication with the external physical world? Is there not a conscious soul, a Purusha, who wakes forever even in all its sleeps? We may go farther. We may speak of subconscious mind. We should mean by the phrase a thing not different from the outer mentality, but only acting below the surface, unknown to the waking man, in the same sense if perhaps with a deeper plunge and a larger scope. But the phenomena of the subliminal self far exceeds the limit of any such definition. It includes an action not only immensely superior in capacity, but quite different in kind from what we know as mentality in our waking self. We have therefore a right to suppose that there is a superconscient in us, as well as a subconscient, a range of conscious faculties, and therefore an organization of consciousness which rise high above that psychological stratum to which we give the name of mentality. And since the subliminal self in us thus rises in superconscience above mentality, may it not also sink in subconscience below mentality? Are there not in us and in the world forms of consciousness which are submental, to which we can give the names of vital and physical consciousness? If so, we must suppose in the plant and the metal also a force to which we can give the name of consciousness, although it is not the human or animal mentality for which we have hitherto preserved the monopoly of that description. Not only is this probable, but, if we will consider things dispassionately, it is certain. In ourselves there is such a vital consciousness which acts in the cells of the body and the automatic vital functions, so that we go through purposeful movements and obey attractions and repulsions to which our mind is a stranger. In animals, this vital consciousness is an even more important factor. In plants, it is intuitively evident. The seekings and shrinkings of the plant, its pleasure and pain, its sleep and its wakefulness, and all that strange life whose truth an Indian scientist has brought to light by rigidly scientific methods, are all movements of consciousness, but as far as we can see, not of mentality. There is then a submental, a vital consciousness which has precisely the same initial reaction as the mental, but is different in the constitution of its self-experience, even as that which is superconscient is in the constitution of its self-experience different from the mental being. Does the range of what we can call consciousness cease with the plant, with that in which we recognize the existence of a sub-animal life? If so, we must then suppose that there is a force of life and consciousness originally alien to matter, which is yet entered into and occupied matter. Perhaps from another world, for whence otherwise can it have come? The ancient thinkers believed in the existence of such other worlds, which perhaps sustain life and consciousness in ours or even call it out by their pressure, but do not create it by their entry. Nothing can evolve out of matter which is not therein already contained. But there is no reason to suppose that the gamut of life and consciousness fails and stops short in that which seems to us purely material. The development of recent research and thought seems to point to a sort of obscure beginning of life, and perhaps a sort of inert or suppressed consciousness in the metal and in the earth and in other inanimate forms, or at least the first stuff of what becomes consciousness in us may be there. Only while in the plant we can dimly recognize and conceive the thing that I have called vital consciousness, the consciousness of matter, of the inert form, is difficult indeed for us to understand or imagine. And what we find difficult to understand or imagine, we consider it our right to deny. Nevertheless, when one has pursued consciousness so far into the depths, it becomes incredible that there should be this sudden gulf in nature. Thought has a right to suppose a unity, where that unity is confessed by all other classes of phenomena, and in one class only not denied, but merely more concealed than in others. And if we suppose the unity to be unbroken, we then arrive at the existence of consciousness in all forms of the force which is at work in the world. Even if there be no conscient or superconscient Purusha inhabiting all forms, yet is there in those forms a conscious force of being, of which even their outer parts overtly or inertly partake. Necessarily, in such a view, the world consciousness changes its meaning. It is no longer synonymous with mentality, but indicates a self-aware force of existence, of which mentality is a middle term. Below mentality it sinks into vital and material movements, which are for us subconscient. Above it rises into the supramental, which is for us the superconscient. But in all it is one and the same thing, organizing itself differently. This is, once more, the Indian conception of Chit, which as energy creates the worlds. Essentially we arrive at that unity which materialistic science perceives from the other end, when it asserts that mind cannot be another force than matter, but must be merely development and outcome of material energy. Indian thought at its deepest affirms, on the other hand, that mind and matter are rather different grades of the same energy, different organizations of one conscious force of existence. But what right have we to assume consciousness as the just description for this force? For consciousness implies some kind of intelligence, purposefulness, self-knowledge, even though they may not take the forms habitual to our mentality. Even from this point of view, everything supports rather than contradicts the idea of a universal conscious force. We see, for instance, in the animal, operations of a perfect purposefulness and an exact, indeed a scientifically minute knowledge, which are quite beyond the capacities of the animal mentally, and which man himself can only acquire by long culture and education, and even then uses with a much less sure rapidity. We are entitled to see in this general fact the proof of a conscious force at work in the animal and the insect, which is more intelligent, more purposeful, more aware of its attention, its ends, its means, its conditions, than the highest mentally yet manifested in any individual form on earth. In the operations of inanimate nature, we find the same pervading characteristic of a supreme hidden intelligence, hidden in the modes of its own workings. The only argument against a conscious and intelligent source for this purposeful work, this work of intelligence, of selection, adaptation, and seeking, is that large element in nature's operation to which we give the name of waste. But obviously, this is an objection based on the limitation of our human intellect, which seeks to impose its own particular rationality, good enough for limited human ends, on the general operations of the world force. We see only part of nature's purpose, and all that does not subserve that part we call waste. Yet even our own human action is full of an apparent waste, so appearing from the individual point of view, which yet, we may be sure, subserves well enough the large and universal purpose of things. The part of her intention which we can easily detect, nature gets done surely enough in spite of, perhaps really by virtue of her apparent waste. We may well trust to her in the rest which we do not yet detect. For the rest, it is impossible to ignore the drive of set purpose, the guidance of apparent blind tendency, the sure eventual or immediate coming to the target sought, which characterize the operation of world force in the animal, in the plant, in inanimate things. So long as matter was alpha and omega to the scientific mind, the reluctance to admit intelligence as the mother of intelligence was an honest scruple. But now it is no more than an outworn paradox to affirm the emergence of human consciousness, intelligence, and mastery out of an unintelligent, blindly driven unconsciousness, in which no form or substance of them previously existed. Man's consciousness can be nothing else than a form of nature's consciousness. It is there in other involved forms below mind. It emerges in mind. It shall ascend into yet superior forms beyond mind. For the force that builds the worlds is a conscious force. The existence which manifests itself in them is conscious being, and a perfect emergence of its potentialities and form is the sole object which can rationally conceive for its manifestation of this world of forms. End of chapter. Chapter 11. Delight of Existence, the Problem. Verse. For who could live or breathe if there were not this delight of existence, as the ether in which we dwell? From delight all these beings are born. By delight they exist and grow. To delight they return. Taittiriya Upanishad. But even if we accept this pure existence, this Brahman, this Sat, as the absolute beginning, end incontinent of things, and in Brahman an inherent self-consciousness inseparable from its being and throwing itself out as force of movement of consciousness, which is creative of forces, forms and worlds, we have yet no answer to the question, why should Brahman, perfect, absolute, infinite, needing nothing, desiring nothing, at all throw out forces of consciousness to create in itself these worlds of forms? For we have put aside the solution that is compelled by its own nature of force to create, obliged by its own potentiality of movement and formation to move into forms. It is true that it has this potentiality, but it is not limited, bound, or compelled by it. It is free. If then, being free to move or remain eternally still, to throw itself into forms or retain the potentiality of form in itself, it indulges its power of movement and formation, it can be only for one reason, for delight. This primary, ultimate, and eternal existence, as seen by the Vedantins, is not merely bare existence, or a conscious existence whose consciousness is crude force or power. It is a conscious existence, the very term of whose being, the very term of whose consciousness is bliss. As an absolute existence, there can be no nothingness, no night of inconscience, no deficiency, that is to say, no failure of force. For if there were any of these things, it would not be absolute. So also there can be no suffering, no negation of delight. Absoluteness of conscious existence is illimitable bliss of conscious existence. The two are only different phases of the same thing. All illimitlessness, all infinity, all absoluteness is pure delight. Even our relative humanity has this experience that all dissatisfaction means a limit, an obstacle. Satisfaction comes by realization of something withheld, by the surpassing of the limit, the overcoming of the obstacle. This is because our original being is the absolute in full possession of its infinite and illimitable self-consciousness and self-power, a self-possession whose other name is self-delight. And in proportion as the relative touches upon the self-possession, it moves towards satisfaction, touches delight. The self-delight of Brahman is not limited, however, by the still and motionless possession of its absolute self-being. Just as its forces of consciousness is capable of throwing itself into forms infinitely and with an endless variation, so also its self-delight is capable of movement, of variation, of reveling in that infinite flux and mutability of itself represented by numberless teeming universe. To lose force and enjoy this infinite movement and variation of its self-delight is the object of its extensive or creative play of force. In other words, that which has thrown itself out into forms is a triune existent consciousness, bliss, Satchidananda, whose consciousness, in its nature a creative or rather a self-expressive force, capable of infinite variations in phenomena, and form in itself self-conscious being, and endlessly enjoying the delight of that variation. It follows that all things that exist are what they are as terms of that existence, terms of that conscious force, terms of that delight of being. Just as we find all things to be mutable forms of one immutable being, finite results of one infinite force, so we shall find that all things are variable self-expression of the one invariable, and all embracing delight of self-existence. In everything that is, dwells the conscious force, and it exists and is what it is by virtue of that conscious force. So else in everything that there is the delight of existence, and it exists and it is what is it by the virtue of that delight. This ancient Vedantic theory of cosmic origin is immediately confronted in the human mind by two powerful contradictions: the emotional and sensational consciousness of pain, and the ethical problem of evil. For if the world be an expression of Satchidananda, not only of existence, that is conscious force, for that can easily be admitted, but of existence that is also infinite self-delight, How are we to account for the universal presence of grief, of suffering, of pain? For this world appears to us rather as a world of suffering than as a world of the delight of existence. Certainly that view of the world is an exaggeration, an error of perspective. If we regard it dispassionately and with a sole view to accurate and unemotional appreciation, we shall find that the sum of the pleasure of existence far exceeds the sum of the pain of existence. Appearances and individual cases to the contrary notwithstanding, and that the active or passive surface or underlying pleasure of existence is the normal state of nature. Pain a contrary occurrence temporarily suspending or overlaying that normal state. But for that very reason, the lesser sum of pain affects us more intensely, and often looms larger than the greater sum of pleasure. Precisely because the latter is normal, we do not treasure it, hardly even observe it unless it intensifies in some acuter form of itself, into a wave of happiness, a crest of joy or ecstasy. It is these things that we call delight and seek the normal satisfaction of existence, which is always there regardless of event and particular cause of object. They affect us as somewhat neutral, which is neither pleasure nor pain. It is there, a great practical fact, for without it there would be the universal and overpowering instinct of self-preservation. But it is not what we seek, and therefore we do not enter it into our balance of emotional and sensational profit and loss. In that balance we enter only positive pleasure on one side, and discomfort and pain on the other. Pain affects us more intensely because it is abnormal to our being, contrary to our natural tendency, and is experienced as an outrage of our existence, an offense, an external attack of what we are and seek to be. Nevertheless, the abnormality of pain, or its greater or lesser sum, does not affect the philosophical issue. Greater or less, its mere presence constitutes the whole problem. All being Satchidananda, how can pain and suffering at all exist? This, the real problem, is often farther confused by a false issue starting from the idea of a personal extra-cosmic God, and a partial issue, the ethical difficulty. Satchidananda, it may be reasoned, is God, is a conscious being who is the author of existence. How then can God have created a world in which he inflicts suffering on his creatures, sanctions pain, permits evil? God being all good, who created pain and evil? If we say that pain is a trial and an ordeal, we do not solve the moral problem. We arrive at an immoral or non-moral God. An excellent world mechanics perhaps, a cunning psychologist, but not a God of good and of love whom we can worship, only a God of might to whose law we must submit, or whose caprice we may hope to propitiate. For one who invents torture as a means of test of ordeal stands convicted either of deliberate cruelty or of moral insensibility, and if a moral being at all, is inferior to the highest instinct of his own creatures. And if it to escape this moral difficulty we say that pain is an inevitable result and natural punishment of moral evil, an explanation which will not even square with the facts of life unless we admit the theory of karma and rebirth, by which the soul suffers now for antenal sins in other bodies, we still do not escape the very root of the ethical problem. Who created, or why or whence was created, that moral evil which entails the punishment of pain and suffering? And seeing that moral evil is in reality a form of mental disease or ignorance, who or what created this law or inevitable connection which punishes a mental disease or act of ignorance by a recoil so terrible, by tortures often so extreme and monstrous? The inexorable law of karma is irreconcilable with the supreme moral and personal deity, and therefore the clear logic of Buddha denied the existence of any free and all-governing personal God. All personality, he declared, to be a creation of ignorance and subject to karma. In truth, the difficulty thus sharply presented arises only if we assume the existence of an extra-cosmic personal God, not himself the universe, one who has created good and evil, pain and suffering for his creatures, but himself stands above and unaffected by them, watching, ruling, doing his will with a suffering and struggling world, or if not doing his will, if allowing the world to be driven by an inexorable law, unhelped by him, or inefficiently helped, then not God, not omnipotent, not all good and all loving. On no theory of an extra-cosmic moral God can evil and suffering be explained, the creation of evil and suffering, except by an unsatisfactory subterfuge which avoids the question at issue instead of answering it, or a plain or implied manichaeism which practically annuls the Godhead in attempting to justify its way or excuse its work. But such a God is not the Vedantic Satchidananda. Satchidananda of the Vedanta is one existence without a second. All that is He. If then evil and suffering exist, it is He that bears the evil and suffering in the creature in whom He has embodied Himself. The problem then changes entirely. The question is no longer how came God to create for His creatures a suffering and evil of which He is Himself incapable and therefore immune, but how came the soul, an infinite existent consciousness bliss, to admit into itself that which is not bliss, that which seems to be its positive negation. Half of the moral difficulty, that difficulty in its one unanswerable form disappears. It no longer arises, can no longer be put. Cruelty to others, I remaining immune or even participating in their suffering by subsequent repentance or belated pity, is one thing. Self-infliction of suffering, I being the sole existence, is quite another. Still, the ethical difficulty may be brought back in a modified form. All delight be necessarily all good and all love. How can evil and suffering exist in Satchidananda, since He is not mechanical existence, but free and conscious being, free to condemn and reject evil and suffering? We have to recognize that the issue so stated is also a false issue, because it applies the terms of a partial statement, as if they were applicable to the whole. For the ideas of good and of love, which we thus bring into the concept of the all-delight, spring from a dualistic and divisional conception of things. They are based entirely on the relations between creature and creature, yet we persist in applying them to a problem which starts, on the contrary, from the assumption of one who is all. We have to see first how the problem appears, or how it can be solved in its original purity, on the basis of unity and differences. Only then can we safely deal with its parts and its developments, such as the relations between creature and creature on the basis of division and duality. We have to recognize, if we thus view the whole, not limiting ourselves to the human difficulty and the human standpoint, that we do not live in an ethical world. The attempt of human thought to force an ethical meaning into the whole of nature is one of those acts of willful and obstinate self-confusion, one of those pathetic attempts of the human being to read himself, his limited habitual human self, into all things, and judge them from the standpoint he has personally evolved, which most effectively prevent him from arriving at real knowledge and complete sight. Material nature is not ethical. The law which governs it is a coordination of fixed habits which take no cognizance of good or evil, but only of force it creates, force that arranges and preserves, force that disturbs and destroys impartially, non-ethically, according to the secret will in it, according to the mute satisfactions of that will in its own self-formation and self-dissolution. Animal or vital nature is also non-ethical. Although it progresses, it manifests the crude material out of which the higher animal evolves the ethical impulse. We do not blame the tiger because it slays and devours its prey any more than we blame the storm because it destroys, or the fire because it tortures and kills. Neither does the conscious force in the storm, the fire, or the tiger blame or condemn itself. Blame and condemnation, or rather self-blame and self-condemnation, are the beginning of true ethics. When we blame others without applying the same law to ourselves, we are not speaking with a true ethical judgment, but only applying the language ethics has evolved for us to an emotional impulse of recoil from or dislike of that which displeases or hurts us. This recoil or dislike is the primary origin of ethics, but is not itself ethical. The fear of the deer for the tiger, The rage of the strong creature against it, its assailant, is a vital recoil of the individual delight of existence from that which threatens it. In the progress of the mentality, it refines itself into repugnance, dislike, disapproval. Disapproval of that which threatens and hurts us. Approval of that which flatters and satisfies refine into the conception of good and evil to oneself, to the community, to others and ourselves, to other communities and ours, and finally into the general approval of good, the general disapproval of evil. But throughout, the fundamental nature of the thing remains the same. Man desires self-expression, self-development, in other words, the progressing play in himself of the conscious force of existence. That is his fundamental delight. Whatever hurts that self-expression, self-development, satisfaction of his progressing self is for himself evil. Whatever helps, confirms, raises, aggrandizes, ennobles it for his good. Only his conception of the self-development changes, becomes higher and wider, begins to exceed his limited personality, to embrace others, to embrace all in its scope. In other words, ethics is a stage in evolution. That which is common to all stages is the urge of Satchidananda towards self-expression. This urge is at first non-ethical, then infra-ethical in the animal, then in the intelligent animal even anti-ethical, for it permits us to approve hurt done to others which we disapprove of when done to ourselves. In this respect, man even now is only half-ethical, and just as all below us is infra-ethical, so there may be above us, which we shall eventually arrive, which is supra-ethical, has no need of ethics. The ethical impulse and attitude, so all-important to humanity, is a means by which it struggles out of the lower harmony and universality based upon unconscious and broken up by life into individual discords towards a higher harmony and universality based upon conscient oneness with all existence. Arriving at that goal, this means will no longer be necessary or even possible, since the qualities and oppositions on which it depends will naturally dissolve and disappear in the final reconciliation. If then the ethical standpoint applies only to a temporary though all-important passage from one universality to another, we cannot apply it to the total solution of the problem of the universe, but can only admit it as one element in that solution. To do otherwise is to run into the peril of falsifying all the facts of the universe, all the meaning of the evolution behind and beyond us in order to suit a temporary outlook and a half-evolved view of the utility of things. The world has three layers: infra-ethical, ethical, and supra-ethical. We have to find that which is common to all, for only so can we resolve the problem. That which is common to all of us we have seen: the satisfaction of conscious force of existence, developing itself into forms, and seeking in that development its delight. From that satisfaction or delight of self-satisfaction it evidently began, for it is that which is normal to it, to which it clings, which it makes its base. But it seeks new forms of itself in the passage to higher forms. There intervenes the phenomena of pain and suffering, which seems to contradict the fundamental nature of its being. This and this alone is the root problem. How shall we solve it? Shall we say that Satchidananda is not the beginning and end of things, but the beginning and end is nihil, an impartial void, itself nothing but containing all potentialities of existence or non-existence, consciousness or non-consciousness, delight or undelight? We may accept this answer if we choose, but although we seek thereby to explain everything, we have really explained nothing. We have only included everything. A nothing which is full of all potentialities is the most complete opposition of terms and things possible, and we have therefore only explained a minor contradiction by a major, by driving the self-contradiction of things to their maximum. Nihil is the void, where there can be no potentialities. An impartial indeterminate of all potentialities is chaos. And all that we have done is to put chaos into the void without explaining how it got there. Let us return then to our original conception of Satchidananda, and see whether on that foundation a completer solution is not possible. We must first make it clear to ourselves that just as when we speak of universal consciousness, we mean something different from, more essential and wider than the waking mental consciousness of the human being. So also when we speak of universal delight of existence, we mean something different from, more essential, and wider than the ordinary emotional and sensational pleasure of the individual human creature. Pleasure, joy, and delight, as man uses the words, are limited and occasional movements which depend on certain habitual causes and emerge, like their opposites pain and grief, which are equally limited and occasional movements from a background other than themselves. Delight of being is universal, illimitable and self-existent, not dependent on particular causes, the background of all backgrounds, from which pleasure, pain, and other more neutral experiences emerge. When delight of being seeks to realize itself as delight of becoming, it moves in the movement of force, and itself takes different forms of movement, of which pleasure and pain are positive and negative currents. Subconscient in matter, superconscient beyond mind, this delight seeks in mind and life to realize itself by emergence in the becoming, in the increasing self-consciousness of the movement. Its first phenomena are dual and impure, move between the poles of pleasure and pain, but it aims at its self-revelation in the purity of the supreme delight of being, which is the self-existent and independent of objects and causes. Just as Satchidananda moves towards the realization of the universal existence in the individual and of the form-exceeding consciousness in the form of body and mind, so it moves toward the realization of universal, self-existent, and objectless delight in the flux of particular experience and objects. Those objects we now seek as stimulating cause a transient pleasure and satisfaction. Free, possessed of self, we shall not seek but shall possess them as reflectors rather than causes of delight which eternally exist. In the egoistic human being, the mental person emergent out of the dim shell of matter, delight of existence is neutral, semi-latent, still in the shadow of the subconscious, hardly more than a concealed soil of plenty, covered by desire, with a luxuriant growth of poisonous weeds and hardly less poisonous flowers, the pains and pleasures of our egoistic existence. When the divine conscious force working secretly in us has devoured these growths of desire, when in the image of the Rig Veda the fire of God has burnt up the shoots of earth, that which is concealed at the roots of these pains and pleasure, their cause and secret being, the sap of delight in them, will emerge in new forms not of desire, but of self-existent satisfaction, which will replace mortal pleasure by the immortal's ecstasy. And this transformation is possible because these growths of sensation and emotion are in their essential being, the pains no less than the pleasure, that delight of existence which they seek but fail to reveal. Fail because of division, ignorance of self and egoism. End of chapter. Chapter 12. Delight of Existence, the Solution. The name of that is the delight. As the delight, we must worship and seek after it. Kena Upanishad. In this conception of an inalienable underlying delight of existence, of all which outward or surface sensations are a positive, negative, or neutral play, waves and foaming of that infinite deep, we arrive at a true solution of the problem we are examining. The self of things is an infinite, indivisible existence. Of that existence, the essential nature or power is an infinite, imperishable force of self-conscious being. And of that self-consciousness, the essential nature or knowledge of itself is, again, an infinite, inalienable delight of being. In formlessness and in all forms, in the eternal awareness of infinite and indivisible being, and in the multiform appearances of finite division, this self-existence preserves perpetually its self-delight. As in the apparent inconscience of matter, our soul, growing out of its bondage to its own superficial habit and particular mode of self-conscious existence, discovers that infinite conscious force constant, immobile, brooding, so in the apparent non-sensation of matter, it comes to discover and attune itself to an infinite conscious delight, imperturbable, ecstatic, all-embracing. This delight is its own delight. This self is its own self in all. But to our ordinary view of self and things, which awakes and moves only upon surfaces, it remains hidden, profound, subconscious. And as it is within all forms, so it is within all experience, whether pleasant, painful, or neutral. Thereto hidden, profound, subconscious, it is that which enables and compels things to remain in existence. It is the reason of that clinging to existence, that overmastering will to be, translated vitally as the instinct of self-preservation, physically as the imperishability of matter, mentally as the sense of immortality which attends the formed existence through all its phases of self-development, and which even the occasional impulse of self-destruction is only a reverse form, an attraction to the other state of being, and a consequent recoil from present state of being. Delight is existence. Delight is the secret of creation. Delight is the root of birth. Delight is the cause of remaining existence. Delight is the end of birth, and that into which creation ceases. From Ananda, says the Upanishad, all existents are born. By Ananda they remain in being and increase. To Ananda they depart. As we look at these three aspects of essential being, one in reality, triune in our mental view, separable only in appearance, in the phenomena of the divided consciousness, we are able to put in their right place the divergent formula of the old philosophies, so that they unite and become one, ceasing from their age-long controversy. For if we regard world existence only in its appearance, and only in its relation to pure, infinite, indivisible, immutable existence, we are entitled to regard it, describe it, and realize it as Maya. Maya in its original sense meant a comprehending and containing consciousness, capable of embracing, measuring and limiting, and therefore formative. It is that which outlines, measures it, molds forms into formless, psychologicalizes and seems to make knowable the unknowable, geometricizes and seems to make measurable the limitless. Later the word came from its original sense of knowledge, skill, intelligence, to acquire a pejorative sense of cunning, fraud, or illusion, and it is in the figure of an enchantment or illusion that it is used by the philosophical systems. World is Maya. World is not unreal in the sense that it has no sort of existence, for even if it were only a dream of the self, still it would exist in it as a dream, real to it in the present, even while ultimately unreal. Nor ought we to say that world is unreal in the sense that it has no kind of eternal existence. For although particular worlds and particular forms may or do dissolve physically, and return mentally from the consciousness of manifestation into the non-manifestation, yet form in itself, world in itself are eternal. From the non-manifestation they return inevitably into manifestation. They have an eternal recurrence, if not an eternal persistence, an eternal immutability in sum and foundation, along with an eternal mutability in aspect and operation. Nor have we any surety that there ever was or ever will be a period in time when no form of universe, no play of being is represented to itself in the eternal conscious being, but only an intuitive perception that the world that we know can and does appear from that and return into it perpetually. Still, world is Maya, because it is not the essential truth of infinite existence, but only a creation of self-conscious being, not a creation in the void, not a creation in nothing and out of nothing, but in the eternal truth and out of the eternal truth of that self-being. Its continent, originant, and substance are the essential real existence. Its forms are mutable formations of that to its own conscious perception, determined by its own creative conscious force. They are capable of manifestation, capable of non-manifestation, capable of other manifestation. We may, if we choose, call them therefore illusions of the infinite consciousness, thus audaciously flinging back a shadow of our mental sense of subjection to error and incapacity upon that which, being greater than mind, is beyond subjection to falsehood and illusion. But seeing that the essence and substance of existence is not a lie, and that all errors and deformations of our divided consciousness represent some truth of the indivisible, self-conscious existence, we can only say that the world is not essential truth of that, but phenomenal truth of its free multiplicity and infinite superficial mutability, and not truth of its fundamental and immutable unity. If, on the other hand, we look at world existence in relation to consciousness only, and to force of consciousness, we may regard, describe, and realize it as a movement of force obeying some secret will, or else some necessity imposed on it by the very existence of the consciousness that possesses or regards it. It is then the play of prakriti, the executive force to satisfy Purusha, the regarding and enjoying conscious being, or it is the play of Purusha reflected in the movements of force, and with them identifying himself. World, then, is the play of the mother of things moved to cast herself forever into infinite forms and avid of eternally outpouring experience. Again, if we look at world existence rather in its relation to the self-delight of eternally existent being, we may regard, describe, and realize it as Leela, the play, the child's joy, the poet's joy, the actor's joy, the mechanic's joy of the soul of things eternally young, perpetually inexhaustible, creating and recreating himself in himself for the sheer bliss of that self-creation, of that self-representation. Himself the play, himself the player, himself the playground. These three generalizations of the play of existence in its relation to the eternal and stable, the immutable Satchidananda, starting from these three conceptions of Maya, Prakriti, and Leela, and representing themselves in our philosophical systems of mutually contradictory philosophies, are in reality perfectly consistent with each other, complementary and necessary in their totality to an integral view of life of the world. The world of which we are a part in is most obvious view a movement of force, but that force, when we penetrate its appearance, proves to be a constant and yet always mutable rhythm of creative consciousness casting up, projecting itself phenomenal truth of its own infinite and eternal being. And this rhythm is its own essence, cause and purpose of play of the infinite delight of being, ever busy with its own innumerable self-representations. This triple or triune view must be the starting point for all our understanding of the universe. Since then, eternal and immutable delight of being, moving out into infinite and variable delight of becoming, is the root of the whole matter. We have to conceive one indivisible conscious being behind all experience supporting them, by its inalienable delight, and affecting it by its movement the variations of pleasure, pain, and neutral indifference in our sensational existence. That is our real self. The mental being subject to the triple vibration can only be a representation of our real self put in front for the purpose of that sensational experience of things, which is a first rhythm of our divided consciousness in its response and reaction to the multiple contacts of the universe. It is an imperfect response, a tangled and discordant rhythm preparing and preluding the full and unified play of the conscious being in us. It is not the true and perfect symphony that may be ours if we can once enter into symphony with the one in all variations, and attune ourselves to the absolute and universal diapason. If this view be right, then certain consequences inevitably impose themselves. In the first place, since in our depth we ourselves are that one, since in the reality of our being we are the indivisible all-consciousness, and therefore the inalienable all-bliss, the disposition of our sensational experience in the three vibrations of pain, pleasure, and indifference can only be a superficial arrangement created by that limited part of ourselves which is uppermost in our waking consciousness. Behind there must be something in us, much vaster, profounder, truer than the superficial consciousness, which takes delight impartially in all experiences. It is that delight which secretly supports the superficial mental being, and enables it to persevere through all labors, suffering, and ordeal in the agitated movement of the becoming. That which we call ourselves is only a trembling ray on the surface, Behind is all the vast subconscient, the vast superconscient, profiting by all these surface experiences, and imposing them on its external self, which it exposes as a sort of sensitive covering to the contacts of the world. Itself veiled, it receives these contacts and assimilates them into the value of a truer, a more profounder, a mastering and creative experience. Out of its depth, it returns them to the surface in forms of strength, character, knowledge, impulsion, whose roots are mysterious to us, because our mind moves and quivers on the surface, and has not learned to concentrate itself and live in the depths. In our ordinary life, this truth is hidden from us, or only dimly glimpsed at times, or imperfectly held and conceived. But if we learn to live within, we infallibly awaken to this present within, which is our more real self, a presence profound, calm, joyous, and puissant, of which the world is not the master. A presence which, if it is not the Lord himself, is the radiation of the Lord within. We are aware of it within, supporting and helping the apparent and superficial self, and smiling at its pleasures and pains, at the error and passion of a little child. And if we can go back into ourselves and identify ourselves, not with our superficial experience, but with that radiant numbra of the divine, we can live in that attitude towards the contact of the world, standing back in our entire consciousness from the pleasure and pain of the body, vital being and mind, possess them as experiences whose nature, being superficial, does not touch or impose itself on our core and real being. In the entirely expressive Sanskrit term, there is an Anandamaya behind the Manomaya, a vast bliss self behind the limited mental self, and the latter is only a shadowy image and disturbed reflection of the former. The truth of ourself lies within and not on the surface. Again, this triple vibration of pleasure, pain, indifference, being superficial, having an arrangement and result of our imperfect evolution, can have it in no sense absoluteness, no necessity. There is no real obligation on us to return to a particular contact, a particular response or pleasure, pain, or neutral reaction. There is only an obligation of habit. We feel pleasure or pain in a particular contact because that is the habit our nature has formed, because that is the constant relation the recipient has established with the contact. It is within our competence to return quite the opposite response. Pleasure where we used to have pain, pain where we used to have pleasure. It is equally within our competence to accustom the superficial being, to return instead of the mechanical reactions of pleasure, pain, and indifference, that free reply of inalienable delight, which is a constant experience of the true and vast bliss self within us. And this is a greater conquest, a still deeper and more complete self-possession than a glad and detached reception in the depths of the habitual reaction on the surface. For it is no longer a mere acceptance without subjection, a free acquiescence in imperfect values of experience, but enables us to convert imperfect into perfect, false into true values, the constant but veritable delight of the spirit in things taking the place of the dualities experienced by the mental being. In the things of the mind, this pure habitual relativity of the reactions of pleasure and pain is not difficult to perceive. The nervous being in us, indeed, is accustomed to a certain fixedness, a false impression of absoluteness in these things. To it, victory, success, honor, good fortune of all kinds are pleasant things in themselves, absolutely, and must produce joy as sugar must taste sweet. Defeat, failure, disappointment, disgrace, evil fortune of all kinds are unpleasant things in themselves, absolutely, and must produce grief as wormwood must taste bitter. To vary these responses is to be a departure from fact, abnormal and morbid. For the nervous being is a thing enslaved to habit, and in itself that means devised by nature for fixing constancy of reaction, sameness of experience, the settled scheme of man's relation to life. The mental being, on the other hand, is free, for it is the means she has devised for flexibility and variation, for change and progress. It is subject only so long as it chooses to remain subject, to dwell in one mental habit rather than in another, or so long as it allows itself to be dominated by its nervous instrument. It is not bound to be grieved by defeat, disgrace, loss. It can meet these things and all things with a perfect indifference. It can even meet them with a perfect gladness. Therefore man finds that the more he refuses to be dominated by his nerves and body, the more he draws back from implication of himself in his physical and vital parts, the greater is his freedom. He becomes the master of his own responses to the world's contacts, no longer the slave of external touches. In regard to physical pleasure and pain, it is more difficult to apply the universal truth, for this is the very domain of the nerves and the body, the center and seat of that in it which nature is to be dominated by external contact and external pressure. Even here, however, we have glimpses of the truth. We see it in the fact that according to the habit, the same physical contact can be either pleasurable or painful, not only to different individuals, but to the same individual under different conditions or at different stages of his development. We see it in the fact that men in periods of great excitement or high exaltation remain physically indifferent to pain, or unconscious of pain under contacts which ordinarily would inflict severe torture or suffering. In many cases, it is only when the nerves are able to reassert themselves and remind the mentality of its habitual obligation to suffer, and that sense of suffering returns. But this return to the habitual obligation is not inevitable. It is only habitual. We see that in the phenomena of hypnosis, not only can the hypnotized subject be successfully forbidden to feel the pain of a wound or puncture when in the abnormal state, but can be prevented with equal success from returning to his habitual reaction of suffering when he is awakened. The reason of this phenomena is perfectly simple. It is because the hypnotizer suspends the habitual waking consciousness, which is a slave of nervous habits, and is able to appeal to the subliminal mental being in the depths, the inner mental being who is master, if he wills, of the nerves of the body. But this freedom, which is effected by hypnosis abnormally, rapidly, without true possession, by an alien will, may equally be won normally, gradually, with true possession, by one's own will, so as to effect partially or completely a victory of the mental being over the habitual nervous reactions of the body. Pain of mind and body is a device of nature, that is to say, of force in her works, meant to subserve a definite transitional end in her upward evolution. The world is from the point of view of the individual a play and complex shock of multitudinous forces. In the midst of this complex play, the individual stands as a limited constructed being with a limited amount of force exposed to numberless shocks which may wound, maim, break up, or disintegrate the construction which he calls himself. Pain is in the nature of a nervous and physical recoil from a dangerous or harmful contact. It is a part of what the Upanishad calls jugupsa, the shrinking of the limited being from that which is not himself, and not sympathetic or in harmony with himself, its impulse of self-defense against others. It is from this point of view an indication by nature of that which has to be avoided, or if not successfully avoided, has to be remedied. It does not come into being in the purely physical world so long as life does not enter into it. For till then mechanical methods are sufficient. Its office begins when life with its frailty and imperfect possession of matter enters onto the scene. It grows with the growth of mind in life. Its office continues so long as mind is bound in the life of body which it is using, dependent upon them for its knowledge and means of action, subjected to their limitations and to the egoistic impulses and aims which are born of those limitations. But if and when mind in man becomes capable of being free, unegoistic, in harmony with all other beings, and with the play of the universal forces, the use and office of suffering diminishes. Its reason to be must finally cease to be, and it can only continue as an atavism of nature, a habit that has survived its use, a persistence of the lower in the as yet imperfect organization of the higher. Its eventual elimination must be an essential point in the destined conquest of the soul over subjection to matter and egoistic limitation in mind. This elimination is possible because pain and pleasure themselves are currents, one imperfect and the other perverse, but still currents of the delight of existence. The reason for this imperfection and this perversion is the self-division of the being in his consciousness by measuring and limiting Maya, and in consequence an egoistic and piecemeal instead of a universal reception of contacts by the individual. For the universal soul, all things and all contacts of things carry in them an essence of delight best described by the Sanskrit aesthetic term rasa, which means at once sap or essence of a thing and its taste. It is because we do not seek the essence of the thing in its contact with us, but look only to the manner in which it affects our desires and fears, our cravings and shrinkings at grief and pain, imperfect and transient pleasure or indifference. That is to say, blank inability to seize the essence, are the forms taken by the rasa. If we could be entirely disinterested in mind and heart, and impose that detachment on the nervous being, the progressive elimination of these imperfect and perverse forms of rasa would be possible, and the true essential taste of the inalienable delight of existence in all its variation would be within our reach. We attain to something of this capacity for variable but universal delight in the aesthetic reception of things as represented by art and poetry, so that we enjoy there the rasa or taste of the sorrowful, the terrible, even the horrible or repellent. And the reason is because we are detached, disinterested, not thinking of ourselves or of self-defense, jugupsa, but only of the thing and its essence. Certainly, this aesthetic reception of contacts is not a precise image or reflection of the pure delight, which is supramental and super-aesthetic, for the latter would eliminate sorrow, terror, horror, and disgust with their cause, while the former admits them. But it represents partially and imperfectly one stage of the progressive delights of the universal soul in things, in its manifestation, and admits us in one part of our nature to the detachment from egoistic sensation, and that universal attitude through which the one soul sees harmony and beauty, where we divided beings experience rather chaos and discord. The full liberation can come to us only by a smaller liberation in all our parts. The universal aesthesis, the universal standpoint of knowledge, the universal detachment from all things, and yet sympathy with all in our nervous and emotional being. Since the nature of suffering is a failure of the conscious force in us to meet the shocks of existence, and a consequent shrinking and contraction, and its root in an inequality of that receptive and possessing force, due to our self-limitation by egoism, consequent on the ignorance of our true self, of Satchidananda, the elimination of suffering must first proceed by the substitution of titiksa, the facing, enduring, and consequent of all shocks of existence, for jugupsa, the shrinking and contraction. By this endurance and conquest we proceed to an equality which may be either an equal indifference to all contacts or an equal gladness in all contacts. And this equality again must find a firm foundation in the substitution of the Satchidananda consciousness, which is all bliss for the ego consciousness which enjoys and suffers. The Satchidananda consciousness may be transcendent of the universe and aloof from it, and to this state of distant bliss the path is equal indifference. It is the path of the ascetic. Or the Satchidananda consciousness may be at once transcendent and universal, and to this state of present and all-embracing bliss the path is surrender and loss of the ego in the universal and possession of the all-pervading equal delight. It is the path of the ancient Vedic sages. But neutrality to the imperfect touches of pleasure and the perverse touches of pain is the first direct and natural result of the soul's self-discipline, and the conversion to equal delight can, usually, come only afterwards. The direct transformation of the triple vibrations into Ananda is possible but less easy to the human being. Such then is the view of the universe which arises out of the integral Vedantic affirmation. An infinite, indivisible existence, all blissful in its pure self-consciousness, moves out of its foundation and fundamental purity into the varied play of forces, that is consciousness. into the movement of prakriti, which is the play of Maya. The delight of its existence is at first self-gathered, absorbed, subconscious in the basis of the physical universe, then emergent in a great mass of neutral movement, which is not yet what we call sensation, then further emergent with the growth of mind and ego in the triple vibration of pain, pleasure, and indifference, originating from the limitation of the force of consciousness in the form and from its exposure to shocks of the universal force, which it finds alien to it and out of harmony with its own measure and standard. Finally, the conscious emergence of the full Satchidananda in its creation by universality, by equality, by self-possession and the conquest of nature. This is the course and movement of the world. If it then be asked why the one existence should take delight in such a movement, the answer lies in the fact that all possibilities are inherent in its infinity, and that the delight of existence, in its mutable beginning, not in its immutable being, lies precisely in the variable realization of its possibilities. And the possibility worked out here in the universe of which we are a part begins from the concealment of Satchidananda in that which seems to be its own opposite, and its self-finding even amid the terms of that opposite. Infinite being loses itself in the appearance of non-being, and emerges in the appearance of a finite soul. Infinite consciousness loses itself in the appearance of a vast indeterminate inconscience, and emerges in the appearance of a superficial, limited consciousness. Infinite self-sustaining. Force loses itself in the appearance of a chaos of atoms, and emerges in the appearance of the insecure balance of the world. Infinite delight loses itself in the appearance of an insensible matter, and emerges in the appearance of a discordant rhythm of varied pain, pleasure, and neutral feeling, love, hatred, and indifference. Infinite unity loses itself in the appearance of a chaos of multiplicity, and emerges in a discord of forces and beings which seek to recover unity by possessing, dissolving, and devouring each other. In this creation, the real Satchidananda has to emerge. Man, the individual, has to become and to live as a universal being. His limited mental consciousness has to widen to the superconscient unity in which each embraces all. His narrow heart has to learn the infinite embrace and replace its lusts and discords by universal love, and his restricted vital being to become equal to the whole shock of the universe upon it and capable of universal delight. His very physical being has to know itself as no separate entity, but as one with and sustaining in itself the whole flow of the indivisible force, that is, all things. His whole nature has to reproduce in the individual the unity, the harmony, the oneness in all of the supreme existent conscious bliss. Through all this play, the secret reality is always one and the same delight of existence, the same in the delight of the subconscious sleep before the emergence of the individual, in the delight of the struggle and all the verities, vicissitudes, perversions, conversions, reversions of the effort to find itself amid the mazes of the half-conscious dream, of which the individual is the center, and in the delight of the eternal superconscient self-possession, into which the individual must wake, and there become one with the indivisible Satchidananda. This is the play of the One, the Lord, the All, as it reveals itself to our liberated and enlightened knowledge, from the conceptive standpoint of this material universe. End of chapter. Chapter 13, the Divine Maya. Verse: By the names of the Lord and hers they shaped and measured the force of the Mother of Light. Wearing might after might of that force as a robe, the lords of Maya shaped out form in this being. The masters of Maya shaped all by his Maya. The fathers who have divine vision set him within as the child that is to be born. Rig Veda. Existence that acts and creates by the power and from the pure delight of its conscious being is the reality that we are, the self of all our mods and moods, the cause, object, and goal of all our doing, becoming, and creating. As the poet, Artist and musician, when he creates, does really nothing but develop some potentiality in his unmanifested self into a form of manifestation, and as the thinker, statesman, mechanist only brings out into shape of things that which lie hidden in themselves, was themselves, is still themselves when it is cast into form. So it is with the world and the eternal. All creation or becoming is nothing but this self-manifestation. Out of the seed there evolves that which is already in the seed, pre-existent in being, predestined in its will to become, prearranged in the delight of becoming. The original plasm held in itself in force of being the resultant organism. For it is always that secret, burdened, self-knowing force which labors under its own irresistible impulse to manifest the form of itself with which it is charged. Only the individual who creates or develops out of himself makes a distinction between himself, the force that works in him, and the material in which he works. In reality, the force is himself, the individualized consciousness which is instrumentalizing in himself. The material which it uses in himself, the resultant form, is himself. In other words, it is one existence, one force, one delight of being, which concentrates itself at various points, says of each, "This is I," and works in it by a various play of self-force for a various play of self-formation. What it produces is itself, and can be nothing other than itself. It is working out a play, a rhythm, a development of its own existence, force of consciousness and delight of being. Therefore, whatever comes into the world seeks nothing but this, to be, to arrive at the intended form, to enlarge its self-existence in that form, to develop, manifest, increase, realize infinitely the consciousness and the power that is in it, to have the delight of coming into manifestation, the delight of the form of being, the delight of the rhythm of consciousness, the delight of the play of forces, and to aggrandize and perfect that delight by whatever means is possible, in whatever direction, through whatever idea of itself may be suggested to it by the existence, the conscious force, the delight active within its deepest being. And if there is any goal, any completeness towards which things tend, it can only be the completeness in the individual and the whole which the individuals constitute, of its self-existence, of its power and consciousness, and of its delight of being. But such completeness is not possible in the individual consciousness concerned within the limits of the individual formation. Absolute completeness is not feasible in the finite because it is alien to the self-conception of the finite. Therefore, the only final goal possible is the emergence of the infinite consciousness in the individual. It is his recovery of the truth of himself by self-knowledge and by self-realization, the truth of the infinite in being, the infinite in consciousness, the infinite in delight reposed as his own self and reality, of which the finite is only a mask and an instrument for various expression. Thus, by the very nature of the world play, as it has been realized by Satchidananda in the vastness of his existence, extended as space and time, we have to conceive first of an involution and a self-absorption of conscious being into the density and infinite divisibility of substance, for otherwise there can be no finite variation. Next, an emergence of the self-imprisoned force into formal being, living being, thinking being, and finally a release of the form thinking being into the free realization of itself as the one and the infinite at play in the world, and by the release its recovery of the boundless existent consciousness bliss that even now is secretly, really and eternally. This triple movement is the whole key of the world enigma. It is so that the ancient and eternal truth of Vedanta receives into itself and illuminates, justifies, and shows us all the meaning of the modern and phenomenal truth of evolution in the universe. And it is so only that this modern truth of evolution, which is the old truth of the universal developing itself successfully in time, seen opaquely through the study of force and matter, can find its own full sense and justification, by illuminating itself with the light of the ancient and eternal truth still preserved for us in the Vedantic scriptures. To this mutual self-discovery and self-illumination by the fusion of the old Eastern and the new Western knowledge, the thought of the world is already turning. Still, when we have found that all things are Satchidananda, all has not yet been explained. We know the reality of the universe. We do not yet know the process by which that reality has turned itself into this phenomena. We have the key of the riddle. We have still to find the lock in which it will turn. For this existence, conscious force, delight does not work directly or with a sovereign irresponsibly like a magician, building up worlds and universe by the mere fiat of its word. We perceive a process. We are aware of a law. It is true that this law, when we analyze it, seems to resolve itself into an equilibrium of the play of forces, and a determination of that play into fixed lines of working, by the accident of development and the habit of past realized energy. But this apparent and secondary truth is final to us only so long as we conceive a force solely. When we perceive that force is a self-expression of existence, we are bound to perceive also that this line which force has taken corresponds to some self-truth of that existence which governs and determines its constant curve and destination. And since consciousness is the nature of the original existence and the essence of its force, this truth must be a self-perception in conscious being, and this determination of the line taken by force must result from a power of self-directive knowledge inherent in consciousness, which enables it to guide its own force inevitably along the logical line of the original self-perception. It is then a self-determining power in universal consciousness, a capacity and self-awareness of infinite existence to perceive a certain truth in itself, and direct its force of creation along the line of that truth, which is presided over the cosmic manifestation. But why would we interpose any special power or faculty between the infinite consciousness itself and the result of its working? May not this self-awareness of the infinite range freely, creating forms which afterwards remain in place so long as there is not the fiat that bids them cease? Even as the old Semitic revelation tells us, God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. But when we see, God said, "Let there be light," we assume the act of a power of consciousness which determines light out of everything else that is not light. And when we say, "And there was light," we presume a directing faculty, an active power corresponding to the original perceptive power, which brings out the phenomena, and working out light according to the line of the original perception, prevents it from being overpowered by all the infinite possibilities at that other than itself. Infinite consciousness in its infinite action can produce only infinite results. To settle upon a fixed truth or order of truth and build a world in conformity with that which is fixed demands a selective faculty of knowledge commissioned to shape finite appearance out of an infinite reality. This power was known to the Vedic seers by the name of Maya. Maya meant for them the power of infinite consciousness to comprehend, contain in itself and measure out. That is to say, to form, for form is delimitation. Name and shape out of the vast illimitable truth of infinite existence. It is by Maya that static truth of essential being becomes ordered truth of active being. Or to put it in a more metaphysical language, out of the supreme being in which all is all without barrier or separative consciousness emerges the phenomenal being in which all is in each and each is in all for the play of existence with existence, consciousness with consciousness, force with force, delight with delight. This play of all and each in all is concealed at first from us by the mental play or the illusion of Maya, which persuades each that he is in all, but not all in him, and that he is in all as a separate being, not as a being always inseparably one with the rest of existence. Afterwards, we have to emerge from this error into the supramental play or the truth of Maya, where the each and the all coexist in the inseparably unity of the one truth and the multiple symbol. The lower, present, and deluding mental Maya has first to be embraced, then to be overcome, for it is God's play with division and darkness and limitation, desire and strife and suffering, in which he subjects himself to the force that has come out of himself, and by her obscures suffers himself to be obscured. That other Maya, concealed by this mental, has to be overpassed, then embraced, for it is God's play of the infinities of existence, the splendors of knowledge, the glories of force mastered, and the ecstasies of love illimitable, where he emerges out of the hold of force, holds her instead, and fulfills in her, illumined, for that which she went out from him at the first. This distinction between the lower and the higher Maya is the link in thought and in cosmic fact which the pessimistic and illusionist philosophies miss or neglect. To them the mental Maya, or perhaps an overmind, is the creatrix of the world, and a world created by mental Maya would indeed be an inexplicable paradox, and a fixed yet floating nightmare of conscious existence, which could neither be classed as an illusion nor as a reality. We have to see that the mind is only an intermediate term between the creative governing knowledge and the soul imprisoned in its work. Satchidananda, involved by one of his lower movements in the self-oblivious absorption of force that is lost in the form of her own workings, returns towards himself out of the self-oblivion. Mind is only one of his instruments in the descent and the ascent. It is an instrument of the descending creation, not the secret creatix, a transitional stage in the ascent, not our high original source, and the consummate term of cosmic existence. The philosophies which recognize mind alone as the creator of the worlds or accept an original principle with mind as the only mediator between it and the forms of the universe may be divided into the purely nominal and the idealistic. The purely nominal recognize in the cosmos only the work of the mind, thought, idea. But idea may be purely arbitrary and have no essential relation to any real truth of existence. Such truth, if it exists, may be regarded as a mere absolute, aloof from all relations and irreconcilable with the world of relations. The idealistic interpretation supposes a relation between the truth behind the conceptive phenomena in front, a relation which is not merely that of antinomy and opposition. The view I am presenting goes farther in idealism. It sees the creative idea as real idea, that is to say, a power of conscious force expressive of real being, born out of a real being and partaking of its nature, and neither a child or the void nor a weaver of fictitious. It is conscious reality throwing itself into mutable forms of its own imperishable and immutable substance. The world is therefore not a figment of conception in the universal mind, but a conscious birth of that which is beyond mind into form of itself. A truth of consciousness, being supports these forms and expresses itself in them, and the knowledge corresponding to the truths thus expressed reigns as a supramental truth consciousness, organizing real ideas into a perfect harmony before they are cast into the mental, vital, material mold. Mind, life, and body are an inferior consciousness and a partial expression which strives to arrive in the mold of a various evolution at that superior expression of itself already existent to the beyond mind. That which is in the beyond mind is the ideal with its own condition in its laboring to realize. From our ascending point of view, we may say that the real is behind all that exists. It expresses itself intermediately in its ideal, which is harmonized truth of itself. The ideal throws out a phenomenal reality of variable conscious being, which inevitably drawn towards its own essential reality, tries at last to recover it entirely, whether by a violent leap or normally through the ideal which put it forth. It is this that explains the imperfect reality of human existence as seen by the mind, the instinctive aspiration in the mental being towards a perfectibility ever beyond itself, towards the concealed harmony of the ideal, and the supreme surge of the spirit beyond the ideal to the transcendental. The very facts of our consciousness, its constitution and its necessity presuppose such a triple order. They negate the dual and irreconcilable antithesis of a mere absolute to a mere relativity. Mind is not sufficient to explain existence in the universe. Infinite consciousness must first translate itself into infinite faculty of knowledge, or as we call it from our point of view, omniscience. But mind is not a faculty of knowledge, nor an instrument of omniscience. It is a faculty for the seeking of knowledge, for expressing as much as it can gain of it its certain forms of a relative thought, and for using it towards certain capacities of action. Even when it finds, it does not possess. It only keeps a certain fund of current coin of truth, not truth itself. For mind is that which does not know, which tries to know, and which never knows except as in a glass darkly. It is the power which interprets truth of universal existence for the practical use of a certain order of things. It is not the power which knows and guides that existence, and therefore it cannot be the power which created or manifested it. But if we suppose an infinite mind, we would be free for our limitations, that at least might be well the creator of the universe. But such a mind would be something quite different from the definition of mind as we know it. It would be something beyond mentality. It would be the supramental truth, an infinite mind constituted in the terms of mentality, as we know it could only create an infinite chaos, a vast clash of chance, accident, vicissitude, wanderings towards an indeterminable end, after which it would be always tentatively groping and aspiring. An infinite, omniscient, omnipotent mind would not be a mind at all, but supramental knowledge. Mind as we know it is a reflective mirror which receives presentations or images of pre-existent truth or fact, either external to, or at least vaster than itself. It represents to itself from moment to moment the phenomena that is or has been. It possesses also the faculty of constructing in itself possible images other than those of the actual fact presented to it. That is to say, it represents to itself not only phenomena that has been, but also phenomena that may be. It cannot, be it noted, represent to itself phenomena that assuredly will be, except when it is assured repetition of what it is or has been. It has finally the faculty of forecasting new modifications which it seeks to construct out of the meeting of what has been and what may be, out of the fulfilled possibility and the unfulfilled, something that it sometimes succeeds in constructing more or less exactly, sometimes fails to realize, but usually finds cast in other forms than it forecasted and turned to other ends than it desired or intended. An infinite mind of this character might possibly construct an accidental cosmos of conflicting possibilities, and it might shape into it something shifting, something always transient, something ever uncertain in its drift, neither real nor unreal, possessed of no definite end or aim, but only an endless succession of momentary aims leading, since there is no superior directing power of knowledge, eventually no whither. Nihilism or illusionism, or some kindred philosophy, is the only logical conclusion of such a pure nominalism. The cosmos so constructed would be a presentation or reflection of something not itself, but always into the end of a false presentation, a distorted reflection. All cosmic existence would be a mind struggling to work out fully its imagination, but not succeeding, because they have no imperative, basis of self-truth, overpowered and carried forward by the stream of its own past energies. It would be borne onward indeterminately forever, without issues, unless it until and can either slay itself or fall into an eternal stillness. That trace to its roots is nihilism and illusionism, and it is the only wisdom if we suppose that our human mentality, or anything at all like it, represents the highest cosmic force and the original conception at work in the universe. But the moment we find in the original power of knowledge a higher force than that which is represented by our human mentality, this conception of the universe becomes insufficient and therefore invalid. It has its truth, but it is not the whole truth. It is law of the immediate appearance of the universe, but not of its original truth and ultimate fact. For we perceive behind the action of mind, life, and body something that is not embraced in the stream of force, but embraces and controls it, something that is not born into the world which it seeks to interpret, but has created in its being a world of which it is the omniscience, something that does not labor perpetually to form something else out of itself, while it drifts in the overmastering surge of past energies it can no longer control, but is already in its consciousness a perfect form of itself, and is here gradually unfolding it. The world expresses a foreseen truth, obeys a predetermining will, realizes an original formative self-vision. It is the growing image of a divine creation. So long as we work only through the mentality governed by appearances, this something beyond and behind, and yet always immanent, can be only an inference or a presence vaguely felt. We perceive a law of cyclic progress and infer an ever-increasing perfection of somewhat that is somewhere foreknown. For everywhere we see law founded in self-being, and when we penetrate within it the rationale of its process, we find that law is the expression of an innate knowledge, a knowledge inherent in the existence, which is expressing itself and implied in the force that expresses it. The law developed by knowledge so as to allow of progression implies a divinely seen goal towards which the motion is directed. We see, too, that our reason seeks to emerge out of and dominate that helpless drift of our mentality, and we arrive at the perception that reason is only a messenger, a representative or a shadow of a greater consciousness beyond itself, which does not need to reason because it is all and knows all it is. And we can then pass to the inference that this source of reason is identical with the knowledge that acts as law in the world. This knowledge determines its own law sovereignly because it knows what has been, is and will be, and it knows because it is eternally and infinitely cognizes itself. Being that is infinite consciousness that is omnipotent force. When it makes a world, that is to say, a harmony of itself, its object of consciousness becomes sizable by our thought as a cosmic existence that knows its own truth and realizes and forms that which it knows. But it is only when we cease to reason and go deep into ourselves, into that secrecy where the activity of mind is stilled, that this other consciousness becomes really manifest to us, however imperfectly owing to our long habit of mental reaction and mental limitation. Then we can know surely, in an increasing illumination, that which we had uncertainly conceived by the pale and flickering light of reason. Knowledge waits seated beyond mind and intellectual reasoning, throned in the luminous vast of illimitable self-vision. End of chapter. Chapter 14, The Supermind as Creator. Verse, All things are self-deployings of the divine knowledge. Vishnu Purana. A principle of active will and knowledge, superior to mind and creatrix of the worlds, is then the intermediary power and state of being between that self-possession of the one and this flux of the many. This principle is not entirely alien to us. It does not belong solely and incommunicably to a being who is entirely other than ourselves, or to a state of existence from which we are mysteriously projected in a birth, but also rejected and unable to return. If it seems to us to be seated on heights far above us, yet are they the heights of our own being and accessible to our own tread. We can not only infer and glimpse the truth, but we are capable of realizing it. We may, by progressive expanding or a sudden luminous self-transcendence, mount up to these summits in unforgettable moments or dwell on them during hours or days of greatest superhuman experience. When we descend again, there are doors of communication which we can keep always open or reopen even though they should constantly shut. But to dwell there permanently on this last and highest summit of the created and creative being is in the end the supreme ideal for our evolving human consciousness when it seeks not self-annulment, but self-perfection. For as we have seen, this is the original idea and the final harmony and truth, to which our gradual self-expression in the world returns, and which it is meant to achieve. Still, we may doubt whether it is possible, now or at all, to give any account of this state to the human intellect, or to utilize in any communicable and organizable way its divine workings for the elevation of our human knowledge and action. The doubt does not arise solely from the rarity or dubiety of any known phenomena that would betray a human working of this divine faculty, or from the remoteness which separates this action from the experience and verifiable knowledge of ordinary humanity. It is strongly suggested also by the apparent contradiction in both essence and operation between human mentality and the divine supermind. And certainly, if this consciousness had no relation at all to mind, nor anywhere any identity with the mental being, it would be quite impossible to give any account of it to our human notions. Or if it were in its nature only vision in knowledge, and not at all dynamic power of knowledge, we could hope to attain by its contact a beatific state of mental illumination, but not a greater light and a power for the works of the world. But since this consciousness is creatrix of the world, it must be not only a state of knowledge, but power of knowledge, and not only a will to light and vision, but a will to power and works. And since mind, too, is created out of it, mind must be a development by limitation out of this primal faculty and this mediatory act of the supreme consciousness, and must therefore be capable of resolving itself back into through a reverse development by expansion. For always mind must be identical with supermind, in essence, and conceal in itself the potentiality of supermind, however different or even contrary it may become in its actual forms and settled modes of operation. It may not then be an irrational and unprofitable attempt to strive by the method of comparison and contrast towards some idea of supermind from the standpoint and in the terms of an intellectual knowledge. The idea, the terms may well be inadequate, and yet still serve as a finger of light pointing onward on a way which to some distance at least we may tread. Moreover, is it possible for mind to rise beyond itself in certain heights or planes of consciousness which receive into themselves some modified light or power of the supramental consciousness, and know that, by illumination, intuition, or a direct contact or experience, although to live in it and see and act from it is a victory that has not yet been made humanly possible? At first we may pause a moment and ask ourselves whether no light can be found from the past which will guide us towards these ill-explored domains. We need a name and we need a starting point, for we have called this state of consciousness the supermind. But the word is ambiguous, since it may be taken in the sense of mind itself supereminent, and lifted above ordinary mentality, but not radically changed. Or on the contrary, it may bear the sense of all that is beyond mind, and therefore assume a too extensive comprehensiveness, which would bring in even the ineffable itself. A subsidiary description is required, which will more accurately limit its significance. It is the cryptic verses of the Veda that help us here, for they contain, though concealed, the gospel of the divine and immortal supermind, and through the veil some illuminating flashes come to us. We can see through these utterances the conception of the supermind as a vastness beyond the ordinary firmaments of our consciousness, in which truth of being is luminously one with all that expresses it, and assures inevitability, truth of vision, formulation, arrangement, word, act, and movement, and therefore truth, also of result of movement, result of action and expression, infallible ordinance of law. Vast all-comprehensiveness, luminous truth and harmony of being in that vastness, and not a vague chaos or self-lost obscurity. Truth of law and act and knowledge, expressive of that harmonious truth of being. There seems to be the essential terms of the Vedic description. The gods, who in their highest secret entity are powers of this supermind, born of it, seated in it as their proper home, are in their knowledge truth conscious, and in their action possessed of the seer will. Their conscious force turned towards work and creation is possessed and guided by a perfect and direct knowledge of the thing to be done, and its essence and its law. A knowledge which determines a wholly effective willpower that does not deviate or falter in its process or in its result, but expresses and fulfills spontaneity and inevitably in the act that which has been seen in the vision. Light is here one with force, the vibrations of knowledge with the rhythm of the will, and both are one, perfectly and without seeking, groping or effort, with the assured result. The divine nature has a double power, a spontaneous self-formulation and a self-arrangement which wells naturally out of the essence of the thing manifested and expresses its original truth, and a self-force of light inherent in the thing itself, and the source of its spontaneous and inevitable self-arrangement. There are subordinate but important details. The Vedic seers seem to speak of two primary faculties of the truth-conscious soul. They are sight and hearing, by which is intended direct operations of an inherent knowledge describable as truth vision and truth audition, and reflected from far off in our human mentality by the faculties of revelation and inspiration. Besides, a distinction seems to be made in the operations of the supermind between knowledge by a comprehending and pervading consciousness, which is very near to subjective knowledge, by identity, and knowledge by a projecting, confronting, apprehending consciousness, which is the beginning of objective cognition. These are the Vedic clues, and we may accept from this ancient experience the subsidiary term truth consciousness, to delimit the connotation of the more elastic phrase supermind. We see at once that such a consciousness, described by such characteristics, must be an intermediate formulation, which refers back to a term above it and forward to another below it. We see at the same time that it is evidently the link and means by which the inferior develops out of the superior, and should equally be the link and the means by which it may develop back again towards its source. The term above is the Unitarian or indivisible consciousness of pure Satchidananda, in which there are no separating distinctions. The term below is the analytical or dividing consciousness of mind, which can only now by separation and distinction, and has at most a vague and secondary apprehension of unity and infinity. For though it can synthesize its division, it cannot arrive at a true totality. Between them is this comprehensive and creative consciousness. By its power of pervading and intimately comprehending knowledge, the child of that self-awareness, by identity, which is poise of the Brahman, and by its power of projecting, confronting, apprehending knowledge parent of that awareness, by distinction, which is the process of the mind. Above, the formula of the one eternally stable and immutable. Below, the formula of the many, which, eternally mutable, seeks but hardly finds in the flux of things a firm and immutable standing point, between the seat of all trinities, and all that is biune, of all that becomes many in one, and yet remains one in many, because it was originally, when it is always potentially many. This intermediary term is therefore the beginning and end of all creation and arrangement. The Alpha and the Omega, the starting point of all differentiation, the instrument of all unification, originative, executive, and consummative of all realized and realizable harmonies. It has the knowledge of the one, but is able to draw out of the one its hidden multitudes. It manifests the many, but does not lose itself in their differentiation. And shall we not say that its very existence points back to something beyond our supreme perception of the ineffable unity? Something ineffable and mentally inconceivable, not because of its unity and individuality, but because of its freedom from even those formulations of our mind. Something beyond both unity and multiplicity. That would be the utter absolute and real, which yet justifies to us both our knowledge of God and our knowledge of the world. But these terms are large and difficult to grasp. Let us come to precisions. We speak of the one as Satchidananda, but in the very description we posit three entities and unite them to arrive at a trinity. We say existence, consciousness, bliss, and then we say they are one. It is a process of the mind, but for the Unitarian consciousness such a process is inadmissible. Existence is consciousness, and there can be no distinction between them. Consciousness is bliss, and there can be no distinction between them. And since there is not even this differentiation, there can be no world. If that is the sole reality, then world is not and never existed, can never have been conceived. For indivisible consciousness is undividing consciousness and cannot originate division and differentiation. But this is a reductio ad absurdum. We cannot admit it unless we are content to base everything upon an impossible paradox and an unreconciled antithesis. On the other hand, mind can conceive with precision divisions as real. It can conceive a synthetic totality or the finite extending itself indefinitely. It can grasp aggregates of divided things and the sameness underlying them. But the ultimate unity and absolute infinity are to its consciousness of things abstract notions and unseizable quantities, not something that is real to its grasp, much less something that is alone real. Here is therefore the very opposite term to the Unitarian consciousness. We have confronting the essential and indivisible unity, an essential multiplicity which cannot arrive at unity without abolishing itself and in the very act confessing that it could never really have existed. Yet it was, for it is this that has found unity and abolished itself. And again we have a reductio ad absurdum, repeating the violent paradox which seeks to convince thought by stunning it, and the irreconciled and irreconcilable antithesis. The difficulty, in its lower term, disappears if we realize that mind is only a preparatory form of our consciousness. Mind is an instrument of analysis and synthesis, but not of essential knowledge. Its function is to cut out something vaguely from the unknown thing in itself, and call this measurement or delimitation of it the whole, and again to analyze the whole into its part, which it regards as separate mental objects. It is only the parts and accidents that the mind can see definitely, and after its own fashion know. Of the whole its only definite idea is an assemblage of parts or a totality of properties and accidents. The whole not seen as a part of something else, or in its own parts. Properties and accidents is to the mind no more than a vague perception. Only when it is analyzed and put by itself as a separate constituted object, a totality in a larger totality, can mind say to itself, "This now I know." And really it does not know. It knows only its own analysis of the object and the idea it has formed of it, by a synthesis of the separate parts and properties that it has seen. There its characteristic power, its sure function ceases, and if you would have a greater, a profounder, and a real knowledge, a knowledge and not an intense but formless sentiment, such as comes sometimes to certain deep but inarticulate parts of our mentality, mind has to make room for another consciousness, which will fulfill mind by transcending it, or reverse and so rectify its operations after leaping beyond it. The summit of mental knowledge is only a vaulting board from which the leap can be taken. The utmost mission of mind is to train our obscure consciousness, which has emerged out of the dark prison of matter, to enlighten its blind instincts, random intuitions, vague perceptions, till it shall become capable of this greater light and this higher ascension. Mind is a passage, not a culmination. On the other hand, the Unitarian consciousness, or indivisible unity, cannot be that impossible entity, a thing without contents, out of which all contents have issued, and to which they disappear and become annihilated. It must be an original self-concentration, in which all is contained, but in another manner than in this temporal and spatial manifestation. That which has thus concentrated itself is utterly ineffable and inconceivable existence, which the nihilist images to his mind as a negative void of all that we know and are, but the transcendentalist with equal reason may imagine to his mind as the positive but indistinguishable reality of all that we know and are. In the beginning, says the Vedanta, was the one existence without a second. But before and after the beginning, now forever and beyond time, is that which we cannot describe, even as the one, even when we say that nothing but that is. What we can be aware of is, first, its original self-concentration, which we endeavor to realize as the indivisible one. Secondly, the diffusion and apparent disintegration of all that was concentrated in its unity, which is the mind's conception of the universe. And thirdly, its firm self-extension in the truth consciousness, which contains and upholds the diffusion, and prevents it from being a real disintegration, maintains unity in utmost diversity and stability in utmost mutability, insists on harmony in the appearance of all-pervading strife and collision, keeps eternal cosmos where mind would arrive only at a chaos, eternally attempting to form itself. That is the supermind, the truth consciousness, the real idea which knows itself and all that it becomes. Supermind is the vast extension of the Brahman that contains and develops. By the idea it develops the triune principle of existence, consciousness and bliss, out of their indivisible unity. It differentiates them, but it does not divide. It establishes a trinity, not arriving like the mind from the three to the one, but manifesting the three out of the one. For it manifests and develops, and yet maintaining them in the unity, for it knows and contains. But the differentiation is able to bring forward one or other of them as the effective deity, which contains the others involved or explicit in itself, and this process it makes the foundation of all other differentiations. And it acts by the same operation on all the principles and possibilities, which it evolves out of this all-constituent trinity. It possesses the power of development, of evolution, of making explicit, and that power carries with it the other power of involution, or envelopment, of making implicit. In a sense, the whole of creation may be said to be a movement between two involutions: spirit in which all is involved, and out of which all evolves downward to the other pole of matter; matter in which also is involved, and out of which all evolves upward to the other pole of spirit. Thus the whole process of differentiation by the real idea creative of the universe is a putting forward of principles, forces, forms, which contains for the comprehending consciousness all the rest of existence within them, and front the apprehending consciousness with all the rest of existent implicit behind them. Therefore all is in each as well as each in all. Therefore every seed of thing implies in itself all the infinity of various possibilities, but is kept to one law of process and result by the will, that is to say, by the knowledge force of the conscious being, who is manifesting himself and who, sure of the idea in himself, predetermines by its own forms and movements. The seed is the truth of its own being, which thus self-existent sees in itself. The resultant of that seed of self-vision is the truth of self-action, the natural law of development, formation and functioning, which follows inevitably upon the self-vision and keeps to the processes involved in the original truth. All nature is simply, then, the seer will, the knowledge force of the conscious being at work, to evolve in force and form all the inevitable truth of the idea into which it has originally thrown itself. This conception of the idea points us to the essential contrast between our mental consciousness and the truth consciousness. We regard thought as a thing separate from existence, abstract, unsubstantial, different from reality, something which appears one knows not whence and detaches itself from objective reality in order to observe, understand, and judge it. For so it seems, and therefore is to all dividing, all analyzing mentality. The first business of mind is to render, discrete, to make fissures much more than to discern, and so it has made this paralyzing fissure between thought and reality. But in supermind, all being is consciousness, all consciousness is of being, and the idea, a pregnant vibration of consciousness, is equally a vibration of being pregnant of itself. It is an initial coming out, in creative self-knowledge, of that which lay concentrated in uncreative self-awareness. It comes out as idea that is a reality, and it is that reality of the idea which evolves itself, always by its own power and consciousness of itself, always self-conscious, always self-developing by the will inherent in the idea, always self-realizing by the knowledge ingrained in its very impulsion. This is the truth of all creation, of all evolution. In supermind being, consciousness of knowledge, and consciousness of will are not divided as they seem to be in our mental operation. They are a trinity, one movement with three effective aspects. Each has its own effect. Being gives the effect of substance, consciousness the effect of knowledge, of the self-guiding and shaping idea, of comprehension and apprehension. Will gives the effect of self-fulfilling force. But the idea is only the light of the reality illuminating itself. It is not mental thought nor imagination, but effective self-awareness. It is real idea. In supermind knowledge, in the idea is not divorced from will in the idea, but one with it, just as it is not different from being or substance, but is one with the being, luminous power of the substance. As the power of burning light is not different from the substance of the fire, so the power of the idea is not different from the substance of the being which works itself out in the idea and its development. In our mentality all are different. We have an idea and a will according to the idea, or an impulsion of will and an idea detaching itself from it. But we differentiate, effectually the idea from the will and both from ourselves. I am, the idea is a mysterious abstraction that appears in me. The will is another mystery, a force near to concreteness, though not concrete, but always something that is not myself, something that I have or get or aim seized with, but am not. I make a gulf also between my will, its means and the effect, for these I regard as concrete realities outside and other than myself. Therefore, neither myself nor the idea, nor the will in me are self-effective. The idea may fall away from me, the will may fail, the means may be lacking. I myself, by any and all of these leucain, may remain unfulfilled. But in the supermind there is no such paralyzing division, because knowledge is not self-divided, force is not self-divided, being is not self-divided as in the mind. They are neither broken in themselves nor divorced from each other. For the supermind is the vast. It starts from unity, not division. It is primarily comprehensive. Differentiation is only its secondary act. Therefore, whatever be the truth of being expressed, the idea corresponds to it exactly. The will force to the idea, force being only power of the consciousness, and the result to the will. Nor does the idea clash with other ideas, the will or force with other will or force, as in man and his world. For there is one vast consciousness which contains and relates all ideas in itself as its own ideas. One vast will which contains and relates all energy in itself as its own energies. It holds back this, advances the other, but according to its own preconceiving idea will. This is the justification of the current religious notion of the omnipresence, omniscience, and omnipotence of the divine being. Far from being an irrational imagination, they are perfectly rational and in no way contradict either the logic of a comprehensive philosophy or the indications of observation and experience. The error is to make an unbridgeable gulf between God and man, Brahman and the world. That error elevates an actual and practical differentiation in being, consciousness, and force into an essential division. But this aspect of the question we shall touch upon afterwards. At present we have arrived at an affirmation and some conception of the divine and creative supermind, in which all is one in being, consciousness, will, and delight, yet with an infinite capacity of differentiation that deploys but does not destroy the unity, in which truth is a substance, and truth rises in the idea, and truth comes out in the form, and there is one truth of knowledge and will, one truth of self-fulfillment and therefore of delight. For all self-fulfillment is satisfaction of being. Therefore always, in all mutations and combinations, a self-existence and inalienable harmony. End of chapter. Chapter 15. The Supreme Truth Consciousness. Verse. One seated in the sleep of superconscious, a massed intelligence, blissful and the enjoyer of bliss. This is the omnipotent. This is the omniscient. This is the inner control. This is the source of all. Mandukya Upanishad. We have to regard, therefore, this all-containing, all-originating, all-consummating supermind as the nature of the divine being, not indeed in its absolute self-existence, but in its action as the Lord and Creator of its own worlds. This is the truth of that which we call God. Obviously, this is not the too personal and limited deity, the magnified and supernatural man of the ordinary Occidental conception, for that conception erects a too human etalon of the certain relation between the creative supermind and the ego. We must not indeed exclude the personal aspect of the deity, for the impersonal is only one face of existence. The divine is all existence, but it is also the one existent. It is the sole conscious being, but still a being. Nevertheless, with this aspect we are not concerned at present. It is the impersonal psychological truth of the divine consciousness that we are seeking to fathom. It is this that we have to fix in a large and clarified conception. The truth consciousness is everywhere present in the universe as an ordering self-knowledge by which the one manifests the harmonies of its infinite potential multiplicity. Without this ordering self-knowledge, the manifestation would be merely a shifting chaos, precisely because the potentiality is infinite, which by itself might lead only to a play of uncontrolled, unbound chance. If there were only infinite potentiality, without any law of guiding truth and harmonious self-vision, without any predetermining idea in the very seed of things cast out for evolution, the world could be nothing but a teeming, amorphous, confused uncertainty. But the knowledge that creates, because what it creates or releases are forms and powers of itself, and not things other than itself, possesses in its own being the vision of the truth and law that governs each potentiality, and along with that an intrinsic awareness of its relation to other potentialities and the harmonies that are possible between them. It holds all this prefigured in the general determining harmony which the whole rhythmic idea of a universe must contain in its very birth and self-conception, and which must therefore inevitably work out by the interplay of its constituents. It is the source and keeper of law in the world, for that law is nothing arbitrary. It is the expression of a self-nature which is determined by the compelling truth of the real idea that each thing is in its inception. Therefore, from the beginning, the whole development is predetermined in its self-knowledge, and at every moment in its self-working. It is what it must be at each moment by its own original inherent truth. It moves to what it must be at the next, still by its own original inherent truth. It will be at the end that which was contained and intended in its seed. This development and progress of the world according to an original truth of its own being implies a succession of time, a relation in space, and a regulated interaction of related things in space, to which the suggestion of time gives the aspect of causality. Time and space, according to the metaphysician, have only a conceptual and not a real existence. But since all things, and not these only, are forms assumed by conscious being, is its own consciousness, the distinction is of no great importance. Time and space are the one conscious being viewing itself in extension, subjectively as time, objectively as space. Our mental view of these two categories is determined by the idea of measure, which is inherent in the action of the analytical, dividing moment of time. Time is for the mind a mobile extension measured out by the succession of the past, present and future, in which mind places itself at a certain standpoint, whence it looks before and after. Space is a stable extension measured only by divisibility of substance, and a certain point in that divisible extension mind places itself and regards the disposition of substance around it. In actual fact, mind measures time by event and space by matter. But it is possible in pure mentality to disregard the movement of event and the disposition of substance, and realize the pure movement of conscious force which constitutes space and time. These two are then merely two aspects of the universal force of consciousness, which in their intertwined interaction comprehend the warp and woof of its action upon itself, and to a consciousness higher than mind, which should regard our past, present, and future in one view, containing and not contained in them, not situated at a particular moment of time for its point of perspection. Time might well offer itself as an eternal present, and to the same consciousness not situated at any particular point of space, but containing all points and regions in itself, space also might well offer itself as a subjective and indivisible extension, no less subjective than time. At certain moments we become aware of such an indivisible regard, upholding by its immutable self-conscious unity the variations of the universe. But we must not now ask how the contents of space and time would present themselves there in their transcendent truth, for this our mind cannot conceive, and it is even ready to deny to this indivisible any possibility of knowing the world in any other way than that of our mind and senses. What we have to realize, and can to a certain extent conceive, is the one view and all-comprehending regard by which the supermind embraces and unifies the succession of time and the division of space. At first, if there were not this factor of the succession of time, there would be no change or progression. A perfect harmony would be perpetually manifest, coeval with other harmonies in a sort of eternal present, not successive to them in the movement from past to present. We have instead the constant succession of a developing harmony in which one strain rises out of another that preceded it and conceals in itself that which is replaced. Or if the self-manifestation were to exist without the factor of divisible space, there would be no mutable relation of forms or intershock of forces. All would exist and not be worked out. A spaceless self-consciousness, purely subjective, would contain all things in an infinite subjective grasp, as in the mind of a cosmic poet or dreamer, but would not distribute itself through all in an indefinite objective self-extension. Or again, if time alone were real, its successions would be a pure development in which one strain would rise out of another in a subjective, free spontaneity, as in a series of musical sounds or a succession of poetical images. We have instead a harmony worked out by time in terms of forms and forces that stand related to one another in all-containing spatial extension. An incessant succession of powers and figures of things, and happenings is our vision of existence. Different potentialities are embodied, placed, related in this field of time and space, each with its powers and possibilities fronting other powers and possibilities, and as a result the succession of time become in their appearance to a mind a working out of things by shock and struggle, and not a spontaneous succession. In reality, there is a spontaneous working out of things from within, and the external shock and struggle are only the superficial aspect of this elaboration. For the inner and inherent law of the one and the whole, which is necessarily a harmony, governs the outer and processive laws of the parts or form which appear to be in collision, and to the supramental vision this greater and profounder truth of harmony is always present. That which is an apparent discord to the mind, because it consists each thing separately in itself, is an element of the general ever-present and ever-developing harmony to the supermind, because it views all things in the multiple unity. Besides, the mind sees only a given time and space, and views many possibilities, pell-mell, as all more or less realizable into that time and space. The divine supermind sees the whole extension of time and space, and can embrace all the mind's possibilities, and very many more not visible to the mind, but without any error, groping, or confusion, for it perceives each potentiality in its proper force, essential necessity, right relation to the others in the time, place, and circumstance, both of its gradual and its ultimate realization. To see things steadily and see them whole is not possible to the mind, but it is the very nature of the transcendent supermind. This supermind, in its conscious vision, not only contains all the forms of itself, which its conscious force creates, but it pervades them as an indwelling presence and a self-revealing light. It is present, even though concealed, in every form and force of the universe. It is that which determines sovereignly and spontaneously form, force, and functioning. It limits the variation it compels. It gathers, disperses, modifies the energy which it uses, and all this is done in accord with the first laws, that its self-knowledge has fixed in the very birth of the form, at the very starting point of the force. It is seated within everything as the Lord in the heart of all existence. He who turns them on as an engine by the power of his Maya. It is within them and embraces them as a divine seer, who variously dispose and ordained objects, each rightly according to the thing that it is, from years sempiternal. Each thing in nature, therefore, whether animate or inanimate, mentally self-conscious or not self-conscious, is governed in its being and in its operation by an indwelling vision and power. To us subconscient or inconscient, because we are not conscious of it, but not inconscient to itself, rather profoundly and universally conscient. Therefore each thing seems to do the work of intelligence, even without possessing intelligence, because it obeys, whether subconsciously as in the plant and animal, or half-consciously as in man, the real idea of the divine supermind within it. But it is not a mental intelligence that informs and governs all things. It is a self-aware truth of being in which self-knowledge is inseparable from self-existence. It is this truth consciousness which has not to think out things, but works them out with knowledge according to the impeccable self-vision and the inevitable force of a soul and self-fulfilling existence. Mental intelligence thinks out because it is merely a reflecting force of consciousness, which does not know, but seeks to know. It follows in time, step by step, the working of a knowledge higher than itself, a knowledge that exists always, one and whole, that holds time in its grasp, that sees past, present, and future in a single regard. This, then, is the first operative principle of the divine supermind. It is a cosmic vision which is all-comprehensive, all-pervading, all-inhabiting, because it comprehends all things in being and static self-awareness, subjective, timeless, spaceless. Therefore it comprehends all things in dynamic knowledge and governs their objective self-embodiment in space and time. In this consciousness, the knower, knowledge, and the known are not different entities, but fundamentally one. Our mentality makes a distinction between these three, because without distinction it cannot proceed. Losing its proper means and fundamental law of action, it becomes motionless and inactive. Therefore, even when I regard myself mentally, I have still to make this distinction. I am, as the knower, what I observe in myself. I regard as the object of my knowledge, myself yet not myself. Knowledge is an operation by which I link the knower to the known. By the artificiality, the pure, practical, and utilitarian character of this operation is evident. It is evident that it does not represent the fundamental truth of things. In reality, I, the knower, am the consciousness which knows. The knowledge is that consciousness, myself, operating. The known is also myself, a form or movement of the same consciousness. The three are clearly one existence, one movement, indivisible through seeming to be divided, not distributed between its forms, although appearing to distribute itself and to stand separate in each. But this is a knowledge which the mind can arrive at, can reason at, can feel, but cannot readily make the practical basis of its intelligent operation. And with regard to objects external to the form of consciousness, which I call myself, the difficulty becomes almost insuperable. Even to feel unity, there is an abnormal effort, and to retain it, to act upon it continually, would be a new and foreign action, not properly belonging to mind. Mind can at most hold its own understood truth so as to correct and modify by its own normal activities, which are still based upon division. Somewhat as we know intellectually that the earth moves around the sun, and are able to correct by it, but not abolish the artificial and physically practical arrangement by which the senses persist in regarding the sun as in motion around the earth. But the supermind possesses and acts always, fundamentally, on this truth of unity, which to the mind is only a secondary or acquired possession, and not the very grain of its seeing. Supermind sees the universe and its contents as itself in a single, indivisible act of knowledge, an act which is its life, which is the very movement of its self-existence. Therefore, this comprehensive divine consciousness, in its aspect of will, does not so much guide or govern the development of cosmic life as consummate in itself by an act of power, which is inseparable from the act of knowledge and from the movement of self-existence, is indeed one and the same act. For we have seen that universal force and universal consciousness are one. Cosmic force is the operation of cosmic consciousness. So also divine knowledge and divine will are one. They are the same fundamental movement or act of existence. This indivisibility of the comprehensive supermind, which contains all multiplicity, without derogating from its own unity, is a truth upon which we have always to insist, if we are to understand the cosmos and get rid of the initial error of our analytical mentality. A tree evolves out of a seed in which it is already contained, and the seed out of the tree, a fixed law, an invariable process reigns in the permanence of the form of manifestation which we call a tree. The mind regards this phenomena, this birth, life, and reproduction of the tree, as a thing in itself, and on that basis studies, classes, and explains it. It explains the tree by the seed by the tree. It declares a law of nature. But it has explained nothing. It has only analyzed and recorded the process of a mystery. Supposing even that it comes to perceive a secret conscious force as a soul, the real being of this form and the rest is merely a settled operation and manifestation of that force. Still it tends to regard the form as a separate existence, which is separate law of nature and a process of development. In the animal and in man, with this conscious mentality, this separative tendency to the mind induces it to regard itself as a separate existence, the conscious subject, and other forms as separate objects of its mentality. This useful arrangement, necessary to life and the first basis of all its practice, is accepted by the mind as an actual fact, and thence proceeds all the error of the ego. But the supermind works otherwise. The tree and its process would not be what they are, could not indeed exist if it were a separate existence. Forms are what they are by the force of the cosmic existence. They develop as they do as a result of their relation to it and to all its other manifestations. The separate law of their nature is only an application of the universal law and truth of all nature. Their particular development is determined by their place in the general development. The tree does not explain the seed, nor the seed the tree. Cosmos explains both, and God explains cosmos. The supermind, pervading and inhabiting at once the seed and the tree and all objects, lives in this greater knowledge, which is indivisible and one though which is modified and not an absolute indivisibility and unity. In this comprehensive knowledge, there is no independent center of existence, no individual separated ego, such as we see in ourselves. The whole of existence is to its self-awareness an equitable extension, one in oneness, one in multiplicity, one in all conditions and everywhere. Here the all and the one are the same existence. The individual being does not and cannot lose the consciousness of its identity with all beings and with the one being. For the identity is inherent in supramental cognition, a part of the supramental self-evidence. In that spacious equality of oneness, the being is not divided and distributed, equably self-extended, pervading its extension as one, inhabiting as one the multiplicity of forms. It is everywhere at once the single and equal Brahman. For this extension of the being in time and space, and this pervasion and indwelling is the intimate relation with the absolute unity from which it has proceeded, with that absolute indivisible in which there is no center or circumference, but only the timeless and the spaceless one. The high concentration of unity in the unextended Brahman must necessarily translate itself in the extension by this equal pervasive concentration, this indivisible comprehension of all things, this universal undistributed immanence, this unity which no play of multiplicity could abrogate or diminish. Brahman is in all things are in Brahman, all things are Brahman, is the triple formula of the comprehensive supermind, a single truth of self-manifestation in three aspects, which it holds together and inseparably in its self-view as the fundamental knowledge, from which it proceeds to the play of the cosmos. But what then is the origin of mentality and the organization of this lower consciousness in the triple terms of mind, life and matter, which is our view of the universe? For since all things that exist must proceed from the action of the all-efficient supermind, from its operation in the three original terms of existence, conscious force and bliss, there must be some faculty of the creative truth consciousness which so operates as to cast them into these new terms, into this inferior trio of mentality, vitality, and physical substance. This faculty we find in a secondary power of the creative knowledge, its power of a projecting, confronting, and apprehending consciousness in which knowledge centralizes itself and stands back from its work to observe them. And when we speak of centralization, we mean, as distinguished from the equable concentration of consciousness, of which we have hitherto spoken, an unequal concentration in which there is the beginning of self-division, or of its phenomenal appearance. First of all, the knower holds himself concentrated in knowledge as subject and regards his force of consciousness as if continually proceeding from him into the form of himself, continually working in it, continually drawing back into himself, continually issuing forth again. From this single act of self-modification proceed all the practical distinctions upon which the relative view and the relative action of the universe is based. A practical distinction has been created between the knower, knowledge, and the known, between the Lord, his force, and the children and the works of the force, between the enjoyer, the enjoyment, and the enjoyed, between the self, Maya, and becoming of the self. Secondly, this conscious soul, concentrated in knowledge, this Purusha, observing and governing the force that has gone forth from him, his Shakti, or Prakriti, repeats himself in every form of himself. He accompanies, as it were, his force of consciousness into its works and reproduces there the act of self-division from which this apprehending consciousness is born. In each form this soul dwells with his nature and observes himself in other forms from that artificial and practical center of the consciousness. In all it is the same soul, the same divine being. The multiplication of centers is only a practical act of consciousness intended to institute a play of difference, of mutuality, mutual knowledge, mutual shock of force, mutual enjoyment, a difference based upon essential unity, a unity realized on a practical basis of difference. We can speak of this new status of the all-pervading supermind as a further departure from the Unitarian truth of things, and from the indivisible consciousness which constitutes inalienability, the unity essential to the existence of the cosmos. We can see that pursued a little farther, it may become truly avidya, the great ignorance which starts from multiplicity as the fundamental reality, and in order to travel back to real unity, has to commence with the false unity of the ego. We can see also that once the individual center is accepted as a determining standpoint, as the knower, mental sensation, mental intelligence, mental action of will, and all their consequence cannot fail to come into being. But also we have to see that so long as the soul acts in the supermind, ignorance has not yet begun. The field of knowledge and action is still the truth consciousness. The basis is still the unity. For the self still regards itself as one and all things as becoming in itself and of itself. The Lord still knows his force as himself in act, and every being as himself in soul and himself in form. It is still his own being that the enjoyer enjoys, even though in multiplicity. The one real change has been an unequal concentration of consciousness and a multiple distribution of force. There is a practical distinction in consciousness, but there is no essential difference of consciousness or true division in its vision of itself. The truth consciousness has arrived at a position which prepares our mentality, but is not yet that of our mentality. And it is this that we must study in order to seize mind at its origin, at the point where it makes its great lapse from the high and vast wideness of the truth consciousness into the division of ignorance. Fortunately, this apprehending truth consciousness is much more facile to our grasp by its nearness to us, but its foreshadowing of our mental operations than the remoter realization that we have hitherto been struggling to express in our inadequate language of the intellect. The barrier that has to be crossed is less formidable. End of chapter. Chapter 16. The Triple Status of Supermind. Verse. Myself is that which supports all beings and constitutes their existence. I am the Self which abides within all things. The Gita. 3 powers of light uphold 3 luminous worlds divine. Rig Veda. Before we pass to this easier understanding of the world we inhabit from the standpoint of an apprehending truth consciousness, which sees things as would an individual soul, freed from the limitations of mentality, and admitted to participate in the action of the divine supermind, we must pause and resume briefly what we have realized or can yet realize of the consciousness of the Lord, the Ishwara as he develops the world by his Maya, out of the original concentrated unity of his being. We have started with the assertion of all existence as one being whose essential nature is consciousness, one consciousness whose active nature is force or will, and this being is delight, this consciousness is delight, this force or will is delight, eternal and inalienable bliss of existence, bliss of consciousness, bliss of force or will, whether concentrated in itself and at rest or active and creative. This is God, and this is ourselves in our essential, our non-phenomenal being. Concentrated in itself, it possesses, or rather it is the essential, eternal, inalienable bliss, active and creative. It possesses, or rather becomes the delight of the play of existence, the play of consciousness, the play of force and will. That play is the universe, and that delight is the sole cause, motive, and object of cosmic existence. The divine consciousness possesses that play and delight eternally and inalienable, all our essential being. Our real self, which is concealed from us by the false self or mental ego, also enjoys that play and delight eternally and inalienable and cannot indeed do otherwise, since it is one in being with the divine consciousness. If we aspire, therefore, to a divine life, we cannot attain to it by any other way than by unveiling this veiled self in us, by mounting from our present status in the false sense or mental ego to a higher status in the true self, the Atman, by entering into that unity which the divine consciousness, which something superconscient in us always enjoys. Otherwise we could not exist, but which our conscious mentality has forfeited. But when we thus assert this unity of Satchidananda on the one hand, and this divided mentality on the other, we posit 2 opposite entities, one of which must be false if the other is to be held true, one of which must be abolished if the other is to be enjoyed. Yet it is in the mind and its form of life and body that we exist on earth, and if we must abolish the consciousness of mind, life and body in order to reach the one existence, consciousness and bliss, then a divine life here is impossible. We must abandon cosmic existence utterly as an illusion in order to enjoy or re-become the transcendent. From this solution there is no escape unless there be an intermediate link between the two which can explain them to each other, and establish them such a relation as will make it possible for us to realize the one existence, consciousness, delight in the mold of the mind, life and body. The intermediate link exists. We call it the supermind or the truth consciousness, because it is a principle superior to mentality and exists, acts and proceeds in the fundamental truth and unity of things, and not like the mind in their appearances and phenomenal divisions. The existence of the supermind is a logical necessity arising directly from the position with which we have started. For in itself, Satchidananda must be a spaceless and timeless absolute of conscious existence that is bliss. But the world is, on the contrary, an extension in time and space and a movement, a working out, a development of relations and possibilities by causality, or what so appears to us in time and space. The true name of this causality is divine law, and the essence of the law is an inevitable self-development of the truth of the thing that is, as idea in the very essence of what is developed. It is a previously fixed determination of relative movements out of the stuff of infinite possibility. That which thus develops all things must be a knowledge will or conscious force, for all manifestation of universe is a play of the conscious force, which is the essential nature of existence. But the developing knowledge will cannot be mental, for mind does not know, possess, or govern this law, but is governed by it, is one of its results, moves in the phenomena of the self-development and not at its root, observes as divided things the results of the development, and strives in vain to arrive at their source and reality. Moreover, this knowledge will, which develops all, must be in possession of the unity of things, and must out of it manifest their multiplicity. But mind is not in possession of that unity. It has only an imperfect possession of a part of the multiplicity. Therefore, there must be a principle superior to the mind which satisfies the condition in which mind fails. No doubt it is Satchidananda itself that is this principle. But Satchidananda, not resting in its pure, infinite, invariable consciousness, but proceeding out of this primal poise, or rather upon it as a base, and in it as a continent, into a movement which is form of energy and instrument of cosmic creation. Consciousness and force are the twin essential aspects of the pure power of existence. Knowledge and will must therefore be the form which that power takes in creating a world of relations in the extension of time and space. This knowledge and this will must be one, infinite, all-embracing, all-possessing, all-forming, holding eternally in itself, that which it casts into movement and form. The supermind, then, is being moving out into a determinative self-knowledge, which perceives certain truths of itself and wills to realize them in a temporal and spatial extension of its own timeless and spaceless existence. Whatever is its own being takes form as self-knowledge, as truth-consciousness, as real idea, and that self-knowledge, being also self-force, fulfills or realizes itself inevitably in time and space. This, then, is the nature of the divine consciousness, which creates in itself all things by a movement of its conscious force and governs their development through a self-evolution by inherent knowledge will of the truth of existence or real idea which has formed them. The being that is thus conscient is what we call God, and he must obviously be omnipresent, omniscient, omnipotent. Omnipresent, for all forms are forms of his conscious being created by its force of movement in its own extension as space and time. Omniscient, for all things exist in his conscious being, are formed by it and possessed by it. Omnipotent, for this all-possessing consciousness is also an all-possessing force, an all-informing will. And this will and knowledge are not at war with each other, as our will and knowledge are capable of being at war with each other, because they are not different, but are one movement and the same being. Nor can they be contradicted by any other will, force, or consciousness from outside or within, for there is no consciousness or force external to the one, and all energies and formations of knowledge within are not other than it, but are merely play of the one all-determining will, and the one all-harmonizing knowledge. What we see as a clash of wills and forces, because we dwell in the particular and divided and cannot see the whole, the supermind envisages as the conspiring elements of a predetermined harmony, which is always present to it, because the totality of things is eternally subject to its gaze. Whatever be the poise or form its action takes, this will always be the nature of the divine consciousness. But its existence, being absolute in itself, its power of existence is also absolute in its extension, and it is not therefore limited to one poise or one form of action. We human beings are phenomenally a particular form of consciousness, subject to time and space, and can only be in our surface consciousness, which is all we know of ourselves, one thing at a time, one formation, one poise of being, one aggregate of experience, and that one thing is for us the truth of ourselves, which we acknowledge. All the rest is either not true or no longer true, because it has disappeared into the past out of our ken, or not yet true, because it is waiting in the future and not yet in our ken. But the divine consciousness is not so particularized, nor so limited. It can be many things at a time and take more than one enduring poise, even for all time. We find that in the principle of supermind itself, it has three such general poises or sessions of its world-founding consciousness. The first founds the inalienable unity of things. The second modifies that unity so as to support the manifestations of the many in one and the one in many. The third further modifies it so as to support the evolution of a diversified individuality, which by the action of ignorance becomes in us at a lower level the illusion of the separate ego. We have seen what is the nature of this first and primary poise of the supermind, which founds the inalienable unity of things. It is not the pure Unitarian consciousness, for that is a timeless and spaceless concentration of Satchidananda in itself, in which conscious force does not cast itself out in any kind of extension, and if it contains the universe at all, contains it in eternal potentiality and not in temporal actuality. This, on the contrary, is an equal self-extension of Satchidananda, all-comprehending, all-possessing, all-constituting. But this is all is one, not many. There is no individualization. It is when the reflection of the supermind falls upon our stilled and purified self that we lose all sense of individuality, for there is no concentration of consciousness there to support an individual development. All is developed in unity and as one. All is held by this divine consciousness as forms of its existence, not as in any degree separate existence. Somewhat as the thoughts and images that occur in our mind are not separate existence to us, but forms taken by our consciousness, so are all names and forms to this primary supermind. It is the pure divine ideation and formation in the infinite. Only an ideation and the formation that is organized not as an unreal play of mental thought, but as a real play of conscious being. The divine soul in this poise would make no difference between conscious soul and force soul, for all force would be action of consciousness, nor between matter and spirit, since all mold would be simply a form of the spirit. In the second poise of the supermind, the divine consciousness stands back in the idea from the movement which it contains, realizing it by a sort of apprehending consciousness, following it, occupying and inhabiting its work, seeming to distribute itself in its form. In each name and form, it would realize itself as a stable conscious self, the same in all, but also would realize itself as a concentration of conscious self, following and supporting the individual play of movement, and upholding its differentiation from other play of movement. The same everywhere in soul essence, but varying in soul form. This concentration supporting the soul form would be the individual divine, or Jivatman, as distinguished from the universal divine, or all constituting self. There would be no essential difference, but only a practical differentiation for the play, which would not abrogate the real unity. The universal divine would know all soul forms as itself, and yet establish a different relation with each separately, and in each with all the others. The individual divine would envisage its existence as a soul form and soul movement of the one, and while by the comprehending action of consciousness, it would enjoy its unity with the one and with all soul forms. It would also by a forward or frontal apprehending action support and enjoy its individual movement and its relations of a free difference in unity both with the one and with all its form. If our purified mind were to reflect this secondary poise of supermind, our soul could support and occupy its individual existence, and yet even there realize it as the one that has become all, inhabits all, contains all, enjoying even its particular modifications, its unity with God and its fellows. In no other circumstance of the supramental existence would there be any characteristic change. The only change would be this play of the one that has manifested its multiplicity, and of the many that are still one, with all that is necessary to maintain and conduct the play. A third poise of the supermind would be attained if the supporting concentration were no longer to stand at the back, as it were, of the movement, inhabiting it with a certain superiority to it, and so following and enjoying, but were to project itself into the movement and to be in a way involved in it. Here the character of the play would be altered, but only insofar as the individual divine would so predominantly make the play of relations with the universal, and with its other forms the practical field of its conscious experience, that the realization of utter unity with them would be only a supreme accompaniment and constant culmination of all experience. But in the higher poise, unity would be the dominant and fundamental experience, and variation would be only a play of the unity. This tertiary poise would therefore that of a sort of fundamental blissful dualism in unity. No longer unity qualified by a subordinate dualism between the individual divine and its universal source, with all the consequences that would accrue from the maintenance and operation of such a dualism. It may be said that the first consequence would be a lapse in the ignorance of avidya, which takes the many for the real fact of existence, and views the one only as a cosmic sum of the many. But there would not necessarily be such any lapse, for the individual divine would still be conscious of itself as the result of the one, and of its power of conscious self-creation, that is to say, of its multiple self-concentration conceived so as to govern and enjoy manifoldly its manifold existence in the extension of time and space. This true spiritual individual would not arrogate to itself an independent or separate existence. It would only affirm the truth of the differentiating movement along the truth of the stable unity, regarding them as the upper and lower poles of the same truth, the foundation and culmination of the same divine play, and it would insist on the joy of the differentiation as necessary to the fullness of the joy of the unity. Obviously, these three poises would be only different ways of dealing with the same truth. The truth of existence enjoyed would be the same. The way of enjoying it, or rather the poise of the soul in enjoying it, would be different. The delight, the ananda, would vary, but would abide always within the status of the truth consciousness, and involve no lapse into the falsehood and the ignorance. For the secondary and tertiary supermind would only develop and apply in the terms of divine multiplicity what the primary supermind had held in terms of the divine unity. We cannot stamp any of these three poises with the stigma of falsehood and illusion. The language of the Upanishads, the supreme ancient authority for these truths of a higher experience, when they speak of the divine existence, which is manifesting itself, implies the validity of these experiences. We can only assert the priority of the oneness to the multiplicity, a priority not in time but in relation of consciousness. And no statement of supreme spiritual experience, no Vedantic philosophy denies this priority or the eternal dependence of the many on the one. It is because in time the many seem not to be eternal, but to manifest out of the one, and return into it as their essence, that their reality is denied. But it might equally be reasoned that the eternal persistence, or if you will, the eternal recurrence of the manifestation in time is the proof that the divine multiplicity is an internal fact of the supreme beyond time, no less than the divine unity. Otherwise it could not have this characteristic of inevitable eternal recurrence in time. It is indeed only when our human mentality lays an exclusive emphasis on one side of spiritual experience, affirms that to be the sole eternal truth, and states it in terms of our all-dividing mental logic, that the necessity for mutually destructive schools of philosophy arise. Thus emphasizing the sole truth of the Unitarian consciousness, we observe the play of the divine unity, erroneously rendered by our mentality into the terms of real difference, but not satisfied with correcting this error of the mind by the truth of a higher principle, we assert that the play itself is an illusion. Or emphasizing the play of the one in the many, we declare a qualified unity and regard the individual soul as a sole form of the Supreme, but would assert the eternity of this qualified existence and deny altogether the experience of a pure consciousness in an unqualified oneness. Or again, emphasizing the play of difference, we assert that the Supreme and the human soul are eternally different, and reject the validity of an experience which exceeds and seems to abolish that difference. But the position that we have now firmly taken absolves us from the necessity of these negations and exclusions. We see that there is a truth behind all these affirmations, but at the same time an excess which leads to an ill-founded negation, affirming, as we have done, the absolute absoluteness of that, not limited by our ideas of unity, not limited by our ideas of multiplicity, affirming the unity as a basis for the manifestation of the multiplicity, and the multiplicity as the basis for the return to oneness, and the enjoyment of unity in the divine manifestation. We need not burden our present statement with these discussions, or undertake the vain labor of enslaving to our mental distinctions and definitions the absolute freedom of the divine infinite. End of chapter. Chapter 17, The Divine Soul. Verse: He whose self has become all existences, for he has the knowledge. How shall he be deluded? Whence shall he have grief? He who sees everywhere oneness. Isha Upanishad. By the conception we have formed of the supermind, by its opposition to the mentality on which our human existence is based, we are able not only to form a precise instead of a vague idea of divinity in the divine life, expressions which are otherwise condemned to use with looseness and as the vague wording of a large but almost impalpable aspiration, but also to give these ideas a firm basis of philosophical reasoning, to put them into a clear relation with the humanity and the human life, which is all we are at present in joy, and to justify our hope and aspiration by the very nature of the world, and of our own cosmic antecedents, and the inevitable future of our evolution. We begin to grasp intellectually what is divine, the eternal reality, and to understand how out of the world has come. We begin also to perceive how inevitably that which has come out of the divine must return to the divine. We may now ask with profit and a chance of clear reply how we must change and what we must become in order to arrive there in our nature and our life and our relations with others, and not only through a solitary and ecstatic realization in the profundities of our being. Certainly there is still a defect in our premises, for we have so far been striving to define for ourselves what the divine is in its descent towards limited nature, whereas what we ourselves actually are is the divine in the individual ascending back out of limited nature to its own proper divinity. The difference of movement must involve a difference between the life of the gods who have never known the fall and the life of man redeemed, conqueror of the lost Godhead, and bearing within him the experience, and it may be the new riches gathered by him from his acceptance of the utter descent. Nevertheless, there can be no differences of essential characteristics, but only of mold and coloring. We can already ascertain on the basis of the conclusion at which we have arrived the essential nature of the divine life towards which we aspire. What then would be the existence of a divine soul, not descended into the ignorance by the fall of spirit into matter, and the eclipse of soul by material nature? What would be its consciousness, living in the original truth of things, in the inalienable unity, in the world of its own infinite being, like the divine existence itself, but able by the play of the divine Maya, and by the distinction of the comprehending and apprehending truth consciousness, to enjoy also difference from God at the same time as unity with him, and to embrace difference and yet oneness with other divine souls in the infinite play of the self-multiplied identical. Obviously, the existence of such a soul would be always self-contained in the conscious play of Satchidananda. It would be pure and infinite self-existence in its being. In its becoming, it would be a free play of immortal life, uninvaded by death and birth, and change of body, because unclouded by ignorance and not involved in the darkness of our material being. It would be a pure and unlimited consciousness in its energy, poised in an eternal and luminous tranquility as its foundation, yet able to play freely with forms of knowledge and forms of conscious power, tranquil, unaffected by the stumblings of mental error and the misprisions of our striving will, because it never departs from truth and oneness, never falls from the inherent light and the natural harmony of its divine existence. It would be, finally, a pure and inalienable delight in its eternal self-experience, and in time a free variation of bliss, unaffected by our perversions of dislike, hatred, discontent, and suffering, because undivided in being, unbaffled by erring self-will, unperverted by the ignorant stimulus of desire. Its consciousness would not be shut out from any part of the infinite truth, nor limited by any poise or status that it might assume in its relations with others, nor condemned to any loss of self-knowledge by its acceptance of a purely phenomenal individuality and the play of practical differentiation. It would, in its self-experience, live eternally in the presence of the Absolute. To us, the Absolute is only an intellectual conception of indefinable existence. The intellect tells us simply that there is a Brahman higher than the highest, an unknowable that knows itself in other fashion than that of our knowledge. But the intellect cannot bring us into its presence. The divine soul living in the truth of things would, on the contrary, always have the conscious sense of itself as a manifestation of the Absolute. Its immutable existence it would be aware of as the original self-form of that transcendent Satchidananda. Its play of conscious being it would be aware of as a manifestation of that in forms of Satchidananda. In its every state or act of knowledge, it would be aware of the unknowable cognizing itself by a form of variable self-knowledge. In its every state or act of power, will or force awake of the transcendence possessing itself by a form of conscious power of being and knowledge. In its every state or act of delight, joy or love aware of the transcendence embracing itself by a form of conscious self-enjoyment. This presence of the Absolute would not be with it as experience occasionally glimpsed or finally arrived at, and held with difficulty, or as an addition, acquisition, or culmination superimposed on its ordinary state of being. It would be the very foundation of its being, both in the unity and the differentiation. It would be present to it in all its knowing, willing, doing, enjoying. It would be absent neither from its timeless self nor from any moment of time, neither from its spaceless being nor from any determination of its extended existence, neither from its unconditioned purity beyond all cause and circumstance, nor from any relation of circumstance, condition, and causality. This constant presence of the Absolute would be the basis of its infinite freedom and delight, ensure its security in the play, and provide the root and sap and essence of its divine being. Moreover, such a divine soul would live simultaneously in the two terms of the eternal existence of Satchidananda, the two inseparable poles of the self-unfolding of the Absolute, which we call the One and the Many. All being does really so live, but to our divided self-awareness there is an incompatibility, a gulf between the two driving us towards a choice, to dwell either in the multiplicity exiled from the direct and entire consciousness of the One, or in the unity repellent of the consciousness of the Many. But the divine soul would not be enslaved to this divorce and duality. It would be aware in itself at once of the infinite self-concentration and the infinite self-extension and diffusion. It would be aware simultaneously of the One in its Unitarian consciousness, holding the innumerable multiplicity in itself as a potential, unexpressed and therefore to our mental experience of that state non-existent, and of the One in its extended consciousness holding the multiplicity thrown out and active as the play of its own conscious being, will and delight. It would equally be aware of the Many ever drawing down to themselves the One, that is the eternal source and reality of their existence, and of the Many ever mounting up attracted to the One, that is the eternal culmination and blissful justification of all their play of difference. This vast view of things is the mold of the truth consciousness, the foundation of the large truth and right hymned by the Vedic seers. This unity of all these terms of opposition is the real Advaita, the supreme comprehending word of the knowledge of the unknowable. The divine soul will be aware of all variations of being, consciousness, will, and delight as the outflowing, the extension, the diffusion of that self-concentrated unity developing itself, not into difference and division, but into another, an extended form of infinite oneness. It will itself always be concentrated in oneness in the essence of its being, always manifested in variation in the extension of its being. All that takes form in itself will be the manifested potentialities of the One, the word or name vibrating out of the nameless, the form realizing the formless essence, the active will or power proceeding out of the tranquil force, the ray of self-cognition gleaming out from the sun of timeless self-awareness, the wave of becoming rising up into shape of self-conscious existence out of the eternally self-conscious being, the joy and love welling forever out of the eternal still delight. It will be the absolute Bayun in its self-unfolding, and each relativity in it will be absolute to itself, because aware of itself as the absolute manifested, but without that ignorant which excludes other relativities as alien to its being or less complete than itself. In the extension, the divine soul will be aware of the three grades of the supramental existence, not as we are mentally compelled to regard them, not as grades, but as a triune fact of the self-manifestation of Satchidananda. It will be able to embrace them in one and the same comprehensive self-realization, for a vast comprehensiveness is the foundation of the truth-conscious supermind. It will be able divinely to conceive, perceive, and sense all things as a self, its own self, one self of all, one self-being and self-becoming, but not divided in its becomings, which have no existence apart from its own self-consciousness. It will be able divinely to conceive, perceive, and sense all existence as sole forms of the One, which have each its own being in the One, its own standpoint in the One, its own relation with all the other existence that people the infinite unity, but all dependent on the One, conscious form of Him in His own infinity. It will be able divinely to conceive, perceive, and sense all these existences in their individuality, in their separate standpoint living as the individual divine, each with the One and supreme dwelling in it, and each therefore not altogether a form or eidolon, not really an illusory part or a real whole, a mere foaming wave on the surface of an immobile ocean. For these are after all no more than inadequate mental images, but a whole in the whole, a truth that repeats the infinite truth, a wave that is all the sea, a relative that proves to be the absolute itself when we look behind form and see it in its completeness. For these three aspects of the one existence, the first is based upon the self-knowledge which, in our human realization of the divine, the Upanishad describes as the self in us, becoming all existence. The second of that which is described as seeing all existence in the self. The third on that which is described as seeing the self in all existences. The self becoming all existences is the basis of our oneness with all. The self containing all existences is the basis of our oneness in difference. The self inhabiting all is the basis of our individuality in the universal. If the defect of our mentality, if its need of exclusive concentration compels it to dwell on any one of these aspects of self-knowledge to the exclusion of the others, if a realization imperfect as well as exclusive moves us always to bring in a human element of error into the very truth itself, and of conflict and mutual negation into the all-comprehending unity, yet to a divine supramental being, by the essential character of the supermind, which is a comprehending oneness and infinite totality, they must present themselves as a triple and indeed a triune realization. If we suppose this soul to take its poise, its center in the consciousness of the individual divine living and acting in distinct relation with the others, still it will have in the foundation of its consciousness the entire unity from which all emerges, and it will have in the background of that consciousness the extended and modified unity, and to any of these it will be capable of returning, and of contemplating from them its individuality. In the Veda, all these poises are asserted of the gods. In essence, the gods are one existence, which the sages call by different names. But in their action founded in and proceeding from the large truth and right Agni, or another is said to be the other gods. He is the one that becomes all, and at the same time he is said to contain all the gods in himself, as the nave of a wheel contains the spokes. He is the one that contains all, and yet as Agni, he is described as a separate deity, one who helps all the others, exceeds them in force and knowledge, yet is inferior to them in cosmic position, and is employed by them as a messenger, priest and worker. The creator of the world and Father, he is yet the Son born of our works. He is, that is to say, the original and the manifested indwelling self or divine, the one that inhabits all. All the relations of the divine soul with God, or its supreme self, and with its other selves and other forms will be determined by this comprehensive self-knowledge. These relations will be relations of being, of consciousness and knowledge, of will and force, of love and delight. Infinite in their potentiality of variation, they need exclude no possible relation of soul with soul that is incompatible with the preservation of the inalienable sense of unity, in spite of every phenomena of difference. Thus, in its relation of enjoyment, the divine soul will have the delight of all its own experience in itself. It will have the delight of all its experience of relation with others as a communion with other selves in other forms created for a varied play in the universe. It will have, too, the delight of experience of others, other selves, as if they were its own, as indeed they really are. And all this capacity it will have because it will be aware of its own experiences, of its relations with others, and of the experience of others and their relations with itself as all the joy or ananda of the One, the Supreme Self, its own self, differentiated by its separate habituations of all these forms, comprehended in its own being, but still one in difference. Because this unity is the basis of all its experience, it will be free from the discord of our divided consciousness, divided by ignorance and a separatist egoism. All these selves and their relations will play consciously into each other's hands. They will part and melt into each other as the numberless notes of an eternal harmony. And the same rule will apply to the relations of its being, knowledge, will with the being, knowledge and will of others. For all its experience of delight will be the play of self-blissful conscious force of being, in which, by obedience to this truth of unity, will cannot be a strife with knowledge, nor either of them with delight. Nor will the knowledge, will and delight of one soul clash with the knowledge, will and delight of another, because by their awareness of their unity, what is clash and strife and discord in our divided being will be there the meeting, entwining, and mutual interplay of the different notes of one infinite harmony. In its relation with its Supreme Self, with God, the divine soul will have this sense of oneness, of the transcendent and universal divine with its own being. It will enjoy that oneness of God with itself in its own individuality and with its other selves in the universality. Its relation of knowledge will be the play of the divine omniscience. For God is knowledge, and what is ignorance with us will there only the holding back of knowledge in the repose of conscious self-awareness, so that certain forms of that self-awareness may be brought forward into activity of light. Its relation of will be there the play of the divine omnipotence, for God is force, will and power, and what with us is weakness and incapacity will be the holding back of will in tranquil concentrated force, so that certain forms of divine conscious force may realize themselves brought forward into form of power. Its relations of love and delight will be the play of the divine ecstasy, for God is love and delight, and what with us would be denial of love and delight, will be the holding back of joy in the still sea of bliss, so that certain forms of divine union and enjoyment may be brought in front in an active upwelling of waves of bliss. So also all its becoming will be formation of the divine being in response to those activities, and what is with us cessation, death, annihilation, will only be rest, transition, or holding back of the joyous creative Maya in the eternal being of Satchidananda. At the same time, this oneness will not preclude relations of the divine soul with God, with its supreme self, founded on the joy of difference separating itself from unity, to enjoy that unity otherwise. It will not annul the possibility of any of these exquisite forms of God enjoyment, which are the highest rapture of the God-lover in his clasp of the divine. But what will the conditions in which and by which this nature of the life of the divine soul will realize itself? All experience in relation proceeds through certain forces of being, formulating themselves by an instrumentation to which we give the name of properties, qualities, activities, and faculties. As for instance, mind throws itself into various forms of mind power, such as judgment, observation, memory, sympathy, proper use to its own being. So must the truth consciousness or supermind affect the relations of soul with soul by forces, faculties, functionings proper to supramental being. Otherwise there would be no play of differentiation. What these functionings are, we shall see when we come to consider the psychological conditions of the divine life. At present we are only considering its metaphysical foundations, its essential nature and principles. Suffice it at present to observe that the absence or abolition of separatist egoism and of effective division in consciousness is the one essential condition of the divine life, and therefore their presence in us is that which constitutes our mortality and our fall from the divine. This is our original sin, or rather let us say in a more philosophical language, the deviation from the truth and right of the Spirit, from its oneness, integrality, and harmony that was the necessary condition for the great plunge into the ignorance which is the soul's adventure in the world, and from which was born our suffering and aspiring humanity. End of chapter. Chapter 18, Mind and Supermind. He discovered that mind was the Brahman, Taittiriya Upanishad, indivisible but as if divided in beings, the Gita. The conception which we have so far been striving to form is that of the essence only of the supramental life, which the divine soul possesses securely in the being of Satchidananda, by which the human soul has to manifest in this body of Satchidananda, formed here into the mold of a mental and physical being. But so far as we have been able to yet envisage this supramental existence, it does not now seem to have any connection or correspondence with life as we know it. Life active between the two terms of our normal existence, the two firmaments of mind and body. It seems rather to be a state of being, a state of consciousness, a state of active relation and mutual enjoyment, such as disembodied souls might possess and experience in a world without physical forms, a world in which differentiation of souls had been accomplished but not differentiation of bodies, a world of active and joyous infinities, not of form-inspired spirits. Therefore it might reasonably be doubted whether such a divine living would be possible with this limitation of bodily form, and this limitation of form-imprisoned mind, and form-trammeled force, which is what we now know as existence. In fact, we have striven to arrive at some conception of that supreme infinite being, conscious force and self-delight of which our world is a creation, and our mentality a perverse figure. We have tried to give ourselves an idea of what this divine Maya may be, this truth consciousness, this real idea by which the conscious force of the transcendent and universal existence conceives, forms, and governs the universe, the order, the cosmos of its manifested delight of being. But we have not studied the connections of these four great and divine terms with the three others with which our human experience is alone familiar, mind, life, and body. We have not scrutinized this other and apparently undivine Maya, which is the root of our striving and suffering, or seen how precisely it develops out of the divine reality, or the divine Maya. Until we have done this, till we have woven the missing cords of connection, our world is still unexplained to us, and the doubt of a possible unification between that higher existence and this lower life has still a basis. We know that our world has come forth from Satchidananda and subsists in his being. We conceive that he dwells in it as the enjoyer and knower, Lord and self. We have seen that our dual term of sensation, mind, force, being can only be representations of his delight, his conscious force, his divine existence. But it would seem that they are actually so much the opposite of what he really and supernally is, that we cannot, while dwelling in the cause of these opposites, cannot, while contained in the lower triple term of existence, attain to divine living. We must either exalt this lower being into the higher status, or exchange body for that pure existence, life for the pure condition of conscious force, sensation and mentality for that pure delight and knowledge which live in the truth of the spiritual reality. And must not this mean that we abandon all earthly or limited mental existence for something which is its opposite, either for some pure state of the spirit, or else for some world of the truth of things? If such exists, or other worlds, if such exist, of divine bliss, divine energy, divine being. In that case, the perfection of humanity is elsewhere than in humanity itself. The summit of its earthly evolution can only be a fine apex of dissolving mentality, whence it takes the great leap either into formless being, or into worlds beyond the reach of embodied mind. But in reality, all that we call undivine can only be an action of the four divine principles themselves, such action of them as was necessary to create this universe of forms. Those forms have been created, not outside, but in the divine existence, conscious force and bliss, not outside, but in and as part of the working of the divine real idea. There is therefore no reason to suppose that there cannot be any real play of the higher divine consciousness in a world of forms, or that forms and their immediate supports, mental consciousness, energy of vital force, and formal substance, must necessarily distort that which they represent. It is possible, even probable, that mind, body, and life are to be found in their pure forms in the divine truth itself, are there in fact as subordinate activities of its consciousness, and part of the complete instrumentation by which the supreme force always works. Mind, life, and body must then be capable of divinity, their form and working in that short period out of possibly only one cycle of the terrestrial evolution which science reveals to us, need not represent all the potential workings of these three principles in the living body. They work as they do because they are by some means separated in consciousness from the divine truth from which they proceed. Were this separation once abrogated by the expanding energy of the divine in humanity, their present functioning might well be converted, would indeed naturally be converted by a supreme evolution and progression into that pure working which they have in the truth consciousness. In that case, not only would it be possible to manifest and maintain the divine consciousness in the human mind and body, but even that divine consciousness might, in the end, increasing its conquest, remold mind, life, and body themselves into a more perfect image of its eternal truth, and realize not only in soul, but in substance, its kingdom of heaven upon earth. The first of these victories, the internal, has certainly been achieved in a greater or lesser degree by some, perhaps by many, upon earth. The other, the external, even if never more or less realized in past eons, has the first type for future cycles, and still held in the subconscious memory of the earth nature, may yet be intended as a coming victorious achievement of God and humanity. This earthly life need not necessarily and forever a wheel of half-joyous, half-anguish efforts. Attainment may also be intended, and the glory and joy of God made manifest upon earth. What mind, life, and body are in their supreme sources, and what therefore they must be in the integral completeness of the divine manifestation, when informed by the truth and not cut off from it by the separation and the ignorance in which presently we live. This then is the problem that we have next to consider. For there they must have already their perfection towards which we are growing. We who are the only first shackle movement of the mind, which is evolving in matter. We who are not yet liberated from the condition and effects of that involution of spirit and form, that plunge of light into its own shadow, by which the darkened material consciousness of physical nature was created. The type of all perfection towards which we grow, the terms of our highest evolution must already be held in the divine real idea. They must be there formed and conscious for us to grow towards and into them. For that pre-existence in the divine knowledge is what our human mentality names and seeks as the ideal. The idea is eternal reality, which have not yet realized in the condition of our own being, not a non-existent, which the eternal and divine has not yet grasped, and only we imperfect beings have glimpsed and mean to create. Mind first, the changed and hampered sovereign of our human living. Mind in its essence is a consciousness which measures, limits, cuts out forms of things from the indivisible whole, and contains them as it were a separate integer. Even with what exists only as obvious parts and fractions, mind establishes this fiction of its ordinary commerce that they are things with which it can deal separately, and not merely as aspects of the whole. For even when it knows that they are not things in themselves, it is obliged to deal with them as if they were things in themselves. Otherwise it could not subject them to its own characteristic activity. It is this essential characteristic of mind which conditions the working of all its operative powers, whether conception, perception, sensation, or the dealings of creative thought. It conceives, perceives, senses things as if rigidly cut out from a background, or a mass, and employs them as fixed units of the material given to for and creation or possession. All its action and enjoyment deal thus with wholes that form part of a greater whole, and these subordinate wholes again are broken up into parts, which are also treated as wholes for the particular purpose they serve. Mind may divide, multiply, add, subtract, but it cannot get beyond the limits of this mathematics. If it goes beyond and tries to conceive a real whole, it loses itself in a foreign element. It falls from its own firm ground into the ocean of the intangible, into the abysms of the infinite where it cannot neither perceive, conceive, sense, nor deal with subject for creation and enjoyment. For if mind appears sometimes to conceive, to perceive, to sense, or to enjoy with possession the infinite, it is only in seeming and always in a figure of the infinite. What it does thus vaguely possess is simply a formless vast, and not the real spaceless infinite. The moment it tries to deal with that, to possess it, at once the inalienable tendency to delimitation comes in, and the mind finds itself again handling images, forms, and words. Mind cannot possess the infinite. It can only suffer it to be possessed by it. It can only lie blissfully helpless under the luminous shadow of the real cast down on it from planes of existence beyond its reach. The possession of the infinite cannot come except by an ascent to those supramental planes, nor the knowledge of it except by an inert submission of mind to the descending message of the truth-conscious reality. This essential faculty and the essential limitation that accompanies it are the truth of mind, and fix its real nature and action, svabhava and svabharma. Here is the mark of the divine fiat, assigning its office in the complete instrumentation of the supreme Maya. The office determined by that which is in itself and very birth for the eternal self-conception of the self-existent. That office is to translate always infinity into the terms of the finite, to measure off, limit, depiece. Actually it does this in our consciousness to the exclusion of all true sense of the infinite. Therefore mind is the notice of the great ignorance, because it is that which originally divides and distributes, and it has ever been mistaken for the cause of the universe and for the whole of the divine Maya. But the divine Maya comprehends vidya as well as avidya, the knowledge as well as the ignorance. For it is obvious that since the finite is only an appearance of the infinite, a result of its action, a play of its conception, and cannot exist except by it, in it, with it as a background, itself form of that stuff and action of that force. There must be an original consciousness which contains and views both at the same time, and is intimately conscious of all the relations of the one with the other. In that consciousness there is no ignorance, because the infinite is known, and the finite is not separated from it as an independent reality, but still there is a subordinate process of delimitation. Otherwise no world could exist. A process by which the ever-dividing and reuniting consciousness of mind, the ever-divergent and convergent action of life, and the infinitely divided and self-aggregating substance of matter come, all by one principal and original act, into phenomenal being. This subordinate process of the eternal seer and thinker, perfectly luminous, perfectly aware of himself and all, knowing well what he does, conscious of the infinite in the finite, which he is creating, may be called the divine mind. And it is obvious that it must be a subordinate and not really a separate working of the real idea or the supermind, and must operate through what we have described as the apprehending movement of the truth consciousness. That apprehending consciousness, the prajnana, places, as we have seen, the working of the indivisible all, active and formative, as a process and object of creative knowledge before the consciousness of the same all, originative and cognizant as the possessor and witness of his own working, somewhat as a poet views the creation of his own consciousness placed before him, in it as they were things other than the Creator and his creative force. Yet all the time they are really no more than the play of self-formation of his own being in itself, and are indivisible there from the Creator. This prajnana makes the fundamental division which leads to all the rest, the division of the Purusha, the conscious soul who knows and sees, and by his vision creates and ordains, and the Prakriti, the force soul or nature soul, which is his knowledge and his vision, his creation and his all-ordaining power. Both are one being, one existence, and the forms seen and created are multiple forms of that being, which are placed by him as knowledge before himself as knower, by himself as force before himself as creator. The last action of this apprehending consciousness takes place when the Purusha pervading the conscious extension of his being, present at every point of himself, as well as in his totality, inhabiting every form, regards the whole as if separately. From each of the standpoints he has taken, he views and governs the relation of each soul form of himself, with other soul forms from the standpoint of will, and knowledge appropriate to each particular form. Thus the elements of divisions have come into being. First, the infinity of the one has translated itself into an extension in conceptual time and space. Secondly, the omnipresence of the one in that self-conscious extensions translate itself into a multiplicity of the conscious soul, the many Purushas of the Sankhya. Thirdly, the multiplicity of soul forms has translated itself into a divided habitation of the extended unity. This divided habitation is inevitable the moment those multiple Purushas do not each inhabit a separate world of its own, do not each possess a separate Prakriti building, a separate universe, but rather all enjoy the same Prakriti, as they must do, being only soul forms of the one presiding over the multiple creations of his power, yet have relations with each other in the one world of being created by the one Prakriti. The Purusha in each form actively identifies himself with each. He delimits himself in that and sets off his other forms against it in his consciousness as containing his other selves, which are identical with him in being but different in relation, different in the various extent, various range of movement and various view of one substance, force, consciousness, delight with each is actually deploying at any given moment of time or in any given field of space. Granted that in a divine existence, perfectly aware of itself, this is not a binding limitation, not an identification to which the soul becomes enslaved, and which it cannot exceed as were an enslaved to our self-identification with the body and unable to exceed the limitation of our conscious ego, unable to escape from a particular movement of our consciousness in time, determining our particular field in space. Granted all this, still there is free identification from moment to moment, which only the inalienable self-knowledge of the divine soul prevents from fixing itself in an apparently rigid chain of separation and time succession, such as that in which our consciousness seems to be fixed and chained. Thus the depiecing is already there, the relation of form with form, as if they were separate beings, of beings with will of beings, as if they were separate forces, of knowledge of being with knowledge of being, as if they were separate consciousness, has already been founded. It is as yet only as if, for the divine soul is not deluded. It is aware of all as phenomena of being, and keeps hold of its existence in the reality of being. It does not forfeit its unity. It uses mind as a subordinate action of the infinite knowledge, a definition of things subordinate to its awareness of infinity, a delimitation dependent on its awareness of essential totality, not that apparent and pluralistic totality of sum and collective aggregation, which is only another phenomena of mind. Thus there is no real limitation. The soul uses its defining power for the play of well-distinguished forms and forces, and is not used by that power. A new factor, a new action of conscious force, is therefore needed to create the operation of a helplessly limited as opposed to a freely limiting mind. That is to say, of mind subject to its own play, and deceived by it as opposed to mind master of its own play, and viewing it in its truth. The creature mind is opposed to the divine. That new factor is avidya, the self-ignoring faculty which separates the action of mind from the action of the supermind that originated and still governs it from behind the veil. Thus separated, mind perceives only the particular and not the universal, or conceives only the particular in an unpossessed universal, and no longer both particular and universal as phenomena of the infinite. Thus we have the limited mind, which views every phenomena as a thing in itself, separate part of a whole which again exists separately in a greater whole, and so on. Enlarging always, it aggregates without getting back to the sense of a true infinity. Mind, being an action of the infinite, depieces as well as aggregates ad infinitum. It cuts up being into wholes, into ever smaller wholes, into atoms, and those atoms into primal atoms, until it would, if it could, dissolve the primal atom into nothingness. But it cannot, because behind this dividing action is the saving knowledge of the supramental which knows every whole, every atom to be only a concentration of all force, of all consciousness, of all being into phenomenal forms of itself. The dissolution of the aggregate into an infinite nothingness, at which mind strives to arrive, is to be the supermind only the return of the self-concentrated consciousness, being out of its phenomena into its infinite existence. Whichever way its consciousness proceeds, by the way of infinite division or by the way of infinite enlargement, it arrives only at itself, at its own infinite unity and eternal being. And when the action of the mind is consciously subordinated to this knowledge of the supermind, the truth and process is known to it also, and not at all ignored. There is no real division, but only an infinitely multiple concentration into forms of being and into arrangements of the relation of those forms of being to each other, in which division is a subordinate appearance of the whole process necessary to their spatial and temporal play. For divide as you will, get down to the most infinitesimal atom, or form, the most monstrous possible aggregate of worlds and systems, you cannot get by either process to a thing in itself. All are forms of the force which alone is real in itself, while the rest are real only as self-imaging or manifestation self-forms of the eternal force consciousness. Whence then does the limiting of vidya, the fall of mind from supermind, and the consequent idea of real division originally proceed? Exactly from what perversion of the supramental functioning? It proceeds from the individualized soul viewing everything from its own standpoint and excluding all others. It proceeds, that is to say, by an exclusive concentration of consciousness, an exclusive self-identification of the soul with a particular temporal and spatial action, which is only a part of its own play of being. It starts from the soul ignoring the fact that all others are itself also, all other action its own action, and all other states of being and consciousness equally its own, as well as the action of the one particular moment in time, and one particular standing point in space, and the one particular form it presently occupies. It concentrates on the moment, the feel, the form, the movement, so as not to lose the rest. It is then to recover the rest by linking together the succession of moments, the succession of points in space, the succession of forms in time and space, the succession of movements in space and time. It has thus lost the truth of the indivisibility of time, the indivisibility of force and substance. It has lost sight even of the obvious fact that all minds are one mind, taking many standpoints, all lives one life, developing many currents of activity, all body and form one substance of force and consciousness, concentrating into many apparent stabilities of force and consciousness. But in truth, all these stabilities are really only a constant whirl of movement, repeating a form while it modifies it. They are nothing more. For the mind tries to clamp everything into rigidly fixed forms and apparently unchanging or unmoving external factors, because otherwise it cannot act. It then thinks it has got what it wants. In reality, all is a flux of change and renewal, and there is no fixed form in itself, and no unchanging external factor. Only the eternal, real idea is firm, and maintains a certain ordered constancy of figures, and relations in a flux of things, a constancy which the mind vainly attempts to imitate, by attributing fixity to that which is always inconstant. These truths mind has to rediscover. It knows them all the time, but only in the hidden back of the consciousness, in the secret light of its self-being. And that light is to it a darkness, because it has created the ignorance, because it has lapsed from the dividing into the divided mentality, because it has become involved in its own working and its own creations. This ignorance is farther deepened for man by his self-identification with the body. To us, mind seems to be determined by the body, because it is preoccupied with that and devoted to the physical workings which it uses for its conscious superficial action in this gross material world, employing constantly the operation of the mind and brain and nerves, which it has developed in course of its own development in the body. It is too absorbed in absorbing what this physical and machinery gives to it to get back from its own pure workings. Those are to it mostly subconscious. Still we can conceive a life mind or life being which has got beyond the evolutionary necessity of this absorption, and is able to see and even experience self assuming body after body, and not created separately in each body, and ending with it. For it is only the physical impress of mind on matter, only the corporeal mentality that is so created, not the whole mental being. This corporeal mentality is merely our surface of mind, merely the front which it represents to physical experience. Behind even in our terrestrial being, there is this other, subconscious or subliminal to us, which knows itself as more than the body and is capable of a less materialistic action. To this we owe immediately most of the larger, deeper, and more forceful dynamic action of our surface mind. This, when we become conscious of it, or of its impress on us, is our first idea or our first realization of a soul or inner being, Purusha. But this life mentality also, though it may get free from the error of body, does not make us free from the whole error of mind. It is still subject to the original act of ignorance, by which the individualized soul regards everything from its own standpoint, and can see the truth of things only as they present themselves to it from outside, or else as they rise up its view from its separate temporal and spatial consciousness, forms and results of past and present experience. It is not conscious of its other selves except by the outward indications they give to their existence, indications of communicated thought, speech, action, result of actions, or subtler indications, not felt directly by the physical being, of vital impact in relation. Equally is it ignorant of itself, for it knows of itself only through a movement in time and a succession of lives, in which it has used its variously embodied energies. As our physical instrument mind has the illusion of the body, so this subconscious dynamic mind has the illusion of life. In that it is absorbed and concentrated. By that it is limited. With that it identifies its being. Here we do not yet get back to the meeting place of mind and supermind, and the point of which they originally separated. But there is still another clear, reflective mentality behind the dynamic and vital which is capable of escaping from this absorption in life, and views itself as assuming life and body, in order to imagine out in active relation of energy, that which it perceives in will and thought. It is the source of the pure thinker in us. It is that which knows mentally in itself, and sees the world not in terms of life and body, but of mind. It is that which, when we get back to it, we sometimes mistake for the pure spirit, as we mistake the dynamic mind for the soul. This higher mind is able to perceive and deal with other souls as other form of its pure self. It is capable of sensing them by pure mental impact and communication, and no longer only by vital and nervous impact and physical indication. It conceives, too, a mental figure of unity, and in its activity and its will it can create and possess more directly, not only indirectly as is the ordinary physical life, and in other minds and lives as well as our own. But still even this pure mentality does not escape from the original error of mind, for it is still its separate mental self which it makes the judge, witness, and center of the universe, and through it alone strives to arrive at its own higher self and reality. All others are others, grouped to it around itself. When it wills to be free, it has to draw back from life and mind in order to disappear into the real unity. For there is still the veil created by avidya, between the mental and supramental action. An image of the truth gets through, not the truth itself. It is only when the veil is rent and divided mind overpowered, silent and passive to the supramental action, that mind itself gets back to the truth of things. There we find a luminous mentality reflective, obedient, and instrumental to the divine real idea. There we perceive what the world really is. We know in every way ourselves and others and as others as ourselves, as well as all the universal and self-multiplied one. We lose the rigidly separate individual standpoint, which is the source of all limitation and error. Still we perceive also that all the ignorance of mind took for the truth was in fact truth, but truth deflected, mistaken and falsely conceived. We still perceive the division, the individualizing, the atomic creation, but we know them and ourselves for what they and we really are. And so we perceive that the mind was really a subordinate action, an instrumentation of the truth consciousness. So long as it is not separated in self-experience from the enveloping master consciousness, and does not try to set up house for itself, so long as it serves passively as an instrumentation and does not attempt to possess for its own benefit, mind fulfills luminosity, its function, which is in the truth to hold forms apart from each other by a phenomenal, a purely formal delimitation of their activity, behind which the governing universality of the being remains conscious and untouched. It has to receive the truth of things and distribute it according to the unerring perceptions of a supreme and universal I and will. It has to uphold an individualization of active consciousness, delight, force, substance, which derives all its power, reality, and joy from an inalienable universality behind. It has to turn the multiplicity of the one into an apparent division by which relations are defined, and held off against each other so as to meet again and join. It has to establish the delight of separation and contact in the midst of an eternal unity and intermissions. It has to enable the one to behave as if he were an individual dealing with other individuals, but always in his own unity. And this is what the world really is. The mind is the final operation of the apprehending truth consciousness, which makes all this possible, and what we call the ignorance does not create a new thing, an absolute falsehood, but only misrepresents the truth. The ignorance is the mind separated in knowledge from its source of knowledge, and giving a false rigidity and a mistaken appearance of opposition and conflict to the harmonious play of the supreme truth in its universal manifestation. The fundamental error of the mind is, then, this fall from self-knowledge, by which the individual soul conceives of its individuality as a separate fact instead of as a form of oneness, and makes itself the center of its own universe instead of knowing itself as one concentration of the universal. From that original error, all its particular ignorance and limitations are contingent results. For viewing the flux of things only as it flows upon and through itself, it makes a limitation of being from which proceeds a limitation of consciousness and therefore of knowledge, a limitation of conscious force and will and therefore of power, a limitation of self-enjoyment and therefore of delight. It is conscious of things and knows them only as they present themselves to its individuality, and therefore it falls into an ignorance of the rest, and thereby into an erroneous conception even of that which it seems to know. For since all being is interdependent, the knowledge either of the whole or of the essence is necessary for the right knowledge of the part. Hence there is an element of error in all human knowledge. Similarly, our will, ignorant of the rest of the all-will, must fall into error of working and a greater or less degree of incapacity and impotence. The soul's self-delight and delight of things, ignoring the all-bliss and by defect of will and knowledge, unable to master its world, must fall into incapacity of possessive delight, and therefore into suffering. Self-ignorance is therefore the root of all perversity of our existence, and that perversity stands fortified in the self-limitation, the egoism which is the form taken by that self-ignorance. Yet it is all ignorance and all perversity only the distortion of the truth and right of things, and not the play of an absolute falsehood. It is the result of mind viewing things in the division it makes, avidyama, antari, instead of viewing itself and its divisions as instrumentation and phenomena of the play of the truth of Satchidananda. If it gets back to the truth from which it fell, it becomes again the final action of the truth consciousness in its apprehensive operation, and the relation it helps to create in that light and power will be relations of the truth and not of the perversity. They will be the straight things and not the crooked, to use the expressive distinction of the Vedic rishis. Truth, that is to say, of divine being, with its self-possessive consciousness, will and delight moving harmoniously in itself. Now we have rather the warped and zigzag movement of mind and life, the contortions created by the struggle of the soul once grown oblivious of its true being to find itself again, to resolve back all error into the truth, with both our truth and our error, our right and our wrong limit or distort, all incapacity into the strength which both our power and our weakness are a struggle of force to grasp, all suffering into delight, which both our joy and our pain are a convulsive effort of sensation to realize, all death into the immortality to which both our life and our death are a constant effort of being to return. End of chapter. Chapter 19. Life. Pranic energy is the life of creatures, for that is said to be the universal principle of life. Taittiriya Upanishad. We perceive, then, what mind is in its divine origin, and how it is related to the truth consciousness, mind, the highest of the three lower principles which constitute our human existence. It is a special action of the divine consciousness, or rather, it is the final strand of its whole creative action. It enables the Purusha to hold apart the relations of different forms and forces of himself to each other. It creates phenomenal differences, which to the individual soul, fallen from the truth consciousness, take the appearance of radical division, and is by that original perversion the parent of all the resultant perversions, which impress us as the contrary dualities and oppositions proper to the life of the soul in the ignorance. But so long as it is not separated from the supermind, it supports, not perversions and falsehood, but the various working of the universal truth. Mind thus appears as a creative cosmic agency. This is not the impression which we would normally have of our mentality, Rather, we regard it primarily as a perceptive organ, perceptive of things already created by force working in matter, and the only origination we allow to its secondary creation of new combined forms from these already developed by force and matter. But the knowledge we are now recovering, aided by the last discovery of science, begins to show us that in this force and in this matter there is a subconscious mind at work, which is certainly responsible for its own emergence. First in the forms of life, and secondary in the form of mind itself. First in the nervous consciousness of plant life and primitive animal. Secondly, in the ever-developed mentality of the evolved animal and of man. And as we have already discovered that matter is only substance form of force, so we shall discover that material force is only energy form of mind. Material force is, in fact, a subconscious operation of will. Will that works in us in what seems to be light, though it is in truth no more than a half-light, and material force that works in what to us seems to be a darkness of unintelligence, are yet really and in essence the same. As materialistic thought has always instinctively felt from the wrong or lower end of things, and as spiritual knowledge working from the summit had long ago discovered. We may say, therefore, that it is subconscious mind or intelligence which, manifesting force as its driving power, its executive nature, its prakriti, has created this material world. But since, as we have now found, mind is no independent and original entity, but only a final operation of the truth consciousness or supermind, therefore, wherever mind is, there supermind must be. Supermind, or the truth consciousness, is the real creative agency of the universal existence. Even when mind is in its own darkened consciousness, separated from its source, yet is that larger movement always there in the workings of mind, forcing them to preserve their right relation, evolving from them the inevitable results they bear in themselves, producing the right tree from the right seed. It compels even the operations of so brute, inert, and darkened a thing as material force to result in a world of law, of order, of right relation, and not, as it would otherwise be, of hurtling chance and chaos. Obviously, this order and right relation can only be relative, and not the supreme order and supreme right, which would reign if mind were not in its own consciousness separated from supermind. It is an arrangement, an order of the results right and proper to the action of dividing mind and its creation of separative oppositions, its dual contrary sides of the one truth. The divine consciousness, having conceived and thrown into operation the idea of this dual or divided representation of itself, deduces from it in real idea and educes practically from it in substance of life, by the governing action of the whole truth consciousness behind it, its own inferior truth or inevitable result of various relation. For this is the nature of law or truth in the world, that it is just the working and bringing out of that which is contained in being, implied in the essence and nature of the thing itself, latent in its self-being and self-law, svabhava and svabharma, as seen by the divine knowledge. To use one of the wonderful formulas of the Upanishad, which contains a world of knowledge in a few revealing words, it is the self-existent who, as the seer and thinker, becoming everywhere, has arranged in himself all things rightly from years eternal according to the truth of that which they are. Consequently, the triple world that we live in, the world of mind, life, body, is triple only its actual accomplished evolution. Life involved in matter has emerged in the form of thinking and mentally conscious life. But with mind, involved in it, and therefore in life and matter, is the supermind, which is the origin and ruler out of the other three, and this also must emerge. We seek for an intelligence at the root of the world, because intelligence is the highest principle of which we are aware, and that which seems to us to govern and explain all our action and creation, and therefore, if there is a consciousness at all in the universe, we presume that it must be an intelligence, a mental consciousness. But intelligence only perceives, reflects, and uses within the measure of its capacity the work of a truth of being superior to itself. The power behind that works must therefore be another and superior form of conscious power to that truth. We have accordingly to mend our conception and affirm that not a subconscious mind or intelligence, but an involved supermind, which puts mind in front of it as an immediately active special form of its knowledge, will, subconscious, and force, and uses material force or will, subconscious and substance, of being its executive nature or prakriti, has created this material universe. But we see that here mind is manifested in a specialization of force, to which we give the name of life. What then is life? And what relation has it to supermind, to the supreme trinity of Satchidananda, active in creation by means of the real idea or truth consciousness? From what principle in the Trinity does it take its birth? Or by what necessity, divine or undivine, of the truth or the illusion, does it come into being? Life is an evil, rings down the centuries the ancient cry, a delusion, a delirium, an insanity from which we have to flee into the repose of eternal being. Is it so? And why then is it so? Why has the Eternal wantonly inflicted this evil, brought this delirium or insanity upon himself, or else upon the creatures brought into being by his terrible all-deluding Maya? Or is it rather some divine principle that thus expresses itself, some power of the delight of eternal being that had to express and has thus thrown itself into time and space in this constant outburst of the million and million forms of life which people the countless worlds of the universe? When we study this life as it manifests itself upon earth, with matter as its basis, we observe that essentially it is a form of the one cosmic energy, a dynamic movement or current in positive and negative, a constant act or play of the force which builds up forms, energizes them by a continual stream of stimulation, and maintains them by an unceasing process of disintegration and renewal of their substance. This would tend to show that the natural opposition we make between death and life is an error of our mentality, one of those false oppositions, false to inner truth through valid and surface practical experience, which, deceived by appearances, it is constantly bringing into the universal unity. Death has no reality except as a process of life. Disintegration of substance and renewal of substance, maintenance of form and change of form are the constant process of life. Death is merely a rapid disintegration subservient to life's necessity of change and variation of formal experience. Even in the death of the body, there is no cessation of life. Only the material of one form of life is broken up to serve as material for other forms of life. Similarly, we may be sure in the uniform law of nature that if there is the bodily form a mental or psychic energy, that also it is not destroyed but only breaks out from one form to assume others by some process of metempsychosis or new ensouling of the body. All renews itself, nothing perishes. It could be affirmed as a consequence that there is one all-pervading life or dynamic energy, the material aspect being only its outermost movement, that creates all these forms of the physical universe. Life imperishable and eternal which, even if the whole figure of the universe were quite abolished, would itself still go on existing and be capable of producing a new universe in its place, must indeed, unless it be held back in a state of rest by some higher power or held itself back, inevitably go on creating. In that case, life is nothing else than the force that builds and maintains and destroys forms in the world. It is life that manifests itself in the form of the earth as much as in the plant that grows upon the earth, and the animals that support their existence by devouring the life force of the plant or of each other. All existence here is a universal life that takes form of matter. It might for the purpose hide life process and physical process, but it emerge as submental sensitivity and mentalized vitality, but still it would be throughout the same creative life principle. It will be said, however, that this is not what we mean by life. We mean a particular result of universal force with which we are familiar, and which manifests itself only in the animal and the plant, but not in the metal, the stone, the gas, operates in the animal cell, but not in the pure physical atom. We must therefore, in order to be sure of our ground, examine in what precisely consists this particular result of the play of force, which we call life, and how it differs from that other results of the play of force in inanimate things, which we say is not life. We see at once that there are here on earth three realms of the play of force: the animal kingdom of the old classifications to which we belong, the vegetable, and lastly the mere material void, as we pretend, of life. How does life in ourselves differ from the life of the plant, and the life of the plant from the not life, say of the metal, the mineral kingdom of the old phraseology, or that new chemical kingdom which science has discovered? Ordinarily, when we speak of life, we have meant animal life, that which moves, breathes, eats, feels, desires, and if we speak of the life of plants, it has been almost as a metaphor rather than a reality. For plant life was regarded as a purely material process rather than a biological phenomena. Especially we have associated life with breathing. The breath is life, it was said in every language, and the formula is true if we change our conception of what we mean by the breath of life. But it is evident that spontaneous motion or locomotion, breathing, eating, are only processes of life and not life itself. They are means for the generation or release of the constantly stimulating energy, which is our vitality, and for the process of disintegration and renewal by which it supports our substantial existence. But these processes of our vitality can be maintained in other ways than by respiration and our means of sustenance. It is a proved fact that even human life can remain in the body and can remain in full consciousness with breathing, and the beating of the heart and other conditions formerly deemed essential to it have temporarily suspended. And new evidence of phenomena has been brought forward to establish that the plant, to which we can still deny any conscious reaction, has at least a physical life identical with our own, and even organized essentially like our own thought difference in its apparent organization. If that is proven true, we still have to make a clean sweep of our old facile and false conceptions and get beyond symptoms and externalities to the root of the matter. In some recent discoveries which, if their conclusions are accepted, must throw an intense light on the problem of life and matter, a great Indian physicist has pointed attention to the response to stimulus as an infallible sign of the existence of life. It is especially the phenomena of plant life that has been illuminated by his data and illustrated in its subtle functioning. But we must not forget that in the essential point the same proof of vitality, the response to stimulus, the positive state of life and its negative state, which we call death, have been affirmed by him in metals as in plant. Not indeed with the same abundance, not indeed so as to show an essentially identical organization of life, but it is possible that, could instruments of the right nature and sufficient delicacy be invented, more points of similarity between the metal and plant life could be discovered. And even if it proved not to be so, this might mean that the same or any life organization is absent, but the beginnings of vitality could still be there. But in life, however rudimentary in its symptoms, exist in the metal, it must be admitted is present, involved perhaps or elementary and elemental in the earth, or other material existences akin to the metal. If we can pursue our inquiries further, not obliged to stop short where our immediate means of investigation fail us, we may be sure from our unvarying experience of nature that investigations thus pursued will in the end prove to us that there is no break, no rigid line of demarcation between the earth and the metal formed in it, or between the metal and the plant, and pursuing the synthesis farther, that there is none either between the elements of atoms that constitute the earth or metal, and the metal or earth that they constitute. Each step of this graded existence prepares the next, holds in itself what appears in that which follows it. Life is everywhere, secret or manifest, organized or elemental, involved or evolved, but universal, all-pervading, imperishable, only its forms and organizing differ. We must remember that the physical response to stimulus is only an outward sign of life, even as our breathing and locomotion in ourselves. An exceptional stimulus is applied by the experimenter, and vivid response are given, which we can at once recognize as indices of vitality in the object of the experiment. But during its whole existence, the plant is responding constantly to a constant mass of stimulation from its environment. That is to say, there is a constantly maintained force in which it is capable of responding to the application of force from its surrounding. It is said that the idea of a vital force in the plant or other living organisms has been destroyed by these experiments. But when we say that a stimulus has been applied to the plant, we mean that an energized force, a force in dynamic movement, has been directed on that object. And when we say that a response is given, we mean that an energized force capable of dynamic movement and of sensitive vibration answers to that shock. There is a vibrant reception and reply, as well as a will to grow and be, indicative of a submental, a vital physical organization of conscious force hidden in the form of being. The fact would seem to be, then, that as there is a constant dynamic energy and movement in the universe, which takes various material forms more or less subtle or gross, so in each physical body or object, plant or animal or metal, there is stored and active the same constant dynamic force. A certain interchange of these two give us the phenomena which we associate with the idea of life. It is this action that we recognize as the action of life energy, and that which so energizes itself in the life force. Mind energy, life energy, material energy are different dynamisms of the one world force. Even when a form appears to us to be dead, this force still exists in its potentiality, although its familiar operations of vitality are suspended and about to be permanently ended. Within certain limits, that which is dead can be revived. The habitual operations, the response, the circulation of active energy can be restored. And this proves that what we call life was still there in the body, latent, that is to say, not active in its usual habits, its habits of ordinary physical functioning, its habits of nervous play and response, its habit in the animal or conscious mental response. It is difficult to suppose that there is a distinct entity called life, which has gone entirely out of the body and gets into it again when it feels. However, since there is nothing to connect it with the body, that somebody is stimulating the form. In certain cases, such as catalepsy, we see that the outward physical signs and operation of life are suspended, but the mentality is there self-possessed and conscious, although unable to compel the usual physical response. Certainly, it is not the fact that the man is physically dead, but mentally alive, or that life has gone out of the body while mind still inhabits it, but only that the ordinary physical function is suspended, while the mental is still active. So also, in certain forms of trance, both the physical functioning and the outward mental are suspended, but afterwards resume their operation, in some cases by external stimulation, but more normally by a spontaneous return to activity from within. What has really happened is that the surface mind force has been withdrawn into subconscious mind, and the surface life force in subactive life, and either the whole man has lapsed into the subconscious existence, or else he has withdrawn his outer life into the subconscious, while his inner being has been lifted into the superconscient. But the main point for us at present is that the force, whatever it be, that maintains dynamic energy of life in the body, has indeed suspended its outer operation, but still informs the organized substance. A point comes, however, at which it no longer possible to restore the suspended activities, and this occurs when either such a lesion has been inflicted on the body as makes it useless or incapable of habitual functioning, or in the absence of such lesion, when the process of disintegration has begun. That is to say, when the force that should renew the life action becomes entirely inert to the pressure of the environing forces with those massive stimulation it was wont to keep up a constant interchange. Even then there is life in the body, but a life that is busy only with the process of disintegrating the formed substance so that it may escape in its elements and constitute with them new forms. The will in the universal force that held the form together now withdraws from constitution and supports instead a process of dispersion. Not till then is there the real death of the body. Life, then, is the dynamic play of a universal force, a force in which mental consciousness and nervous vitality are in some form, or at least in their principle, always inherent, and therefore they appear and organize themselves in our world in the forms of matter. The life play of this force manifests itself as an interchange of stimulation and response to stimulation between the different forms it has built up and in which it keeps up its constant dynamic pulsation. Each form is constantly taking into itself and giving out again the breath and energy of the common force. Each form feeds upon that and nourishes itself with it by various means, whether indirectly by taking in other forms in which the energy is stored or directly by absorbing the dynamic discharges it receives from outside. All this is the play of life, but it is chiefly recognizable to us where the organization of it is sufficient for us to perceive its more outward and complex movements, and especially where it partakes of the nervous type of vital energy which belongs to our own organization. It is for this reason that we are ready enough to admit life in the plant because obvious phenomena of life are there. And this becomes still easier if it can be shown that it manifests symptoms of nervosity and is a vital system not very different from our own, but are unwilling to recognize it in the metal and the earth and the chemical atom, where these phenomenal developments can with difficulty be detected or do not apparently at all exist. Is there any justification for elevating this distinction into an essential difference? What, for instance, is the difference between life in ourselves and life in the plant? We see that they differ first in our possession of the power of locomotion, which has evidently nothing to do with the essence of vitality, and secondly in our possession of conscious sensation, which is, so far as we know, not yet evolved in the plant. Our nervous responses are largely, though by no means always or in their entirety, attended with the mental response of conscious sensation. They have a value to the mind as well as to the nervous system, and the body agitated by the nervous action. In the plant it would seem that there are symptoms of nervous sensation, including those which would be used rendered as pleasure and pain, waking and sleep, exhilaration, dullness and fatigue, and the body is inwardly agitated by the nervous action. But there is no sign of the actual presence of mentally conscious sensation. But sensation is sensation, whether mentally conscious or vitally sensitive, and sensation is a form of consciousness. When the sensitive plant shrinks from a contact, it appears that it is nervously affected, that something in it dislikes the contact and tries to draw away from it. There is, in a word, a subconscious sensation in the plant, just as there are, as we have seen, subconscious operations of the same kind in ourselves. In the human system it is quite possible to bring these subconscious perceptions and sensations to the surface long after they have happened and have ceased to affect the nervous system, and an ever-increasing mass of evidence has irrefutably established the existence of a subconscious mentality in us much vaster than the conscious. The mere fact that the plant has no superficially vigilant mind which can be awakened to the valuation of its subconscious sensations makes no difference to the essential identity of the phenomena. The phenomena being the same, the thing they manifest must be the same, and that thing is a subconscious mind. And it is quite possible that there is a more rudimentary life operation of the subconscious sense mind in the metal, although in the metal there is no bodily agitation corresponding to the nervous response. But the absence of bodily agitation makes no essential difference to the presence of vitality in the metal, any more than the absence of bodily locomotion makes an essential difference to the presence of vitality in the plant. What happens when the conscious becomes subconscious in the body, or the subconscious becomes conscious? The real difference lies in the absorption of the conscious energy in part of its work, its more or less exclusive concentration. In certain forms of concentration, what we call the mentality, that is to say, the prajnana or apprehensive consciousness, almost or quite ceases to act consciously. Yet the work of the body and the nerves and the sense mind goes on unnoticed, but constant and perfect. It has all become subconscious, and only in one activity or chain of activities is the mind luminously active. While I write, the physical act of writing is largely or sometimes entirely done by the subconscious mind. The body makes, unconsciously as we say, certain nervous movements. The mind is awake only to the thought of which it is occupied. The whole man indeed may sink into the subconscious, yet habitual movements implying the action of mind may continue, as in many phenomena of sleep, or he may rise into the subconscient and yet be active with a subliminal mind in the body, as in certain phenomena of samadhi or yoga trance. It is evident, then, that the difference between plant sensation and our sensation is simply that in the plant, the conscious force manifesting itself in the universe has not yet fully emerged from the sleep of matter, from the absorption which entirely divides the worker force from its source of work in the superconscient knowledge, and therefore does subconsciously what it will do consciously when it emerges in man from its absorption and begins to wake, though still indirectly, to its knowledge self. It does exactly the same things, but in different way and with a different value in terms of consciousness. It is becoming possible now to conceive that in the very atom there is something that becomes in us a will and a desire. There is an attraction and repulsion which, though phenomenally other, are essentially the same thing as liking and disliking in ourselves, but are, as we say, inconscient or subconscient. This essence of will and desire are evidently everywhere in nature, and though this is not yet sufficiently envisaged, they are associated with, and indeed the expression, of a subconscient, or if you will, inconscient, or quite involved sense and intelligence which are equally pervasive. Present in every atom of matter, all this is necessarily present in everything which is formed by the aggregation of those atoms. And they are present in the atom because they are present in the force which builds up and constitutes the atom. That force is fundamentally the Chit Tapas, or Chit Shakti, of the Vedanta. Conscious force, inherent conscious force of conscious being, which manifests itself as nervous energy full of submental sensation in the plant, as desire sense and desire will in the primary animal forms, as self-conscious sense and force in the developing animal, as mental will and knowledge topping all the rest in man. Life is a scale of the universal energy in which the transition from inconscience to consciousness is managed. It is an intermediary power of it latent or submerged in matter, delivered by its own force into submental being, delivered finally by the emergence of mind into the full possibility of its dynamis. Apart from all other consideration, this conclusion imposes itself as a logical necessity if we observe even the surface process of the emergence in the light of the evolutionary theme. It is self-evident that life in the plant, even if otherwise organized than the animal, is yet the same power, marked by birth and growth and death, propagation by the seed, death by decay or malady or violence, maintenance by indrawing or nourishing elements from without, dependence on light and heat, productiveness and sterility, even states of sleep and waking, energy and depression of life dynamism, passage from infancy to maturity and age. The plant contains, moreover, the essence of the force of life, and is therefore the natural food of animal existence. It is conceded that it is a nervous system and reactions to stimuli, a beginning or undercurrent of submental or purely vital sensations. The identity becomes closer, but still it remains evidently a stage of life evolution, intermediate between animal existence and inanimate matter. This is precisely what must be expected if life is a force evolving out of matter and culminating in mind, and if it is that, then we are bound to suppose that it is already there in matter itself, submerged or latent in the material subconsciousness or inconscience. For from where else can it emerge? Evolution of life in matter supposes a previous involution of it there, unless we suppose it to be a new creature, magically and unaccountably introduced into nature. If it is that, it must either be a creation out of nothing, or a result of material operations, which is not accounted for by anything in the operation themselves, or by any element in them which is of kindred nature, or conceivably it may be a descent from above, from some supraphysical plane above the material universe. The first two suppositions can be dismissed as arbitrary conceptions. The last explanation is possible, and it is quite conceivable, and the occult view of things true that a present form from some plane of life above the material universe has assisted the emergence of life itself. But this does not exclude the origin of life from matter itself as a primary and necessary movement for the existence of a life world or life plane above the material does not of itself lead to the emergence of life in matter unless the life plane exists as a formative stage in a descent of being through several grades or power of itself into the inconscience with the result of an involution of itself with all these powers in matter for a later evolution and emergence. Whether signs of the submerged life are discoverable, unorganized yet or rudimentary, in material things, or there are no such signs, because this involved life is in a full sleep, is not a question of capital importance. The material energy that aggregates, forms, and disintegrates is that same power in another grade of itself as that life energy which expresses itself in birth, growth, and death, just as by its doing of the works of intelligence. In a somnambulist subconscious it betrays itself as the same power that in yet another grade attains the status of mind. Its very character shows that it contains in itself, though not yet in their characteristic organization or process, the yet undelivered powers of mind and life. Life then reveals itself as essentially the same everywhere from the atom to man, the atom containing the subconscious stuff and movement of being which are released into consciousness in the animal, which plant life as the midway stage in the evolution. Life is really a universal operation of conscious force acting subconsciously on and in matter. It is the operation that creates, maintains, destroys, and recreates forms or bodies and attempts by play of nerve force, that is to say by currents of interchange of stimulating energy, to awake conscious sensation in those bodies. In this operation there are three stages of the lowest, in that which the vibration is still in the sleep of matter, entirely subconscious, so as to seem wholly mechanical. The middle stage is that in which it becomes capable of response, still submental, but on the verge of what we know as consciousness. The highest is that in which life develops conscious mentality, in the form of a mentally perceptible sensation, which in this transition becomes the basis for the development of sense, mind, and intelligence. It is in the middle stage that we catch the idea of life, as distinguished from matter and mind. But in reality it is the same in all the stages, and always a middle term between mind and matter, constituent on the latter, and instinct with the former. It is an operation of conscious force, which is neither the mere formation of substance, nor the operation of mind with substance and form as the object of its apprehension. It is rather an energizing of conscious being, which is a cause and support of the formation of substance, and an intermediate source and support of conscious mental apprehension. Life, as this intermediate energizing of conscious being, liberates into sensitive action and reaction a form of the creative force of existence, which was working subconsciously or inconsciently, absorbed in its own substance. It supports and liberates into action an apprehensive consciousness of existence, called mind, and gives it a dynamic instrumentation so that it can work not only on its own forms, but on forms of life and matter. It connects to and supports, as a middle term between them, the mutual commerce of the two, mind and matter. This means of commerce life provides in the continual currents of her pulsating nerve energy, which carry force of the form as a sensation to modify mind, and bring back force of mind as to will to modify matter. It is therefore this nerve energy which we usually mean when we talk of life. It is the prana or life force of the Indian system. But nerve energy is only the form it takes in the animal being. The same pranic energy is present in all forms down to the atom, since everywhere it is the same in essence and everywhere it is the same operation of conscious force, force supporting and modifying the substantial existence of its own forms. Force with sense and mind secretly active, but at first involved in the form and preparing to emerge, then finally emerging from their involution. This is the whole significance of the omnipresent life that is manifested and inhabits the material universe. End of chapter. Chapter 20. Death, Desire, and Incapacity. In the beginning all was covered by hunger, that is death, that made for itself mind, so that it might attain to possession of itself. Brihada Ranyanka Upanishad. This is the power discovered by the mortal, that has the multitude of its desires, so that it may sustain all things. It takes the taste of all foods, and builds a house for the being. Rig Veda. In our last chapter, we have considered life from the point of view of the material existence, and the appearance and working of the vital principle in matter, and we have reasoned from the data which this evolutionary terrestrial existence offers. But it is evident that wherever it may appear, and however it may work, under whatsoever conditions, the general principle must be everywhere the same. Life is universal force, working so as to create, energize, maintain, and modify, even to the extent of dissolving and reconstructing, substantial forms with mutual play and interchange of an overtly or secretly conscious energy as its fundamental character. In the material world we inhabit, mind is involved and subconscious in life, just as supermind is involved and subconscious in mind. And this life instinct, which an involved superconscious mind is again itself involved in matter. Therefore matter is here the basis and the apparent beginning. In the language of the Upanishads, Prithvi, the earth principle, is our foundation. The material universe starts from the formal atom surcharged with energy, instinct with the unformed stuff of the subconscious desire, will, intelligence. Out of this matter apparent life manifests, and it delivers out of itself, by means of the living body, the mind it contains imprisoned within it. Mind also has still to deliver out of itself the supermind concealed in its working. But we can conceive a world otherwise constituted, in which mind is not involved at the start, but consciously uses its innate energy to create original forms of substance, and is not, as here, only subconscious in the beginning. Still, though the working of such a world would be quite different from ours, the intermediate vehicle of operation of that energy would always be life. The thing itself would be the same, even if the process were entirely reversed. But then it appears immediately that as mind is only a final operation of supermind, so life is only a final operation of the conscious force of which real idea is a determinative form and creative agent. Consciousness, that is force in the nature of being, and this conscious being manifested as a creative knowledge will, is the real idea or supermind. The supramental knowledge will is conscious force rendered operative for the creation of forms of united being in an ordered harmony, to which we give the name of world or universe. So also mind and life are the same conscious force, the same knowledge will, but operating for the maintenance of distinctly individual forms in a sort of demarcation, opposition and interchange, in which the soul in each form of being works out its own mind and life, as if they were separate from the others, though in fact they are never separate, but they are play of the one soul, mind, and life in different forms of its single reality. In other words, as mind is the final individualizing operation of the all-comprehending and all-apprehending supermind, the process by which its consciousness works individualized in each form from the standpoint proper to it, and with the cosmic relations which proceeds from that standpoint. So life is the final operation by which the force of conscious being, acting through the all-possessing and all-creating will of the universal supermind, maintains and energizes, constitutes and reconstitutes individual forms, and acts in them as the basis of all the activities of the soul thus embodied. Life is the energy of the divine continually generating itself in forms as in a dynamo, and not only playing with the outgoing battery of its shocks on surrounding forms and things, but receiving itself the incoming shocks of all life around as they pour in upon and penetrate the form from outside, from the environing universe. In this view, life appears as a form of energy of consciousness intermediary, and appropriate to the action of mind on matter. In a sense, it may be said to be an energy aspect of mind, when it creates and relates itself no longer only to ideas, but to motion of force and to forms of substance. But it must immediately be added that just as mind is not a separate entity, but has all supermind behind it, and it is supermind that creates with mind only its final individualizing operation, so life also is not a separate entity or movement, but has all conscious force behind it in every one of its working, and it is that conscious force alone which exists and acts in created things. Life is only its final operation, intermediary between mind and body. All that we say of life must therefore be subject to the qualifications arising from this dependence. We do not really know life, whether in its nature or its process, unless and until we are aware and grow conscious of that great conscious force working in it, of which it is only the external aspect and instrumentation. Then only can we perceive and execute with knowledge, as individual soul forms and mental and bodily instruments of the divine, the will of God in life. Then only can life and mind proceed in paths and movements of the ever-increasing straightness of the truth in ourselves and things, by a constant diminishing of the crooked perversions of the ignorance. Just as mind has to unite itself consciously with the supermind, from which it is separated by the action of avidya, so life has to become aware of the conscious force which operates it in it for ends, and with the meaning of which the life in is. Because it is absorbed in the mere process of living, as our mind is absorbed in the mere process of mentalizing life and matter, is unconscious in its darkened action, so that it serves them blindly and ignorantly, and not as it must and will in its liberation and fulfillment, luminously or with a self-fulfilling knowledge, power, and bliss. In fact, our life, because it is subservient to the darkened and dividing operation of mind, is itself darkened and divided, and undergoes all the subjection to death, limitation, weakness, suffering, ignorant functioning, of which the bound and limited creature mind is the parent and cause. The original source of the perversion was, as we have seen, the self-limitation of the individual soul bound to self-ignorance, because it regards itself by an exclusive concentration as a separate, self-existent individuality, and regards all cosmic action only as it presents itself to its own individual consciousness, knowledge, will, force, enjoyment, and limited being, instead of seeing itself as a conscious form of the One, and embracing all consciousness, all knowledge, all will, all force, all enjoyment, and all being as one with its own. The universal life in us, obeying this direction of the soul imprisoned in mind, itself becomes imprisoned in an individual action. It exists and acts as a separate life with a limited, insufficient capacity, undergoing and not freely embracing the shock and pressure of all the cosmic life around it. Thrown into the constant cosmic interchange of force in the universe as a poor, limited, individual existence, life at first helplessly suffers and obeys the giant interplay with only a mechanical reaction upon all that attacks, devours, enjoys, uses, and drives it. But as consciousness develops, as a light of its own being emerges from the inert darkness of the involuntary sleep, the individual existence becomes dimly aware of the power in it, and seeks first nervously, and then mentally to master, use, and enjoy the play. This awakening to the power in its gradual awakening to itself. For life is force, and force is power, and power is will, and will is the working of the master consciousness. Life in the individual becomes more and more aware in its depth that it is too the will force of Satchidananda, which is master of the universe, and it aspires itself to be individually master of its own world. To realize its own power and to master as well as to know its world is therefore the increasing impulse of all individual life. That impulse is an essential feature of the growing self-manifestation of the divine in cosmic existence. But though life is power, and the growth of individual life means the growth of the individual power, still the mere fact of its being a divided, individualized life and force prevents it from really becoming master of its own world. For that would mean to be master of the all-force, and it is impossible for a divided and individualized consciousness with a divided, individualized, and therefore limited power and will to be master of the all-force. Only the all-will can be that, and the individual only, if at all, by becoming again one with the all-will, and therefore with the all-force. Otherwise, the individual life in the individual form must be always subject to the three badges of its limitation: death, desire, and incapacity. Death is imposed on the individual life both by the conditions of its own existence and by its relation to the all-force which manifests itself in the universe. For the individual life is a particular play of energy specialized to constitute, maintain, energize, and finally to dissolve, when its utility is over, one of the myriad forms which it serves, each in its own place, time, and scope, the whole play of the universe. The energy of life in the body has to support the attack of the energies external to it in the universe. It has to draw them in and feed upon them, and is itself being constantly devoured by them. All matter, according to the Upanishad, is food, and thus is the formula of the material world, that the eater eating is himself eaten. The life organized in the body is constantly exposed to the possibility of being broken up by the attack of the life external to it, its devouring capacity being insufficient or not properly served, or there being no right balance between the capacity of devouring and the capacity or necessity of providing food for the life outside. It is unable to protect itself, and is devoured or is unable to renew itself, and therefore wasted away or broken. It has to go through the process of death for a new construction or renewal. Not only so, but again in the language of the Upanishad, the life force is the food of the body, and the body the food of the life force. In other words, the life energy in us both supplies the material by which the form is built up and constantly maintained and renewed, and is at the same time constantly using up the substantial form of itself, which it thus creates and keeps in existence. If the balance between the two operations is imperfect, or is disturbed, or if the ordered play of the different currents of life is thrown out of the gear, then disease and decay intervene, and commence the process of disintegration. And the very struggle for conscious mastery and even the growth of mind makes the maintenance of the life more difficult. For there is an increasing demand of the life energy on the form, a demand which is in excess of the original system of supply, and disturbs the original balance of supply and demand. And before a new balance can be established, many disorders are introduced inimical to the harmony and to the length of maintenance of the life. In addition, the attempt at mastery creates always a corresponding reaction in the environment, which is full of forces that also desire fulfillment and are therefore intolerant of, revolt against, and attack the existence which seeks to master them. There too a balance is disturbed, a more intense struggle is generated, however strong the mastering life, unless either it is unlimited or else succeeds in establishing a new harmony with its environment. It cannot easily resist and triumph, but must one day be overcome and disintegrated. But apart from all these necessities, there is the one fundamental necessity of the nature and object of embodied life itself, which is to seek infinite experience on a finite basis. And since the form, the basis by its own organizing limits, the possibility of experience, this can only be done by dissolving in and seeking new forms. For the soul, having once limited itself by concentrating on the moment in the field, is driven to seek its infinity again by the principle of succession, by adding moment to moment, and thus storing up a time experience which it calls its past. In that time it moves through successive fields, successive experience or lives, successive accumulation of knowledge, capacity, enjoyment, and all this it holds in subconscious or superconscious memory as its fund of past acquisition and time. To this process, change of form is essential, and for the soul involved in the individual body, change of form means dissolution of the body in subjection to the law and compulsion of the all life in the material universe, to its law of supply of the material of form and demand on the material, to its principle of constant intershock and the struggle of the embodied life to exist in a world of mutual devouring. And this is a law of death. This, then, is the necessity and justification of death, not as a denial of life, but as a process of life. Death is necessary because eternal change of form is the sole immortality to which the finite living substance can aspire, and eternal change of experience, the sole infinity to which the finite mind involved in living body can attain. This change of form cannot be allowed to remain merely a constant renewal of the same form type, such as constitutes our bodily life between birth and death. For unless the formative type is changed, and the experiencing mind is thrown into a new form in new circumstance and time, place and environment, the necessary variations of experience, which the very nature of existence in time and space demands, cannot be effected, and it is only the process of death by dissolution, and by the devouring of life by life. It is only the absence of freedom, the compulsion, the struggle, the pain, the subjection to something that appears to be not self, which makes this necessary and salutary change appear terrible and undesirable to our mortal mentality. It is the sense of being devoured, broken up, destroyed or forced away which is the sting of death, and which even the belief in personal survival of death cannot wholly abrogate. But this process is a necessity of that mutual devouring, which we see to be the initial law of life and matter. Life, says the Upanishad, is hunger, which is death. And by this hunger, which is death, asanya mritya, the material world has been created. For life here assumes as its mold material substance. A material substance is being infinitely divided and seeking infinitely to aggregate itself. Between these two impulses of infinite division and infinite aggregation, the material existence of the universe is constituted. The attempt of the individual, the living atom, to maintain and aggrandize itself is the whole sense of desire. A physical, vital, moral, mental increase by a more and more all-embracing experience. A more and more all-embracing possession, absorption, assimilation, enjoyment is the inevitable, fundamental, ineradicable impulse of existence. Once divided and individualized, yet ever secretly conscious of its own all-embracing, all-possessing infinity. The impulse to realize that secret consciousness is the spur of the cosmic divine, the lust of the embodied self within every individual creature, and it is inevitable, just salutary that it should seek to realize it first in the terms of life by an increasing growth and expansion. In the physical world, this can only be done by feeding on the environment, by aggrandizing himself through the absorption of others, or of what is possessed by others, and this necessity is the universal justification of hunger in all its forms. Still, what devours must also be devoured, for the law of interchange, of action and reaction, of limited capacity, and therefore of a final exhaustion and succumbing governs all life in the physical world. In the conscious mind, that which was still only a vital hunger in subconscious life transforms itself into higher forms. Hunger in the vital parts becomes craving of desire in the mentalized life, straining of will in the intellectual or thinking life. This movement of desire must and ought to continue until the individual has grown sufficiently so that he can now at last become master of himself, and by increasing union with the infinite possessor of his universe. Desire is the lever by which the divine life principle effects its end of self-affirmation in the universe, and the attempt to distinguish it in the interest of inertia is a denial of the divine life principle, a will not to be, which is necessarily ignorance, for one cannot cease to be individually except by being infinitely. Desire, too, can only cease rightly by becoming a desire of the infinite, and satisfying itself with a supernal fulfillment and an infinite satisfaction in the all-possessing bliss of the infinite. Meanwhile, it has to progress from the type of a mutually devouring hunger to the type of a mutual giving, of an increasingly joyous sacrifice of interchange. The individual gives himself to other individuals and receives them back in exchange. The lower gives itself to the higher, and the higher to the lower, so that they may be fulfilled in each other. The human gives itself to the divine, and the divine to the human. The all in the individual gives itself to the all in the universe, and receives its realized universality as a divine recompense. Thus the law of hunger must give place progressively to the law of love, the law of division to the law of unity, the law of death to the law of immortality. Such is the necessity, such the justification, such the culmination and self-fulfillment of the desire that is at work in the universe. As this mask of death, which life assumes, results from the movement of the finite seeking to affirm its immortality, So desire is the impulse of the force of being individualized in life, to affirm progressively in the terms of succession, in time and of self-extension in space, in the framework of the infinite, its infinite bliss, the Ananda of Satchidananda. The mask of desire, which that impulse assumes, comes directly from the third phenomena of life, its law of incapacity. Life is an infinite force working in the terms of the finite. Inevitably, throughout its overt individualized action in the finite, its omnipotence must appear and act as a limited capacity and a partial impotence, although behind every act of the individual, however weak, however futile, however stumbling, there must be the whole superconscious and superconscious presence of infinite omnipotent force. Without that present behind it, no least single movement in the cosmos can happen. Into its sum of universal action, each single act and movement falls by the fiat of the omnipotent omniscience, which works as a supermind inherent in things. But the individualized life force is to its own consciousness limited and full of incapacity, for it has to work not only against the mass of other environing individualized life forces, but also subject to control and denial by the infinite life itself, with whose total will and trend its own will and trend may not immediately agree. Therefore, limitation of force, phenomena of incapacity, is the third of the three characteristics of individualized and divided life. On the other hand, the impulse of self-enlargement and all-possession remains, and it does not and is not meant to measure or limit itself by the limit of its present force or capacity. Hence from the gulf between the impulse to possess and the force to possession desire arises. For if there were no such discrepancy, if the force could always take possession of its object, always attain securely its end, desire would not come into existence, but only a calm and self-possessed will, without craving such as is the will of the divine. If the individualized force were the energy of the mind free from ignorance, no such limitation, no such necessity of desire would intervene. For a mind not separated from supermind, a mind of divine knowledge would know the intention, scope, and inevitable result of its every act, and would not crave or struggle, but put forth an assured self limited to the immediate object in view. It would, even in stretching beyond the present, even in undertaking movements not intended to succeed immediately, yet not be subject to desire or limitation. For the failures also of the divine are acts of its omniscient omnipotence, which knows the right time and circumstances for the incipients, the vicissitudes, the immediate and the final results of all its cosmic undertaking. The mind of knowledge, being in unison with the divine supermind, would participate in this science and this all-determining power. But as we have seen, individualized life force here is an energy of individualizing an ignorant mind that has fallen from the knowledge of its own supermind. Therefore, incapacity is necessary to its relation in life and inevitable in the nature of things. For the practical omnipotence of an ignorant force, even in a limited sphere, is unthinkable, since in that sphere such a force would set itself against the working of the divine and omniscient omnipotence and unfix the fixed purpose of things, an impossible cosmic situation. The struggle of limited forces increasing their capacity by that struggle under the driving impetus of instinctive or conscious desire is therefore the first law of life. As we desire, so with this strife, it must rise into a mutually helpful trial of strength, a conscious wrestling of brother forces, in which the victor and vanquished, or rather that which influences by action from above, and that which influences by retort or action from below, must equally gain and increase. And this again has eventually to become the happy shock of divine interchange, the strenuous clasp of love replacing the convulsing clasp of strife. Still, strife is a necessary and salutary beginning. Death, desire, and strife are the trinity of divided living, the triple mask of the divine life principle in its first essay of cosmic self-affirmation. End of chapter. Chapter 21, The Ascent of Life. Verse, Let the path of the Word lead to the Godheads, towards the waters by the working of the mind. O flame, thou goest to the ocean of heaven, towards the gods. Thou makest to meet together the Godheads of the plains, the waters that are in the realm of light above the sun, and the waters that abide below. The Lord of the light conquers the third status. He maintains and governs according to the soul of universality. Like a hawk, a kite, he settles on the vessel and uplifts it. A finder of the light, he manifests the fourth status, and cleaves to the ocean that is the billowing of these waters. Thrice Vishnu paced and set his step, uplifted out of the primal dust. 3 steps he has paced, the guardian, the invincible, and from beyond he upholds their laws. Scan the workings of Vishnu, and see from whence he has manifested their lives. This is his highest pace, which is seen ever by the seers, like an eye extended in heaven, that the illuminated, the awakened kindle into a blaze, even Vishnu's step supreme. Rig Veda. We have seen that as a divided mortal mind, parent of limitation and ignorance and the dualities, is only a dark figure of the supermind, of the self-luminous divine consciousness in its first dealing with the apparent negation of itself, from which our cosmos commences. So also life as it emerges in our material universe, an energy of the dividing mind subconscious, submerged, imprisoned in matter, life as the parent of death, hunger, and incapacity, is only a dark figure of the divine superconscient force, whose highest terms are immortality, satisfied delight, and omnipotence. This relation fixes the nature of that great cosmic processes of which we are a part. It determines the first, the middle, and the ultimate terms of our evolution. The first terms of life are division, a force-driven subconscient will, apparent not as will but as dumb urge of physical energy, and the impotence of an inert subjection to the mechanical forces that govern the interchange between the form and its environment. This inconscience and this blind but potent action of energy are the type of the material universe as the physical scientist sees it, and this his view of things extends and turns into the whole of basic existence. It is the consciousness of matter, and the accomplished type of material living. But there comes a new equipoise. There intervenes a new set of terms which increase in proportion as life delivers itself out of this form and begins to evolve towards conscious mind. For the middle terms of life are death and mutual devouring, hunger and conscious desire, the sense of a limited room and capacity in the struggle to increase, to expand, to conquer, and to possess. These 3 terms are the basis of that status of evolution which the Darwinian theory first made plain to human knowledge. For the phenomena of death involves in itself a struggle to survive, since death is only the negative term in which life hides from itself, and tempts its own positive being to seek for immortality. The phenomena of hunger and desire involves a struggle towards a status of satisfaction and security, since desire is only the stimulus by which life tempts its own positive being to rise out of the negation of unfulfilled hunger towards the full possession of the delight of existence. The phenomena of limited capacity involves a struggle towards expansion, mastery, and possession, the possession of the self and the conquest of the environment, since limitation and defect are only the negation by which life tempts its own positive being to seek for the perfection of which it is eternally capable. The struggle for life is not only a struggle to survive, it is also a struggle for possession and perfection, since only by taking hold of the environment, whether more or less, whether by self-adaptation to it or by adapting it to oneself, either by accepting and conciliating it or by conquering and changing it, can survival be secured. And equally is it true that only a greater and greater perfection can assure a continuous permanence, a lasting survival. It is this truth that Darwinism sought to express in the formula of the survival of the fittest. But as the scientific mind sought to extend to life the mechanical principle proper to the existence and concealed mechanical consciousness in matter, not seeing that a new principle has entered whose very reason of being is to subject to itself the mechanical, so the Darwinian formula was used to extend to largely the aggressive principle of life, the vital selfishness of the individual, the instinctive and process of self-preservation, self-assertion, and aggressive living. For these two states of life contain in themselves the seeds of a new principle, and another state which must increase in proportion, as mind evolves out of matter through the vital formula into its own law. And still more must all things change when as life evolves upward towards mind, so mind evolves upward towards supermind and spirit. Precisely because the struggle for survival, the impulse towards permanence, is contradicted by the law of death, the individual life is compelled and used to secure permanence, rather for its species than for itself. But this it cannot do without the cooperation of others, and the principle of cooperation and mutual help. The desire of others, the desire of the wife, the child, the friend and helper, the associated group, the practice of association, of conscious joining and interchange, are the seeds out of which flowers the principle of love. Let us grant that at first love may only be extended selfishness, and that this aspect of extended selfishness may persist and dominate, as it does still persist and dominate, in higher states of its evolution. Still, as mind evolves and more finds itself, it comes by the experience of life and love and mutual help to perceive that the natural individual is a minor term of being and exists by the universal. Once this is discovered, as it is inevitably discovered by man the mental being, his destiny is determined, for he has reached the point at which mind can begin to open to the truth that there is something beyond itself. From that moment his evolution, however obscure and slow, towards the superior something, towards spirit, towards supermind, towards supermanhood, is inevitably predetermined. Therefore life is predestined by its own nature to a third set of terms on its own self-expression. If we examine this ascent of life, we shall see that the last terms of its actual evolution, the term of that which we have called its third status, must necessarily be in appearance the very contradiction and opposite, but in fact the very fulfillment and transfiguration of its first condition. Life starts with the extreme divisions and rigid forms of matter, and of this rigid division the atom, which is the basis of all material form, is the very type. The atom stands apart from all others even in its union with them, rejects death and dissolution under any ordinary force, and is the physical type of the separate ego, defining its existence against the principle of fusion in nature. But unity is as strong a principle in nature as division. It is indeed the master principle, of which division is only a subordinate term. And to the principle of unity every divided form must therefore subordinate itself, in one fashion or another, by mechanical necessity, by compulsion, by assent or inducement. Therefore, if nature, for her own ends, in order principally to have a firm basis for her own combinations and a fixed seat of forms, allows the atom ordinarily to resist the process of fusion by dissolution, she compels it to subserve the process of fusion by aggregation. The atom, as it is the first aggregate, is also the first basis of aggregate unities. When life reaches its second status, that which we recognize as vitality, the contrary phenomena takes the lead, and the physical basis of the vital ego is obliged to consent to dissolution. Its constituents are broken up so the elements of one life can be used to enter into the elemental formation of other lives. The extent to which this law reigns in nature has not yet been fully recognized, and indeed cannot be until we have a science of mental life and spiritual existence as sound as our present science of physical life and the existence of matter. Still, we can see broadly that not only the elements of our physical body, but those of our subtler vital being, our life energy, our desire energy, our powers, striving, passions, enter both during our life and after our death into the life existence of others. An ancient occult knowledge tells us that we have a vital frame as well as a physical, and this too is after death dissolved and lends itself to the constituents of other vital bodies. Our life energies, while we live, are continually mixing with the energies of other beings. A similar law governs the mutual relations of our mental life with the mental life of other thinking creatures. There is a constant dissolution and dispersion and a reconstruction effected by the shock of mind upon mind with a constant interchange and fusion of elements. Interchange, intermixture, and fusion of being with being is the very process of life, the law of its existence. We have then two principles in life, the necessity or the will of the separate ego to survive in its distinctiveness and guard its identity, and the compulsion imposed upon it by nature to fuse itself with others. In the physical world she lays much stress on the former impulse, for she needs to create stable separate forms, since it is her first and really her most difficult problem to create and maintain any such thing as a separative survival of individuality, and a stable form for in it the incessant flux and motion of energy, and in the unity of the infinite. In the atomic life, therefore, the individual form persists as the basis and secures by its aggregation with others the more or less prolonged existence of aggregate forms, which shall be the basis of vital and mental individualization. But as soon as nature has secured a sufficient firmness in this respect for the safe conduct of her ulterior operation, she reverses the process. The individual form perishes, and the aggregate life profits by the element of the form that is thus dissolved. This, however, cannot be the last stage. That can only be reached when the two principles are harmonized, when the individual is able to persist in the consciousness of his individuality, and yet fuse himself with others without disturbance of preservative equilibrium and interruption of survival. The terms of the problem presuppose the full emergence of mind. For in vitality, without conscious mind, there can be no equation, but only a temporary unstable equilibrium ending in the death of the body, the dissolution of the individual and the dispersal of its elements into the universality. The nature of the physical life forbids the idea of an individual form possessing the same inherent power of persistence and therefore of continued individual existence as the atoms of which it is composed. Only a mental being, supported by the psychic notus, within which expresses or begins to express the secret soul, can hope to persist by his power of linking on the past to the future in a stream of continuity, which the breaking of the form may break in the physical memory, but need not destroy in the mental being itself, and which may even be by eventual development bridge over the gap of physical memory created by death and birth of the body. Even as it is, even in the present imperfect development of embodied mind, the mental being is conscious in the mass of a past and a future extending beyond the life of the body. He becomes aware of an individual past, of individual lives that have created his, and of which he is a development and modified reproduction of a future individual lives, which is his creating out of self. He is conscious also of an aggregate life past and future through which his own continuity runs as one of its fibers. This which is evident to physical science in the term of heredity becomes otherwise evident to the developing soul behind the mental being in the terms of persistent personality. The mental being expressive of this soul consciousness is therefore the nodus of the persistent individual and the persistent aggregate life. In him their union and harmony become possible. Association with love as its secret principle and its emergent summit is the type, the power of this new relation, and therefore the governing principle of the development into the third status of life. The conscious preservation of individuality along with the consciously accepted necessity and desire of interchange, self-giving and fusion with other individuals, is necessary for the working of the principle of love. For if either is abolished, the working of love ceases, whatever may take its place. Fulfillment of love by entire self-immolation, even with an illusion of self-annihilation, is indeed an idea and an impulse in the mental being. But it points to a development beyond this third status of life. This third status is the condition in which we rise progressively beyond the struggle for life by mutual devouring and the survival of the fittest by that struggle. For there is more and more a survival by mutual help and self-perfectioning, by mutual adaptation, interchange, and fusion. Life is a self-affirmation of being, even a development and survival of ego, but of a being that has need of other beings, an ego that seeks to meet and include other egos and to be included in their life. The individuals and the aggregates who develop most of the law of association and the law of love, of common help, kindliness, affection, comradeship, unity, who harmonize must successfully survive in mutual self-giving. The aggregate increasing the individual and the individual the aggregate, as well as individual increasing individual and aggregate by mutual interchange, will be the fittest for survival in this tertiary status of the evolution. This development is significant of the increasing predominance of mind, which progressively imposes its own law more and more upon the material existence. For mind, by its greater subtlety, does not need to devour in order to assimilate, possess, and grow. Rather, the more it gives, the more it receives and grows, and the more it fuses itself into others, the more it fuses others into itself and increases the scope of its being. Physical life exhausts itself by too much giving and ruins itself by too much devouring. But though mind, in proportion as it leans on the law of matter, suffers the same limitations, yet, on the other hand, in proportion as it grows into its own law, it tends to overcome this limitation. And in proportion as it overcomes the material limitation, giving and receiving become one. For in its upward ascent, it grows toward the law of conscious unity, in differentiation with the divine law of the manifest Satchidananda. The second term of the original status of life is subconscious will, which in the secondary status becomes hunger and conscious desire. Hunger and desire, the first seed of conscious mind. The growth into the third status of life by this principle of association. The growth of love does not abolish the law of desire, but rather transforms and fulfills it. Love is in its nature the desire to give oneself to others and to receive others in exchange. It is a commerce between being and being. Physical life does not desire to give itself, it desires only to receive. It is true that it is compelled to give itself, for the life which only receives and does not give must become barren, wither, and perish. If indeed such life in its entirety is possible at all, here or in any world, but it is compelled, not willing. It obeys the subconscious impulse of nature, rather than consciously share in it. Even when love intervenes, the self-giving at first still perseveres to a large extent the mechanical character of the subconscious will in the atom. Love itself at first obeys the law of hunger, and enjoys the receiving and the exacting from others rather than the giving and surrendering to others, which it admits chiefly as a necessary price for the thing that it desires. But here it has not yet attained to its true nature. Its true law is to establish any equal commerce, in which the joy of giving is equal to the joy of receiving, and tends in the end to become even greater. But that is when it is shooting beyond itself under the pressure of the psychic flame to attain to the fulfillment of utter unity, and is therefore to realize that which seemed to it not self as an even greater and dearer self than its own individuality. In its life origin, the law of love is the impulse to realize and fulfill oneself in others, and by others, to be enriched by enriching, to possess and to be possessed, because without being possessed, one does not possess oneself utterly. The inert incapacity of atomic existence to possess itself, the subjection of the material individual to the not-self, belongs to the first status of life. The consciousness of limitation and the struggle to possess, to master both self and the not-self, is the type of the secondary status. Here, too, the development of the third status brings a transformation of the original terms into a fulfillment, and a harmony which repeats the terms while seeming to contradict them. There comes about through association and therefore love a recognition of the not-self as a greater self, and therefore a consciously accepted submission to its law, and need which fulfills the increasing impulse of aggregate life to absorb the individual. And there is a possession again by the individual of the life of others as his own, and of all that has to give him as his own, which fulfills the opposite impulse of individual possession. Nor can this relation of mutuality between the individual and the world he lives in be expressed or complete or secure unless the same relation is established between individual and individual and between aggregate and aggregate. All the difficult effort of man towards the harmonization of self-affirmation and freedom, by which he possesses himself, with association and love, fraternity, comradeship, in which he gives himself to others, his ideals of a harmonious equilibrium, justice, mutuality, equality by which he creates a balance of the two opposites, are really an attempt inevitably predetermined in its line to solve the original problem of nature, the very problem of life itself, by the resolution of the conflict between the two opposites which present themselves in the very foundation of life and matter. The resolution is attempted by the higher principle of mind, which alone can find the road towards the harmony intended, even though the harmony itself can only be found in a power still beyond us. For if the data with which we have started are correct, the end of the road, the goal itself, can only be reached by mind passing beyond itself into that which is termed mind. Since of that mind is only an inferior term and an instrument first for descent into form, an individuality, and secondly for reascension into that reality which the form embodies and the individuality represents. Therefore, the perfect solution of the problem of life is not likely to be realized by association, interchange, and accommodations of love alone, or through the law of the mind and the heart alone. It must come by a fourth status of life, in which the eternal unity of the many is realized through the Spirit, and the conscious foundation of all the operation of life is laid no longer in the division of body, nor in the passion and hunger of vitality, nor in the groupings and the imperfect harmonies of the mind, nor in a combination of all these, but in the unity and freedom of the Spirit. End of chapter. Chapter 22, The Problem of Life. That it is that is called the universal life. Taittiriya Upanishad. The Lord is seated in the heart of all beings, turning all beings mounted upon a machine by his Maya. The Gita. He who knows the truth, the knowledge, the infinity, that is Brahman, shall enjoy with the all-wise Brahman all objects of desire. Taittiriya Upanishad. Life is, we have seen, the putting forth, under certain cosmic circumstances, of a cosmic force which is in its own nature infinite, absolute, untrammeled, inalienably possessed by its own unity and bliss, the conscious force of Satchidananda. The central circumstance of this cosmic process, insofar as it differs in the appearance from the purity of the infinite existence and the self-possession of the undivided energy, is the dividing faculty of the mind obscured by ignorance. There results from this divided action of the undivided force the apparition of dualities, oppositions, seeming denials of the nature of Satchidananda, which exists as an abiding reality for the mind, but only as a phenomena misrepresenting a manifold reality for the divine cosmic consciousness concealed behind the veil of mind. Hence the world takes on the appearance of a clash of opposing truths, each seeking to fulfill itself, each having the right to fulfillment, and therefore of a mass of problems and mysteries, which have to be solved because behind all of this confusion there is the hidden truth in unity, pressing for the solution, and by the solution for its own unveiled manifestation in the world. This solution has to be sought by the mind, but not by the mind alone. It has to be a solution in life, in active being as well as in consciousness of being. Consciousness's force has created the world movement and its problems. Consciousness's force has to solve the problems it has created and carry the world movement to the inevitable fulfillment of its secret sense of evolving truth. But this life has taken successively three appearances. The first is material. A submerged consciousness is concealed in its own superficial expressive action and representative forms of force, for the consciousness itself disappears from view in the act and is lost in the form. The second is vital. An emerging consciousness is half apparent as power of life and process of the growth, activity and decay of form. It is half delivered out of its original imprisonment. It has become vibrant in power, as vital craving and satisfaction or repulsion. but at first not all, and then only in perfect, vibrant, and light, as knowledge of its own self-existence and its environment. The third is mental. An emerged consciousness reflects fact of life as mental sense and responsive perception, an idea, while as new idea it tries to become fact of life. Modifies the internal and attempts to modify conformably the external existence of the being. Here in mind, consciousness is delivered out of its imprisonment in the act and form of its own force, but it is not yet master of the act and form, because it is emerged as an individual consciousness and is aware therefore only of a fragmentary movement of its own total activities. The whole crux and difficulty of human life lies here. Man is this mental being, this mental consciousness working as mental force, aware in a way of the universal force and life of which he is part, but because he has not knowledge of its universality or even of the totality of his own being, unable to deal either with life in general or with his own life in a really effective and victorious movement of mastery. He seeks to know matter in order to be master of the material environment, to know life in order to be master of the vital existence, to know mind in order to be master of the great obscure movement of mentality, in which he is not only a jet of light of self-consciousness like the animal, but also more and more a flame of growing knowledge. Thus he seeks to know himself in order to be master of himself, to know the world in order to be master of the world. This is the urge of existence in him, the necessity of the consciousness he is, the impulsion of the force that is his life, the secret will of Satchidananda appearing as the individual in a world in which he expresses and yet seems to deny himself. To find the conditions under which this inner impulsion is satisfied is the problem man must strive always to resolve, and to that he is compelled by the very nature of his own existence and by the deity seated within him. And until the problem is solved, the impulse satisfied, the human race cannot rest from its labor. Either man must fulfill himself by satisfying the divine within him, or he must produce out of himself a new and greater being who will be more capable of satisfying it. He must either himself become a divine humanity or give place to Superman. This results from the very logic of things, because the mental consciousness of man, not being the completely illuminated consciousness entirely emerged out of the obscuration of matter, but only a progressive term in the great emergence. The line of evolutionary creation in which he has appeared cannot stop where he is now, but must go either beyond its present term in him, or else beyond him if he himself has not the force to go forward. Mental idea trying to become fact of life must pass on till it becomes the whole truth of existing, delivering itself out of its successive wrappings, revealed and progressively fulfilled in light of consciousness, and joyously fulfilled in power. For in and through these two terms of power and light existence manifests itself, because existence in its nature conscious and force. But the third term in which these, its two constituents meet, become one and are ultimately fulfilled, is satisfied delight of self-existence. For an evolving life like ours, this inevitable culmination must necessarily mean the finding of the self that was contained in the seed of its own birth, and with the self-finding, the complete working out of the potentialities deposited in the movement of conscious force, from which this life took its rise. The potentiality thus contained in our human existence is Satchidananda, realizing himself in a certain harmony and unification of the individual life and the universal, so that mankind shall express in a common consciousness, common movement of power, common delight, the transcendent something which has cast itself into this form of things. All life depends for its nature on the fundamental poise of its own constituting consciousness. For as the consciousness is, so will the force be. Where the consciousness is infinite, one, transcendent of its acts and forms, even while embracing and informing, organizing and executing them, as in the consciousness of Satchidananda, so will be the force, infinite in its scope, one in its works, transcendent in its power and self-knowledge. Where the consciousness is like that of material nature, submerged, self-oblivious, driving along in a drift of its own force without seeming to know it, even though by the very nature of the eternal relation between the two terms it really determines the drift which drives it. So will be the force. It will be a monstrous movement of the inert and inconscient, unaware of what it contains, seemingly mechanical to fulfill itself by a sort of inexorable accident, an inevitably happy chance, even while all the while it really obeys faultlessly the law of the right and truth fixed for it by the will of the supernal conscious being concealed within its movement. Where the consciousness is divided in itself, as in mind, limiting itself in various centers, setting each to fulfill itself without knowledge of what is in other centers and of its relation to others, aware of things and forces and their apparent division and opposition to each other, but not in their real unity, such will be the force. It will be a life like that we are and see around us. It will be a clash and an intertwining of individual lives seeking its own fulfillment without knowing its relation to others. A conflict and difficult accommodation of divided and opposing or different forces, and in the mentality a mixing, a shock, and wrestle of insecure combination of divided and opposing or divergent ideas which cannot arrive at the knowledge of the necessity to each other, or grasp their place as elements of that unity behind which is expressing itself through them, and in which their discords must cease. But where the consciousness is in possession of both the diversity and the unity, and the latter contains and governs the former, where it is aware at once of the law, truth and right of the all and the law, truth and right of the individual, and the two become consciously harmonized in a mutual unity, where the whole nature of the consciousness is the one knowing itself as the many, and the many knowing themselves as the one. There the force also will be of the same nature. It will be a life that consciously obeys the law of unity, and yet fulfills each thing in the diversity according to its proper rule and function. It will be a life in which all the individuals live at once in themselves and in each other as one conscious being in many souls, one power of consciousness in many minds, one joy of force working in many lives, one reality of delight fulfilling itself in many hearts and bodies. The first of these four positions, the source of all this progressive relation between consciousness and force, is their poise in the being of Satchidananda, where they are one. For there the force is conscious of being working itself out without ever ceasing to be consciousness, and the consciousness is similarly luminous force of being eternally aware of itself and of its own delight, and never ceasing to be this power of utter light and self-possession. The second relation is that of material nature. It is the poise of being in the material universe, which is the great denial of Satchidananda by himself. For here there is the utter apparent separation of force from consciousness, the specious miracle of the all-governing and infallible inconscient, which is only the mask, but which modern knowledge has mistaken for the real face of the cosmic deity. The third relation is the poise of being in mind, and in the life which we see emerging out of this denial, bewildered by it, struggling, without any possibility of cessation by submission, but also without any clear knowledge or distinct of a victorious solution, against the 1,001 problems involved in this perplexing apparition of man, the half-potent conscient being, out of the omnipotent inconscience of the material universe. The fourth relation is the poise of being in supermind. It is the fulfilled existence which will eventually solve all this complex problem created by the partial affirmation emerging out of the total denial, and it must needs solve it in the only possible way, by the complete affirmation fulfilling all that was secretly contained in potentiality and intended in fact of evolution behind the mask of the great denial. That is the real life of the real man, towards which this partial life and partial unfulfilled manhood is striving forward with a perfect knowledge and guidance in the so-called inconscient within us. But in our conscient parts, with only a dim and struggling provision, with fragments of realization, with glimpses of the ideal, with flashes of revelation and inspiration in the poet and the prophet, the seer and the transcendentalist, the mystic and the thinker, the great intellects and the great souls of humanity. From the data we have now before us, we can see the difficulties which arise from the imperfect poise of the consciousness and force in man in his present status of mind and life are principally three. First, he is aware only of a small part of his own being. His surface mentality, his surface life, his surface physical being is all that he knows, and he does not even know all of that. Below is the occult surge of his subconscious and his subliminal mind. His subconscious and his subliminal life impulses, his subconscious corporality, all that large part of himself which he does not know and cannot govern, but which rather knows and governs him. For existence and consciousness and force being one, we can only have some real power over so much of our existence as we are identified with by self-awareness. The rest must be governed by its own consciousness, which is subliminal to our surface mind and life and body. And yet the two being one movement, and not two separate movements. The larger and more potent force of ourselves must govern and determine in the mass the smaller and less powerful. Therefore we are governed by the subconscient and subliminal, even in our conscious existence, and in our very self-mastery and self-direction, we are only instruments of what seems to us the inconscient within us. This is what the old wisdom meant when it said that man imagines himself to be the doer of the work by his own free will. But in reality, nature determines all his works, and even the wise are compelled to follow their own nature. But since nature is the creative force of consciousness of the being within us, who is masked by his own inverse movement and apparent denial of himself, they called that inverse creative movement of his consciousness the Maya, or illusion power of the Lord, and said that all existence are turned as upon a machine through his Maya by the Lord seated within the heart of all existence. It is evident, then, that only by man so far exceeding mind as to become one in self-awareness with the Lord can he become master of his own being. And since this is not possible in the inconscience or in the subconscient itself, since profit cannot come by plunging down into our depth back towards the inconscient, it can only be by going inward where the Lord is seated, and by ascending into that which is still superconscient to us, into the supermind, that this unity can be wholly established. For there is the higher and divine Maya, is the conscious knowledge, in its law and truth, of that which works in the subconscient by the lower Maya under the conditions of the denial which seeks to become the affirmation. For this lower nature works out what is willed and known in that higher nature. The illusion power of the divine knowledge in the world which creates appearances is governed by the truth power of the same knowledge which knows the truth behind the appearance and keeps ready for us the affirmation towards which they are working. The partial and apparent man here will find there the perfect and real man, capable of an entirely self-aware being by his full unity with that self-existent, who is the omniscient Lord of his own cosmic evolution and procession. The second difficulty is that man is separated in his mind, his life, his body from the universal, and therefore, even as he does not know himself, is equally and even more incapable of knowing his fellow creatures. He forms by inference, theories, observations, and a certain imperfect capacity of sympathy, a rough mental construction about him. But this is not knowledge. Knowledge can come only by conscious identity, for that is the only true knowledge, existence aware of itself. We know what we are so far as we are consciously aware of ourselves. The rest is hidden. So also we can come really to know that with which we become one in our consciousness, but only so far as we can become one with it. If the means of knowledge are indirect and imperfect, the knowledge attained will also be indirect and imperfect. It will enable us to work out with a certain precarious clumsiness, but still perfectly enough from our mental standpoint, certain limited practical aims, necessities, conveniences, a certain imperfect and insecure harmony of our relation with that which we know. But only by a conscious unity with it can we arrive at a perfect relation. Therefore, we must arrive at a conscious unity with our fellow beings, and not merely at the sympathy created by love or the understanding created by mental knowledge, which will always be the knowledge of their superficial existence, and therefore imperfect in itself, and subject to denial and frustration by the uprush of the unknown and unmastered from the subconscient or the subliminal in them and us. But this conscious oneness can only be established by entering into that which are one with them, the universal, and the fullness of the universal exists consciently only in that which is superconscient to us, in the supermind. For here in our normal being, the greater part of its subconscient, and therefore in this normal poise of mind, life and body, it cannot be possessed. The lower conscious nature is bound down to ego and all its activities, chained triply to the stake of differentiated individuality. The supermind alone commands unity in diversity. The third difficulty is a division between force and consciousness in the evolutionary existence. There is first the division which has been created by the evolution itself in the three successive formations of matter, life, and mind, each with its own law of working. The life is at war with the body. It attempts to force it to satisfy life's desires, impulses, satisfaction, and demands from its limited capacity what could only be possible to an immortal and divine body. And the body, enslaved and tyrannized over, suffers in its constant dumb revolt against the demands made upon it by life. The mind is at war with both. Sometimes it helps the life against the body. Sometimes restrains the vital urge and seeks to protect the corporeal frame from life's desires, passion, and overdriving energies. It also seeks to possess the life and turn its energy to the mind's own ends, to the utmost joys of the mind's own activities, to the satisfaction of mental, aesthetic, emotional aims in their fulfillment in human existence. And the life, too, finds itself enslaved and misused, and is in frequent insurrection against the ignorant, half-wise tyrant seated above it. This is the war of our members which the mind cannot satisfactorily resolve, because it has to deal with a problem insoluble to it, the aspiration of an immortal being in a mortal life and body. It can only arrive at a long succession of compromises or end in an abandonment of the problem, either by submission with the materialist to the mortality of our apparent being, or with the aesthetic and the religionist by the rejection and condemnation of the earthly life and withdrawal to happier and easier fields of existence. But the true solution lies in finding the principle behind mind, of which immortality is a law, and in conquering by it the mortality of our own existence. But there is also that fundamental division within between force of nature and the conscious being, which is the original cause of this incapacity. Not only is there a division between the mental, the vital, and the physical being, but each of them is also divided against itself. The capacity of the body is less than the capacity of the instinctive soul or conscious being. The physical Purusha within it, the capacity of the vital force less than the capacity of the impulsive soul, the vital conscious being or Purusha within it, the capacity of the mental energy less than the capacity of the intellectual and emotional soul, the mental Purusha within it. For the soul is the inner consciousness which aspires to its own complete self-realization, and therefore always exceeds the individual formation of the moment, and the force which has taken its poise in the formation is always pushed by its soul to that which is abnormal to the poise, transcendent of it. Thus constantly pushed, it has much trouble in answering, more in evolving from the present to the greater capacity. In trying to fulfill the demands of this triple soul, it is distracted and driven to set instinct against instinct, impulse against impulse, emotion against emotion, idea against idea, satisfying this, denying that, then repenting and returning on what it has done, adjusting, compensating, readjusting ad infinitum, but not arriving at any principle of unity. And in the mind again, the conscious power that should harmonize and unite is not only limited in its knowledge and in its will, but the knowledge and the will are disparate and often at discord. The principle of unity is above in the supermind, for there alone is the conscious unity of all diversities. There alone will and knowledge are equal and in perfect harmony. There alone, consciousness and force arrive at their divine equation. Man, in proportion as he develops into a self-conscious and truly thinking being, becomes acutely aware of all this discord and disparateness in his parts, and he seeks to arrive at a harmony of his mind, life, and body, a harmony of his knowledge and will and emotion, a harmony of all his members. Sometimes this desire stops short at the attainment of a workable compromise, which will bring with it a relative peace. But compromise can only be a halt on the way, since the deity within will not be satisfied eventually with less than a perfect harmony, combining in itself the integral development of many-sided potentialities. Less than this would be an evasion of the problem, not its solution, or else only a temporary solution provided as a resting place for the soul in its continual self-enlargement and ascension. Such a perfect harmony would demand in essential terms a perfect mentality, a perfect play of vital force, a perfect physical existence. But where in the radically imperfect shall we find the principle and power of perfection? Mind rooted in division and limitation cannot provide it to us, nor can life and the body, which are the energy and the frame of dividing and limiting mind. The principle and power of perfection are there in the subconscient, but wrapped up in the tegument or veil of the lower Maya, a mute premonition emerging as an unrealized ideal. In the superconscient they await, open, eternally realized, but still separated from us by the veil of our own self-ignorance. It is above, then, and not either in our present poise nor below it, that we must seek for the reconciling power and knowledge. Equally, man, as he develops, becomes acutely aware of the discord and ignorance that governs his relation with the world, acutely intolerant of it, more and more set upon finding a principle of harmony, peace, joy, and unity. This, too, can only come to him from above, for only by developing a mind which shall have knowledge of the mind of others as of itself, free from our mutual ignorance and misunderstanding, a will that feels and makes itself one with the will of others, an emotional heart that contains the emotions of others as its own, a life force that senses the energies of others and accepts them for its own and seeks to fulfill them as its own, and a body that is not a wall of imprisonment and defense against the world, but all this under the law of light and truth that shall transcend the apparitions and errors, the much sin and falsehood of our and others' minds, wills, emotions, life energies. Only so can the life of man spiritually and practically become one with that of his fellow beings, and the individual recover his own universal self. The subconscient has this life of the all, and the superconscient has it, but under conditions which necessitates our motion upwards. For not towards the Godhead concealed in the inconscient ocean, where darkness is wrapped within darkness, but towards the Godhead seated in the sea of eternal light, in the highest ether of our being, is the original impetus which has carried upward the evolving soul to the type of our humanity. Unless, therefore, the race is to fall by the wayside, and leave the victory to other and new creations of the eager, travailing mother, it must aspire to this ascent, conducted indeed through love, mental illumination, and the vital urge to possession and self-giving, but leading beyond to the supramental unity which transcends and fulfills them, in the founding of human life upon the supramental realization of conscious unity with the one and with all in our being. And in all its members humanity must seek its final good and salvation. And this is what we have described as the fourth status of life in its ascent towards the Godhead. End of chapter. Chapter 23. The Double Soul in Man. The Purusha, the inner self, no larger than the size of a man's thumb. Katha Upanishad, Swetswawarta Upanishad. He who knows this self, who is the eater of the honey of existence, and the Lord of what is and shall be, has thenceforward no shrinking. Katha Upanishad. Whence shall we have grief? How shall he be deluded who sees everywhere the oneness? Isha Upanishad. He who has found the bliss of the eternal has no fear from any quarter. Taittiriya Upanishad. The first status of life we found to be characterized by a dumb, inconscient drive or urge, a force of some involved will in the material or atomic existence, not free and possessor of itself, or its works, or their results, but entirely possessed by the universal movement in which it arises as the obscure, unformed seed of individuality. The root of the second status is desire, eager to possess but limited in capacity. The bud of the third is love, which seeks both to possess and to be possessed, to receive and to give itself. The fine flower of the fourth, its sign of perfection, we conceive as the pure and full emergence of the original will, the illuminated fulfillment of the intermediate desire, the high and deep satisfaction of the conscious interchange of love by the unification of the state of the possessor and the possessed in the divine unity of souls, which is the foundation of the supramental existence. If we scrutinize these terms carefully, we shall see that they are shapes and stages of the soul seeking for the individual and universal delight of things. The ascent of life is in its nature the ascent of the divine delight in things from its dumb conception in matter, through vicissitudes and opposites to its luminous consummation in spirit. The world being what it is, it could not be otherwise, for the world is a masked form of Satchidananda, and the nature of the consciousness of Satchidananda, and therefore the thing in which his force must always find and achieve itself, is divine bliss, an omnipresent self-delight. Since life is an energy of his conscious force, the secret of all its movements must be a hidden delight inherent in all things, which is at once cause, motive, and object of its activities. And if by reason of egoistic division that delight is missed, if it is held back behind a veil, if it is represented as its own opposite, even as being is masked in death, consciousness figures as the inconscient and force mocks itself with the guise of incapacity, then that which lives cannot be satisfied, cannot either rest from the movement or fulfill the movement except by laying hold on his universal delight, which is at once the secret, total delight of its own being, and the original, all-encompassing, all-informing, upholding delight of the transcendent and immanent Satchidananda. To seek for delight is therefore the fundamental impulse and sense of life. To find and possess and fulfill it is its whole motive. But where in us is this principle of delight? Through what term of our being does it manifest and fulfill itself in the action of the cosmos, as the principle of conscious force manifests and uses life for its cosmic term, and the principle of supermind manifests and uses mind? We have distinguished a fourfold principle of divine being, creative of the universe: existence, conscious force, bliss, and supermind. Supermind, we have seen, is omnipresent in the material cosmos, but veiled. It is behind the actual phenomena of things and occultly expresses itself there, but uses for affectation its own subordinate term, mind. The divine conscious force is omnipresent in the material cosmos, but veiled, operative secretly behind the actual phenomena of things, and it expresses itself there characteristically through its own subordinate term, life. And though we have not yet examined separately the principle of matter, yet we can see already that the divine all-existence also is omnipresent in the material cosmos, but veiled, hidden behind the actual phenomena of things, and manifests itself there initially through its own subordinate term, substance, form of being or matter. Then equally, the principle of divine bliss must be omnipresent in the cosmos, veiled indeed and possessing itself behind the actual phenomena of things, but still manifest in us through some subordinate principle of its own, in which it is hidden, and by which it must be found and achieved in the action of the universe. That term is something in us which we sometimes call in a special sense the soul. That is to say, the psychic principle which is not the life or the mind, much less the body, but which holds in itself the opening and flowering of the essence of all these in their own peculiar delight of self, to light, to love, to joy and beauty, and to a refined purity of being. In fact, however, there is a double soul or psychic term in us, as every other cosmic principle in us is also double. For we have two minds, one the surface mind of an expressed evolutionary ego, the superficial mentality created by us in our emergence out of matter. Another, a subliminal mind, which is not hampered by our actual mental life and its strict limitations. Something large, powerful, and luminous, the true mental being behind that superficial form of mental personality, which we mistake for ourselves. So also we have two lives, one outer, involved in the physical body, bound by its past evolution in matter, which lives and was born and will die. The other, a subliminal force of life, which is not cabined between the narrow boundaries of our physical birth and death, but is our true vital being behind the form of living, which we ignorantly take for our real existence. Even in the matter of our being there is this duality, for behind our body we have a subtler material existence, which provides the substance not only of our physical, but of our vital and mental sheath, and is therefore our real substance supporting this physical form, which we erroneously imagine to be the whole body of our spirit. So too we have a double psychic entity in us, the surface desire soul, which works in our vital cravings, our emotions, aesthetic faculty and mental seeking for power, knowledge, and happiness, and a subliminal psychic entity, a pure power of light, love, joy, and refined essence of being, which is our true soul behind the outer form of psychic existence we so often dignify by the name. It is when some reflection of this larger and purer psychic entity comes to the surface that we say of a man, he has a soul, and when it is absent in his outward psychic self, that we say of him, he has no soul. The external forms of our being are those of our small egoistic existence. The subliminal are the formations of our large true individuality. Therefore are these that concealed part of our being in which our individuality is close to our universality, touches it. It is in constant relation and commerce with it. The subliminal mind in us is open to the universal knowledge of the cosmic mind. The subliminal life in us to the universal force of the cosmic life. The subliminal physiality in us to the universal force formation of cosmic matter. The thick walls which divide from these things are surface mind, life, body, and which nature has to pierce with so much trouble. So imperfectly, and by so many skillful, clumsy physical devices, are there in the subliminal, only a rarefied medium at once of separation and communication. So too is the subliminal soul in us open to the universal delight, which the cosmic soul takes in its own existence, and in the existence of the myriad souls that represent it, and in the operations of mind, life, and matter, by which nature leads herself to their play and development. But from this cosmic delight the surface soul is shut off by egoistic walls of great thickness, which have indeed gates of penetration. But in their entry, through them the touch of the divine cosmic delight becomes dwarfed, distorted, or have to come in masked as their own opposites. It follows that in this surface or desire soul there is no true soul life, but a psychic deformation and wrong reception of the touch of things. The malady of the world is that the individual cannot find his real soul, and the root cause of this malady is again that he cannot meet in his embrace of things outward the real soul of the world in which he lives. He seeks to find there the essence of being, the essence of power, the essence of conscious existence, the essence of delight, but receives instead a crowd of contradictory touches and impressions. If he could find that essence, he would find also the one universal being, power, conscious existence, and delight even in his throng of touches and impressions. The contradictions of what seemed would be reconciled in the unity and harmony of the truth that reaches out to us in these contacts. At the same time, he would find his own true soul, and through it his self, because the true soul is his self's delicate, and his self and the self of the world are one. But this he cannot do because of the egoistic ignorance in the mind of thought, the heart of emotion, the sense which responds to the touch of things, not by a courageous and the wholehearted embrace of the world, but by a flux of reaching and shrinking. Cautious approaches or eager rushes, and sullen or discontented or panic or angry recoils, according as the touch pleases or displeases, comforts or alarms, satisfies or dissatisfies. It is the desire soul that by its wrong reception of life becomes the cause of the triple misinterpretation of the rasa, the delight in things, so that instead of figuring the pure essential joy of being, it comes rendered unequally in the three terms of pleasure, pain, and indifference. We have seen, when we considered the delight of existence in its relation to the world, that there is no absoluteness or essential validity in our standards of pleasure and pain, and indifference, that they are entirely determined by the subjectivity of the receiving consciousness, and that the degree of either pleasure and pain can be heightened to a maximum or depressed to a minimum, or even effaced entirely in its apparent nature. Pleasure can become pain, or pain pleasure, because in their secret reality they are the same thing differently reproduced in the sensations and emotions. Indifference is either the inattention of the surface desire soul in its mind, sensations, emotions, and cravings for the rasa of things, or its incapacity to receive and respond to it, or its refusal to give any surface response, or again, its driving and crushing down of the pleasure or the pain by the will into the neutral tint of the unacceptable. In all of these cases, what happens is that either there is a positive refusal or a negative unreadiness, or incapacity to render or in any way represent positively on the surface something that is yet subliminally active. For as we now know by psychological observation and experiment that the subliminal mind receives and remembers all those touches of things which the surface mind ignores, so also we shall find that the subliminal soul responds to the rasa, or essence in experience, of these things which the surface desire soul rejects by distaste and refusal or ignores by neutral unacceptance. Self-knowledge is impossible unless we go behind our surface existence, which is a mere result of selective outer experiences, an imperfect sounding board, or a hasty, incompetent, and fragmentary translation of a little out of that much that we are. Unless we go behind this and send down our plummet into the subconscient and open ourselves to the superconscient so as to know their relation to our surface being. For between these three things our existence moves and finds in them its totality. The superconscient in us is one with the self and soul of the world, and is not governed by any phenomenal diversity. It possesses therefore the truth of things and the delight of things in their plenitude. The subconscient, so called, in that luminous head of itself, which we call the subliminal, is, on the contrary, not a true possessor, but an instrument of experience. It is not practically one with the soul and self of the world, but it is open to it, through its world experience. The subliminal soul is conscious inwardly of the rasa of things, and has an equal delight in all contacts. It is conscious also of the values and standards of the surface desire soul, and receives on its own surface corresponding touches of pleasure, pain, and indifference, but takes an equal delight in all. In other words, our real soul within takes joy of all its experiences, gathers from them strength, pleasure, and knowledge, grows by them in its store and its plenty. It is this real soul in us which compels the shrinking desire mind to bear and even to seek and find a pleasure in what is painful to it, to reject what is pleasant to it, to modify or even reverse its values, to equalize things in indifference or to equalize them in joy, the joy of the variety of existence. And this it does because it is impelled by the universal to develop itself by all kinds of experience, so as to grow in nature. Otherwise, if we lived only by the surface desire soul, we could no more change or advance than the plant or stone, in whose immobility or in whose routine of existence, because life is not superficially conscious. The secret soul of things has as yet no instrument by which it can rescue the life out of the fixed and narrow gamut into which it is born. The desire soul left to itself would circle in the same grooves forever. In the view of old philosophies, pleasure and pain are inseparable like intellectual truth, and falsehood and power and incapacity and birth and death. Therefore, the only possible escape from them would be a total indifference, a blank response to the excitation of the world self. But a subtler psychological knowledge shows us that this view, which is based on the surface facts of existence only, does not really exhaust the possibilities of the problem. It is possible by bringing the real soul to the surface to replace the egoistic standards of pleasure and pain by an equal and all-embracing personal, impersonal delight. The lover of nature does this when he takes joy in all things of nature universally, without admitting repulsion or fear or mere liking and disliking, perceiving beauty in that which seems to others mean and insignificant, bare and savage, terrible and repellent. The artist and the poet do it when they seek the rasa of the universal from the aesthetic emotion, or from the physical line, or from the mental form of beauty, or from the inner sense and power alike of that from which the ordinary man turns away, and of that to which he is attached by a sense of pleasure. The seeker of knowledge, the God-lover who finds the object of his love everywhere, the spiritual man, the intellectual, the sensuous, the aesthetic, all do this in their own fashion, and must do it if they would find embracingly the knowledge, the beauty, the joy, or the divinity which they seek. It is only in the parts where the little ego is usually too strong for us. It is only in our emotional or physical joy and suffering, our pleasure and pain of life, before which the desire soul in us is utterly weak and cowardly, that the application of the divine principle becomes supremely difficult and seems so many impossible or even monstrous and repellent. Here the ignorance of the ego shrinks from the principle of impersonality, which it yet applies without too much difficulty in science, in art, and even in a certain kind of imperfect spiritual living, because there the rule of impersonality does not attack those desires cherished by the surface soul, and those values of desire fixed by the surface mind, in which our outward life is most vitally interested. In the freer and higher movements, there is demanded of us only a limited and specialized equality, an impersonality proper to a particular field of consciousness and activity, while the egoistic basis of our practical life remains to us. In the lower movements, the whole foundation of our life has to be changed in order to make room for impersonality, and this the desire soul finds impossible. The true soul secret in us, subliminal, we have said, but the word is misleading, for this presence is not situated below the threshold of waking mind, but rather burns in the temple of the inmost heart behind the thick screen of an ignorant mind, life and body, not subliminal but behind the veil. This veiled psychic entity is the flame of the Godhead, always alight within us, inextinguishable even by that dense unconsciousness of any spiritual self within whose obscures our outward nature. It is a flame born out of the divine, and luminous inhabitant of the ignorance, grows in it till it is able to turn it towards the knowledge. It is concealed witness and control, the hidden guide, the daemon of Socrates, the inner light or inner voice of the mystic. It is that which endures, and it is imperishable in us from birth to birth, untouched by death, decay, or corruption, an indestructible spark of the divine, not the unborn self of Atman, for the self, even in presiding over the existence of the individual, is aware always of its universality and transcendence. It is yet its deputy in the forms of nature, the individual soul, Katya Purusu, supporting mind, life and body, standing behind the mental, the vital, the subtle physical being in us, and watching and profiting by their development and experience. These other person powers in man, these beings of his being, are also veiled in their true entity, but they put forward temporary personalities which compose our outer individuality, and whose combined superficial action and appearances of status we call ourselves. This inmost entity also, taking form in us as a psychic person, puts forward a psychic personality which changes, grows, develops from life to life. For this is the traveler between birth and death, and between death and birth. Our nature parts are only its manifold and changing vesture. The psychic being can at first exercise only a concealed and partial and indirect action through the mind. The life in the body, since it is these parts of nature that have to be developed as its instruments of self-expression, and it is long confined by their evolution. Mission to lead man in the ignorance towards the light of the divine consciousness, it takes the essence of all experience in the ignorance to form its nucleus, a soul growth into nature. The rest it turns into material for the future growth of the instruments which it is to use until they are ready to be a luminous instrumentation of the divine. It is this secret psychic entity which is the true original consciousness in it, deeper than the constructed and conventional consciousness of the moralist, for it is this which points always towards truth and right and beauty, towards love and harmony, and all that is divine possibly in us, and persists till these things become the major need of our nature. It is the psychic personality in us that flowers as a saint, the sage, the seer. When it reaches its full strength, it turns the being towards the knowledge of self and the divine, towards the supreme truth, the supreme good, the supreme beauty, love and bliss, the divine heights and largeness, and opens to us the touch of spiritual sympathy, universality, oneness. On the contrary, where the psychic personality is weak, crude, or ill-developed, the finer parts and movements in us are lacking or poor in character and power. Even though the mind may be forceful and brilliant, the heart of vital emotion hard and strong and masterful, the life force dominant and successful, the bodily existence rich and fortunate, and an apparent lord and victor, it is then that the outer desire soul, the pseudo-psychic entity that reigns and we mistake its misrepresentations of psychic suggestion and aspiration, its ideals and its ideas, its desires and yearnings for true soul stuff, and wealth of spiritual experience. If the secret psychic person can come forward into the front and replacing the desire soul, govern overtly and entirely, and not only partially and from behind the veil, this outer nature of mind, life, and body, then these can be cast into soul images of what is true, right, and beautiful, and in the end the whole nature can be turned towards the real aim of life, the supreme victory, the ascent into spiritual existence. But it might seem then that by bringing this psychic entity, this true soul in us, into the front and giving it there the lead and rule, we shall gain all the fulfillment of our natural being that we can seek for and open all the gates of the kingdom of the Spirit. And it might well be reasoned that there is no need for any intervention of a superior truth consciousness or the principle of supermind to help us to attain to the divine status or its divine perfection. Yet although the psychic transformation is one necessary condition of the total transformation of our existence, it is not all that is needed for the largest spiritual change. In the first place, since this is the individual's soul and nature, it can open to the hidden diviner ranges of our being and receive and reflect their light and power and experience. But another, a spiritual transformation from above is needed for us to possess ourself in its universality and transcendence. By itself, the psychic being at a certain stage might be content to create a formation of truth, good, and beauty, and make that its station. At a farther stage, it might become passively subject to the world self, a mirror of the universal existence, consciousness, power, delight, but not their full participant or possessor. Although more nearly and thrillingly united to the cosmic consciousness and knowledge, emotion, and even appreciation through their senses, it might become purely recipient and passive, remote from mastery and action in the world, or one with the static self behind the cosmos, but separately inwardly from the world movement, losing its individuality in its source. It might return to that source, and have neither the will nor the power any further for that which was its ultimate mission here, to lead the nature also towards its divine realization. For the psychic being came into nature from the self, the divine, and it can turn back from nature to the silent divine through the silence of the self and the supreme spiritual immobility. Again, an eternal portion of the divine. This part is by the law of the infinite inseparable from its divine whole. This part is indeed itself that whole, except in its frontal appearance. its frontal separative self-experience, it may awaken to that reality and plunge into it the apparent extinction, or at least the merging of the individual existence. A small nucleus here in the mass of our ignorant nature, so that it is described in the Upanishads as no bigger than a man's thumb. It can by the spiritual influx enlarge itself and embrace the whole world with the heart and mind in an intimate communion or oneness. Or it may become aware of its eternal companion and elect to live forever in his presence, in an imperishable union and oneness with the eternal lover, with the eternal beloved, which of all spiritual experiences is the most intense in beauty and rapture. All these are great and splendid achievements of our spiritual self-finding, but they are not necessarily the last end and entire consummation. More is possible. For these are achievements of the spiritual mind in man. They are movements of that mind passing beyond itself, but on its own plane, in the splendors of the spirit. Mind, even at its highest stages far beyond our present mentality, acts yet in its nature by division. It takes the aspects of the eternal and treats each aspect as if it were the whole truth of the eternal being, and can find in each its own perfect fulfillment. Even if it erects them in opposites and creates a whole range of these opposites, the silence of the divine and the divine dynamis, the immobile Brahman aloof from existence, without qualities, and the active Brahman with qualities, Lord of existence, being and becoming, the divine person and an impersonal pure existence. It can then cut itself away from the one and plunge itself into the other as the sole abiding truth of existence. It can regard the person as the sole reality, or the impersonal as alone true. It can regard the lover as only a means of expression of eternal love, or love as only the self-expression of the lover. It can see beings as only personal powers of an impersonal existence, or impersonal existence as only a state of the one being, the infinite person. Its spiritual achievements, its road of passage towards the supreme aim, will follow these dividing lines. But beyond this movement of spiritual mind is the higher experience of the supermind truth consciousness. There these opposites disappear, and these partialities are relinquished in the rich totality of a supreme and integral realization of eternal being. It is this that is the aim we have conceived, the consummation of our existence here by an ascent to the supramental truth consciousness and its descent into our nature. The psychic transformation after rising into the spiritual change has then to be completed, integralized, exceeded and uplifted by a supramental transformation which lifts it to the summit of the ascending endeavor. Even as between the other divided and opposed terms of manifest being, so also a supramental conscious energy could alone establish a perfect harmony between these two terms, apparently opposite only because of the ignorance of spiritual status and world dynamism in their embodied existence. In the ignorance, nature centers the order of her psychological movements, not around the secret spiritual self, but around its substitute, the ego principle. A certain egocentrism is the basis of which we bind together our experiences and relations in the midst of the complex contacts, contradictions, dualities, incoherences of the world in which we live. This egocentrism is our rock of safety against the cosmic and the infinite, our defense. But in our spiritual change, we have to forego this defense. Ego has to vanish. The person finds itself dissolved into a vast impersonality. And in this impersonality, there is at first no key to an ordered dynamism of action. A very usual result is that one is divided into two parts of being, the spiritual within, the natural without. In one there is a divine realization seated in a perfect inner freedom, but the natural part goes on with the old action of nature, continues by a mechanical movement of past energies, her already transmitted impulse. Even if there is an entire dissolution of the limited person and the old egocentric order, the outer nature may become the field of an apparent incoherence, although all within is luminous with the self. Thus we become outwardly inert and inactive, moved by circumstance or forces but not self-mobile. even though the consciousness is enlightened within, or as a child, though within is a plenty self-knowledge, or as an inconsequent in thought and impulse, thought within is an utter calm and serenity, or as the wild and disordered soul, though inwardly there is a purity and poise of spirit, or if there is an ordered or dynamism in the outward nature, it may be a continuation of superficial ego action witnessed but not accepted by the inner being, or a mental dynamism that cannot be perfectly expressive of the inner spiritual realization, for there is no equipollence between action of mind and status of spirit. Even at the best, where there is an intuitive guidance of light from within, the nature of its expression and dynamism of action must be marked with the imperfections of mind, life, and body, a king with incapable ministers, a knowledge expressed in the value of the ignorance. Only the descent of the supermind, with its perfect unity of truth knowledge and truth will, can establish in the outer, as in the inner existence, the harmony of the spirit. For it alone can turn the values of the ignorance entirely into the values of the knowledge. In the fulfillment of our psychic being, as in the consummation of our parts of mind and life, it is the relating of it to its divine source, to its correspondent truth in the supreme reality, that is the indispensable movement. And here too as there, it is by the power of the supermind that it can be done with an integral completeness, an intimacy that becomes an authentic identity. For it is the supermind which links the higher and the lower hemispheres of the one existence. In supermind is the integrated light, the consummating force, the wide entry into the supreme Ananda. The psychic being uplifted by that light and force can unite itself with the original delight of existence from which it came, overcoming the dualities of pain and pleasure, delivering from all fear and shrinking the mind, life and body. It can recast the context of existence in the world into terms of the divine Ananda. End of chapter. Chapter 24, Matter. He arrived at the knowledge that matter is Brahman. Taittiriya Upanishad. We have now the rational assurance that life is neither an inexplicable dream nor an impossible evil that has yet become a dolorous fact, but a mighty pulsation of the divine all-existence. We see nothing of its foundation and its principle. We look upward to its high potentiality and ultimate divine outflowering. But there is one principle below all the others which we have not yet sufficiently considered. The principle of matter upon which life stands is upon a pedestal, or out of which it evolves like the form of many branching tree out of its encasing seed. The mind, life, and body of man depend upon this physical principle, and if the outflowing of life is the result of consciousness emerging into mind, expanding, elevating itself in search of its own truth in the largeness of the supramental existence, yet it seems also to be conditioned by this case of body and by this foundation of matter. The importance of the body is obvious. It is because he has developed or been given a body and a brain capable of receiving and serving a progressive mental illumination that man has risen above the animal. Equally, it can only be by developing a body or at least a functioning of the physical instrument capable of receiving and serving a still higher illumination that he will rise above himself and realize, not merely in thought and his eternal being, but in life, a perfectly divine manhood. Otherwise, either the promise of life is cancelled, its meaning annulled, and earthly being can only realize Satchidananda by abolishing itself, by shutting from its mind, life, and body and returning to the pure infinite, or else man is not the divine instrument. There is a destined limit to the consciously progressive power which distinguishes him from all terrestrial existence, and as he has replaced them in the front of things, so another must eventually replace him and assume his heritage. It seems indeed that the body is from the beginning the soul's great difficulty, its continual stumbling block, and a rock of offense. Therefore the eager seeker of spiritual fulfillment has hurled his ban against the body, and his world disgust selects this world principle above all things as an especial object of loathing. The body is the obscure burden that he cannot bear. Its obstinate material grossness is the obsession that drives him for deliverance to the life of an ascetic. To get rid of it, he has even gone so far as to deny its existence and the reality of the material universe. Most of the religions have put their curse upon matter and have made the refusal or the resigned temporary endurance of the physical life the test of religious truth and of spirituality. The older creeds, more patient, more broodingly profound, not touched with the torture and the feverish impatience of the soul under the burden of the Iron Age, did not make this formidable division. They acknowledged earth the mother and heaven, the Father, and according to them, an equal love and reverence. But their ancient mysteries are obscure and unfathomable to our gaze, who, whether our view of things be materialistic or spiritual, are alike content to cut the Gordian knot of the problem of existence with one decisive blow, and to accept an escape into the eternal bliss or an end in an eternal annihilation or an eternal quietude. The quarrel does not really commence with our awakening to our spiritual possibilities. It begins from the appearance of life itself, and its struggle to establish its activities and its permanent aggregations of living form against the force of inertia, against the form of inconscience, against the force of atomic disintegration, which are in the material principle the knot of the great denial. Life is at constant war with matter, and the battle seems always to end in the apparent defeat of life, and in that collapse downward to the material principle which we call death. The discord deepens with the appearance of mind, for mind has its own quarrel with both life and matter. It is at constant war with their limitations, in constant subjection to and revolt against the grossness and inertia of the one and the passions and suffering of the other. And the battle seems to turn eventually, though not very surely, towards a partial and costly victory for the mind in which it conquers, represses or even slays the vital cravings, impairs the physical force, and disturbs the balance of the body in the interest of a greater mental activity and a higher moral being. It is in this struggle that the impatience of life, the disgust of the body and the recoil from both towards a pure mental and moral existence take their rise. When man awakens to an existence beyond mind, he carries yet farther this principle of discord. Mind, body, and life are condemned as the trinity of the world, the flesh and the devil. Mind, too, is banned as a source of all our malady. War is declared between the spirit and its instrument, and the victory of the spiritual inhabitant is sought for an invasion for its narrow residence, a rejection of mind, life, and body, and a withdrawal into its own infinitudes. The world is a discord, and we shall best solve its perplexities by carrying the principle of discord itself to its extreme possibility, a cutting away and a final severance. But these defeats and victories are only apparent. This solution is not a solution, but an escape from the problem. Life is not really defeated by matter. It makes a compromise by using death for the continuance of life. Mind is not really victorious over life and matter, but has only achieved an imperfect development of some of its potentialities at the cost of others, which are bound up with the unrealized or rejected possibilities of its better use of life and body. The individual soul has not conquered the lower triplicity, but only rejected their claims upon it and fled from the work which spirit had undertaken when it first cast itself into form of universe. The problem continues because the labor of the divine in the universe continues, but without any satisfying solution to the problem, or any victorious accomplishment of the labor. Therefore, since our own standpoint is that Satchidananda is the beginning and the middle and the end, and that struggle and discord cannot be eternal and fundamental principles in his being, but by their very existence imply labor towards a perfect solution and a complete victory, we must seek that solution in a real victory of life over matter, through the free and perfect use of body by life, in a real victory of mind over life and matter through a free and perfect use of life force and form by mind, and in a real victory of spirit over the triplicity through a free and perfect occupation of mind, life, and body by conscious spirit. In the view we have worked out, this last conquest can alone make the others really possible. To the end, then, that we may see how these conquests can be at all or wholly possible, we must find out the reality of matter, just as, seeking the fundamental knowledge, we have found out the reality of mind and soul and life. In a certain sense, matter is unreal and non-existence. That is to say, our present knowledge, idea and experience of matter is not its truth, but merely a phenomena of particular relation between our senses and the all-existence in which we move. When science discovers that matter revolves itself into forms and energy, it has hold of a universal and fundamental truth. And when philosophy discovers that matter only exists as substantial appearance to the consciousness, and that the other reality is matter and pure spirit or pure conscious being, it has hold of a greater and completer and still more fundamental truth. But still the question remains, why energy should take the form of matter and not of mere force currents, or why that which is really spirit should admit the phenomena of matter and not rest in states, velities, and joys of the spirit. That, it is said, is the work of mind or else, since evidently thought does not directly create or even perceive the material form of things. It is the work of sense. The sense mind creates the forms which it seems to perceive, and the thought mind works upon the forms which the sense mind presents to it. But evidently the individual embodied mind is not the creator of the phenomena of matter. Earth existence cannot be that result of the human mind, which is itself the result of earth existence. If we say that the world exists only in our minds, we express a non-fact and a confusion. For the material world existed before man was upon the earth, and it will go on existing if man disappears from the earth, or even if our individual mind abolishes itself in the infinite. We must conclude, then, that there is a universal mind, subconscious to us in the forms of the universe or superconscious in its spirit, which has created that form for its habitation. And since the Creator must have preceded and must exceed its creation, this really implies a superconscient mind, which by the instrumentality of a universal sense creates in itself the relation of form with form, and constitutes the rhythm of the material universe. But this also is no complete solution. It tells us that matter is a creation of consciousness, but it does not explain how consciousness came to create matter as the basis of its cosmic working. We shall understand better if we go back at once to the original principle of things. Existence is in its activity a conscious force, which presents the working of its force to its consciousness as forms of its own being. Since force is only the action of one sole existing conscious being, its results can be nothing else but forms of that conscious being, substance or matter, then is only a form of spirit. The appearance which this form of spirit assumes to our sense is due to the dividing action of mind, from which we have been able to deduce consistently the whole phenomena of the universe. We now know that life is an action of conscious force, of which material forms are the result. Life involved in these forms, appearing in them first as inconscient force, evolves and brings back into manifestation as mind the consciousness which is the real self of the force, and which never ceased to exist in it even when unmanifest. We know also that mind is an inferior power to the original conscious knowledge or supermind, a power to which life acts as an instrumental energy. For descending through supermind, consciousness or chit represents itself as mind. Force of consciousness or tapas represents itself as life. Mind, by its separation from its own higher reality and supermind, gives life the appearance of division, and by its further involution in its own life force becomes subconscious in life, and thus gives the outward appearance of an inconscient force to its material workings. Therefore, the inconscience, the inertia, the atomic disintegration of matter must have their source in this all-dividing and self-involving action of mind, by which our universe came into being. As mind is only a final action of supermind in the descent towards creation, and life an action of conscious force working in the conditions of the ignorance created by this descent of mind, so matter, as we know it, is only the final form taken by conscious being as the result of that working. Matter is substance of the one conscious being phenomenally divided within itself by the action of a universal mind, a division which the individual mind repeats and dwells in, but which does not abrogate or at all diminish the unity of spirit, or the unity of energy, or the real unity of matter. But why this phenomenal and pragmatic division of an indivisible existence? It is because mind has to carry the principle of multiplicity to its extreme potential, which can only be done by separativeness and division. To do that it must, precipitating itself into life, to create forms for the multiple, give to the universal principle of being the appearance of a gross and material substance, instead of a pure or subtle substance. It must, that is to say, give it the appearance of substance, which offers itself to the contact of mind as a stable thing, or object in an abiding multiplicity of objects, and not of substance, which offers itself to the contact of pure consciousness as something of its own eternal pure existence, and reality, or to the subtle sense as a principle of plastic form freely expressive of the conscious being. The contact of mind with its objects creates what we call sense, but here it has to be an obscure externalized sense, which must be assured of the reality of what it contacts. The descent of pure substance into material substance follows. Then, inevitably, on the descent of Satchidananda through supermind into mind in life. It is a necessary result of the will to make multiplicity of being and an awareness of things from separate centers of consciousness the first method of this lower experience of existence. If we go back to the spiritual basis of things, substance in its utter purity resolves itself into pure conscious being, self-existent, inherently self-aware by identity, but not yet turning its consciousness upon itself as object. Supermind preserves this self-awareness by identity as its substance of self-knowledge and its light of self-creation. But for that creation presents being to itself as the subject-object, one and multiple of its own active consciousness. Being as object is held there in a supreme knowledge which can, by comprehension, see it both as an object of cognition within itself, and subjectively as itself, but can also and simultaneously, by apprehension, project it as an object or objects of cognition within the circumference of its consciousness, not other than itself, part of its being, but a part or parts put away from itself. That is to say, from the center of vision in which being concentrates itself as the knower, witness, or Purusha. We have seen that from this apprehending consciousness arises the movement of mind, the movement by which the individual knower regards a form of his own universal being as if other than he. But in the divine mind there is immediately, or rather simultaneously, another movement or reverse side of the same movement, an act of union in being which heals its phenomenal division and prevents it from becoming, even for a moment, solely real to the knower. This act of conscious union is that which is represented otherwise in dividing mind obtusely, ignorantly, quite externally as contact and consciousness between divided beings and separate objects. And with us, this contact and divided consciousness is primarily represented by the principle of sense. On this basis of sense, on this contact of union subject to division, the action of the thought mind founds itself and prepares for the return to a higher principle of union, in which division is made subject to unity and subordinate. Substance, then, as we know it, material substance, is the form in which mind acting through sense contacts the conscious being, of which in itself is a movement of knowledge. But mind by its very nature tends to know and sense substance of conscious being, not in its unity or totality, but by the principle of division. It sees it, as it were, in infinitesimal points, which it associates together in order to arrive at a totality, and into these viewpoints and associations cosmic mind throws itself and dwells in them. So dwelling, creative by its inherent force as the agent of real idea, bind by its own nature to convert all its perceptions into energy of life, as the all-existent converts his all-aspecting into various energy of his own creative force of consciousness. Cosmic mind turns these, its multiple viewpoints of universal existence, into standpoints of universal life. It turns them into matter, into forms of atomic being, instinct with that life that forms them, and governed by the mind and will that actuate the formation. At the same time, the atomic existences which it thus forms must by the very law of their being tend to associate themselves, to aggregate, and each of these aggregates also, instinct with the hidden life that forms in the hidden mind and will that actuate them, bears with it a fiction of a separated individual existence. Each such individual object or existence is supported, according to his mind is an implicit or explicit, unmanifest or manifest, by its mechanical ego of force, in which the will to be is dumb and imprisoned, but nonetheless powerful, or by its self-aware mental ego, in which the will to be is liberated, conscious and separately active. Thus, not any eternal and original law of eternal and original matter, but the nature of the action of cosmic mind is the cause of atomic existence. Matter is a creation, and for its creation the infinitesimal and extreme fragmentation of the infinite was needed as the starting point or basis. Ether may and does exist as an intangible, almost spiritual support of matter, but as a phenomena it does not seem, to our present knowledge at least, to be materially detectable. Subdivide the visible aggregate, or the formal atom, into essential atoms. Break it up into the most infinitesimal dust of being, we shall still, because of the nature of the mind and life that form them, arrive at some utmost atomic existence, unstable perhaps, but always reconstituting itself in the eternal flux of force, phenomenally, and not at a mere unatomic extension incapable of contents. Unatomic extension of substance, extension which is not an aggregation, coexistence otherwise than by distribution in space, are realities of pure existence, pure substance. They are a knowledge of supermind and a principle of its dynamism, not a creative concept of the dividing mind, though mind can become aware of them behind its working. They are the reality underlying matter, but not the phenomena which we call matter. Mind, life, matter itself can be one with that pure existence and conscious extension in their static reality, but not operate by that oneness in their dynamic action, self-perception and self-formation. Therefore we arrive at this truth of matter, that there is a conceptive self-extension of being which works itself out in the universe as substance or object of consciousness, and which cosmic mind and life, in their creative action, represents through atomic division and aggregation as the thing we call matter. But this matter, like mind and life, is still being or Brahman in its self-creative action. It is a form of the force of consciousness being, a form given by mind and realized by life. It holds within it its own reality consciousness, concealed from itself, involved and absorbed in the result of its own self-formation, and therefore self-oblivious. And however brute and void of sense it seems to us, it is yet, to the secret experience of the consciousness hidden within it, delight of being offering itself to this secret consciousness as object of sensation in order to tempt the hidden Godhead out of its secrecy. Being manifest as substance, force of being cast into form, into a figured self-representation of the secret self-consciousness, delight offering itself its own consciousness as an object. What is this but Satchidananda? Matter is Satchidananda represented to his own mental experience as a formal basis of objective knowledge, action, and delight of existence. End of chapter. Chapter 25, The Knot of Matter. Verse: I cannot travel to the truth of the luminous Lord by force or by the duality. Who are they that protect the foundation of the falsehood? Who are the guardians of the unreal word? Then existence was not, nor non-existence. The mid-world was not, nor the ether, nor what is beyond. What covered all? Where was it? In whose refuge? What was the ocean dense and deep? Death was not, nor immortality, nor the knowledge of day and night. The one lived without breath by his self-law. There was nothing else nor aught beyond it. In the beginning darkness was hidden by darkness. All this was an ocean of inconscience. When universal being was concealed by fragmentation, then by the greatness of its energy, the One was born. That moved it first as desire within, which was the primal seed of mind. The seers of truth discovered the building of being in non-being, by will in the heart, and by the thought. Their ray was extended horizontally, but what was there below, and what was there above? There were casters of the seed. There were greatness. There was self-law below. There was will above. Rig Veda. If then the conclusion at which we have arrived is correct, and there is no other possible of the data upon which we are working, the sharp division which practical experience and long habit of mind have created between spirit and matter has no longer any fundamental reality. The world is a differentiated unity, a manifolded oneness, not a constant attempt at compromise between eternal dissonances, not an everlasting struggle between irreconcilable opposites. An inalienable oneness generating infinite variety is its foundation and beginning. A constant reconciliation between apparent division and struggle, combining all possible disparities for vast ends in a secret consciousness and will, which is ever one and master of its all own complex action, appears to be its real character in the middle. We must assume, therefore, that a fulfillment of the emerging will and consciousness and a triumphant harmony must be its conclusion. Substance is the form of itself on which it works, and of that substance, if matter is one end, spirit is the other. The two are one. Spirit is the soul and reality of that which we sense as matter. Matter is a form and body of that which we realize as spirit. Certainly, there is a vast practical difference, and on that difference the whole indivisible series and ever-ascending degrees of the world existence are founded. Substance, we have said, is conscious existence presenting itself to the sense as object so that, on the basis of whatever sense relation is established, the work of world formation and cosmic progression may proceed. But there need be only one basis, only one fundamental principle of relation, immutably created between sense and the substance. On the contrary, there is an ascending and developing series. We are aware of another substance, in which pure mind works as its natural medium, and which is far subtler, more flexible, more plastic than anything that our physical sense can conceive of as matter. We can speak of a substance of mind because we become aware of a subtler medium, in which forms arise and action takes place. We can also speak of a substance of pure dynamic life energy, other than the subtlest forms of material substance and its physical, sensible force currents. Spirit itself is pure substance, of being presenting itself as an object no longer to physical, vital, or mental sense, but to a light of a pure spiritual perceptive knowledge in which the subject becomes its own object. That is to say, in which the timeless and spaceless is aware of itself in a pure spiritual self-conceptive self-extension as the basis of primal material of all existence. Beyond this foundation is the disappearance of all conscious differentiation between subject and object in an absolute identity, and there we can no longer speak of substance. Therefore it is a purely conceptive, a spiritually, not a mentally conceptive difference ending in a practical distinction, which creates the series descending from spirit through mind to matter and ascending again from matter through mind to spirit. But the real oneness is never abrogated, and when we get back to the original and integral view of things, we see that it is never even truly diminished or impaired, not even in the grossest densities of matter. Brahman is not only the cause and supporting power and indwelling principle of the universe, he is also its material and its soul material. Matter also is Brahman, and it is nothing other than or different from Brahman. If indeed matter were cut off from spirit, this would not be so, but it is, as we have seen, only a final form and objective aspect of the divine existence, with all of God ever present in it and behind it. As this apparently brute and inert matter is everywhere, and always instinct with a mighty dynamic force of nature, as this dynamic but apparently unconscious life secretes within it an ever-working, unapparent mind, of whose secret dealings it is the overt energy, as this ignorant, unillumined, and groping mind in the living body is supported and sovereignly guided by its own real self, the supermind, which is there equally in unmentalized matter. So all matter, as well as all life, mind and supermind, are only modes of the Brahman, the eternal, the spirit, Satchidananda, who not only dwells in them all, but is all these things, though no one of them is his absolute being. But still there is this conceptive difference and practical distinction, and in that, even if matter is not really cut off from spirit, yet it seems with such a practical definiteness to be so cut off. It is so different, even so contrary in its law. The material life seems so much to be the negation of all spiritual existence, that its rejection might well appear to be the one shortcut out of the difficulty. As undoubtedly it is, but a shortcut, or any cut, is no solution. Still there in matter undoubtedly lies the crux, that raises the obstacle, for because of matter life is gross and limited, and stricken with death and pain. Because of matter, mind is more than half blind, its wings clipped, its feet tied to a narrow perch, and held back from the vastness and freedom above which it is conscious. Therefore the exclusive spiritual seeker is justified from his viewpoint, if disgusted with the mud of matter, revolted by the animal grossness of life, or impatient of the self-imprisoned narrowness and downward vision of mind. He determines to break from it all, and return by inaction and silence to the spirit's immobile liberty. But that is not the sole viewpoint, nor because it has been subliminally held or glorified by shining and golden examples, need we consider it the integral and ultimate wisdom. Rather, liberating ourselves from all passion and revolt, let us see what this divine order of the universe means. And as for this great knot and tangle of matter denying the spirit, let us seek to find out and separate its strands so as to loosen it by a solution, and not cut through it by a violence. We must state the difficulty, the opposition first, entirely, trenchantly, with exaggeration if need be, rather than with diminution, and then look for the issue. First then, the fundamental opposition matter presents to spirit is this, that it is the culmination of the principle of ignorance. Here consciousness has lost and forgotten itself in a form of its work. As a man might forget in extreme absorption not only who he is, but that he is all in all and becoming momentarily only the work that is being done, and the force that is doing it. The spirit, self-luminous, infinitely aware of itself, behind all workings of force in their master, seems here to have disappeared and not to be at all somewhere. He is perhaps, but here he seems to have left only a brute and inconscient material force which creates and destroys eternally, without knowing itself or what it creates, or why it creates at all, or why it destroys what once it has created. It does not know, for it has no mind. It does not care, for it has no heart. And if that is not the real truth even of the material universe, if behind all this false phenomena there is a mind, a will, and something greater than mind or mental will, yet it is this dark semblance that the material universe itself presents as a truth to the consciousness which emerges in it out of its night. And if it be no truth but a lie, yet is it a most effective lie, for it determines the conditions of our phenomenal existence and besieges all our aspirations and effort. For this is a monstrous thing, the terrible and pitiless miracle of the material universe, that out of this no mind, a mind or, at least, minds emerge and find themselves struggling feebly for light. Helpless individuality, only less helpless when in self-defense they associate their individual feebleness in the midst of the giant ignorance which is a law of the universe. Out of this heartless inconscience, and within its rigorous jurisdiction, hearts have been born and aspire, and are tortured and bleed under the weight of the blind and insentient cruelty of this iron existence, a cruelty which lays its law upon them, and becomes sentient in their sentience, brutal, ferocious, horrible. But what, after all, behind appearances, is this seeming mystery? We can see that it is the consciousness which had lost itself returning again to itself, emerging out of its giant self-forgetfulness, slowly, painfully, as a life that is would-be sentient, half-sentient, dimly sentient, wholly sentient, and finally struggles to be more than sentient, to be again divinely self-conscious, free, infinite, immortal. But it works towards this under a law that is the opposite of all these things, under the conditions of matter, that is to say, against the grasp of the ignorance. The movement that it has to follow, the instrument that it has to use, are set and made for it by this brute and divided matter, and imposes on it every step ignorance and limitation. For the second fundamental opposition that matter offers to spirit is this, that it is the culmination of bondage to mechanic law and opposes to all that seeks to liberate itself a colossal inertia. Not that matter itself is inert. It is rather an infinite motion, an inconceivable force, a limitless action, whose grandiose movements are a subject for our constant admiration. But while spirit is free, master of itself and its works, not bound by them, creator of law and not its subject, this giant matter is rigidly chained by a fixed and mechanical law, which is imposed on it, which it does not understand nor has ever conceived, but works out inconsciently as a machine works, and knows not who created it, by what process or to what end. And when life awakes and seeks to impose itself on physical form and material force, and to use all things at its own will and for its own need, when mind awakes and seeks to know the who, the why, the how of itself, and all things, and above all to use its knowledge for the imposition of its own freer law and self-guiding action upon things, material nature seems to yield, even to approve and aid, though after a struggle, reluctantly, and only up to a certain point. But beyond that point it presents an obstinate inertia, obstruction, negation, and even persuades life and mind that they can go no further, cannot pursue to the end their partial victory. Life strives to enlarge and prolong itself, and succeeds, but when it seeks utter wideness and immortality, it meets the iron obstruction of matter, and finds itself bound to narrowness and death. Mind seeks to aid life and to fulfill its own impulse to embrace all knowledge, to become all light, to possess truth and be truth, to enforce love and joy and be love and joy. But always there is the deviation and error and grossness of the material life instincts, and the denial and obstruction of the material sense and physical instruments. Error even pursues its knowledge. Darkness is inseparably the companion and background of its light. Truth is successfully sought, and yet, when grasped, it ceases to be truth, and the quest has its continue. Love is there, but it cannot satisfy itself. Joy is there, but it cannot justify itself. And each of them drags, as if it's chained or cast, of its shadow its own opposites, anger and hatred and indifference, satiety and grief and pain. The inertia with which matter responds to the demands of mind and life prevents the conquest of the ignorance and of the brute force that is the power of the ignorance. And when we seek to know why this is so, we see that the success of this inertia and obstruction is due to a third power of matter. For the third fundamental opposition which matter offers to spirit is this, that it is the culmination of the principle of division and struggle. Indivisible indeed in reality, divisibility is its whole basis of action, from which it seems forbidden ever to depart. For it is only two methods of union, are either the aggregation of units or an assimilation which involves the destruction of one unit by another. And both of these methods of union are a confession of eternal division, since even the first associates rather than unifies, and by its very principle admits the constant possibility, and therefore the ultimate necessity of disassociation or dissolution. Both methods repose on death, one as a means, the other as a condition of life, and both presuppose as the condition of world existence a constant struggle of the divided units with each other, each striving to maintain itself, to maintain its association, to compel or destroy what resists it, to gather in and devour others as its food, but itself moved to revolt against and flee from compulsion, destruction, and assimilation by devouring. When the vital principle manifests its activities in matter, it finds there is basis only for all its activities and is compelled to bow itself to the yoke. It has to accept the law of death, desire, and limitation, and that constant struggle to devour, possess, dominate, which we have seen to be the first aspect of life. And when the mental picture and principle manifest in matter, it has to accept from the mold and material in which it works the same principle of initiation of seeking without secure finding, the same constant association and disassociation of its gains and of the constituents of its work, so that the knowledge gained by man, the mental being, seems never to be final or free from doubt and denial, and all his labor seems condemned to move in a rhythm of action and reaction of making and unmaking, in cycles of creation and brief preservation, and long destruction with no certain and assured progress. Especially and most fatally, the ignorance, inertia, and division of matter impose on the vital and mental existence emerging in a law of pain and suffering, and the unrest of dissatisfaction with its status of division, inertia and ignorance. Ignorance would indeed bring no pain of dissatisfaction if the mental consciousness were entirely ignorant, if it could halt satisfied in some shell of custom, unaware of its own ignorance or of the infinite ocean of consciousness and knowledge by which it lives surrounded. But precisely, it is to this that the emerging consciousness in matter awakes, first to its ignorance of the world in which it lives, and which it has to know and master in order to be happy. Secondly, to the ultimate barrenness and limitation of this knowledge, to the meagerness and insecurity of the power and happiness it brings, and to the awareness of an infinite consciousness. Knowledge, true being in which alone is to be found a victorious and infinite happiness. Nor would the obstruction of inertia bring with it unrest and dissatisfaction if the vital sentience emerging in matter were entirely inert, if it were kept satisfied with its own half-conscient, limited existence, unaware of the infinite power and immortal existence in which it lives, as part of, and yet separated from it, or if it had nothing within driving it towards the effort really to participate in that infinity and immortality. But this is precisely what all life is driven to feel and seek from the first, its insecurity and the need and struggle for persistence, for self-preservation. It awakes in the end to the limitation of its existence, and begins to feel the impulsion towards largeness and persistence, towards the infinite and the eternal. And when in man life becomes wholly self-conscious, this unavoidable struggle and effort and aspiration reach their acme, and the pain and discord of the world become finally too keenly sensible to be borne with contentment. Man may for a long time quiet himself, by seeking to be satisfied with his limitations, or by confining his struggle to such mastery as he can gain over his material world he inhabits, some mental and physical triumph of his progressive knowledge over its inconscient fixities of his small, concentrated consciousness, will and power over its inertly driven monstrous forces. But here, too, he finds the limitations, the poor inconclusiveness of the greatest results he can achieve, and is obliged to look beyond. The finite cannot remain permanently satisfied so long as it is conscious either of a finite greater than itself, or of an infinite beyond itself to which it can yet aspire. And if the finite could be so satisfied, yet the apparently finite being who feels himself to be really an infinite, or feels merely the present, or the impulse and stirring of the infinite within, can never be satisfied till these two are reconciled, till that is possessed by him, and he is possessed by it, in whatever degree or manner. Man is such a finite-seeming infinity, and cannot fail to arrive at a seeking after the infinite. He is the first son of earth, who becomes vaguely aware of God within him, and his immortality or his need of immortality. And the knowledge is a whip that drives, and a cross of crucifixion, until he is able to turn it into a source of infinite light, joy, and power. This progressive development, this growing manifestation of the divine consciousness and force, knowledge and will that had lost itself in the ignorance and inertia of matter, might well be a happy effluence, proceeding from joy to greater, and at last to infinite joy, if it were not for the principle of rigid division from which matter has started. The shutting up of the individual in his own personal consciousness of separate and limited mind, life and body, prevents what would otherwise be the natural law of our development. It brings into the body the law of attraction and repulsion, of defense and attack, of discord and pain. For each body, being a limited conscious force, feels itself exposed to the attack, impact, forceful contact of other such limited conscious forces, or of universal forces, and where it feels itself broken in upon or unable to harmonize the contacting and the recipient consciousness, it suffers discomfort and pain, is attracted or repelled, has to defend itself or to assail. It is constantly called upon to undergo what it is unwilling or unable to suffer. Into the emotional and the sense mind, the law of division brings the same reactions with the higher values of grief and joy, love and hatred, oppression and depression, all cast into terms of desire, and by desire into straining and effort, and by the straining into excess and defective force. Incapacity, the rhythm of attainment and disappointment, possession and recoil, a constant strife and trouble and unease. Into the mind as a whole, instead of a divine law of narrower truth flowing into greater truth, lesser light taken up into wider light, lower will surrendered to higher transforming will, pettier satisfaction progressing towards nobler and more complete satisfaction. It brings similar dualities of truth pursued by error, light by darkness, power by incapacity, pleasure of pursuit and attainment by pain of repulse and of dissatisfaction of what is attained. Mind takes up its own affliction along with the affliction of life and body, and becomes aware of the triple defect and insufficiency of our natural being. All this means the denial of Ananda, the negation of the trinity of Satchidananda, and therefore, if the negation be insuperable, the futility of existence. For existence in throwing itself out in the play of consciousness and force must seek that movement not merely for itself, but for satisfaction in the play. And if the play no real satisfaction can be found, it must obviously be abandoned in the end as a vain attempt, a colossal mistake, a delirium of the self-embodying spirit. This is the whole basis of the pessimist theory of the world. Optimist it may be, as to worlds and states beyond, but pessimist as to the earthly life and destiny of the mental being in his dealings with the material universe. For it affirms that since the very nature of material existence is division, and the very seed of embodied mind is self-limitation, ignorance, and egoism, to seek satisfaction of the spirit upon earth, or to seek an issue and divine purpose and culmination for the world play is a vanity and delusion. Only in a heaven of the spirit, and not in the world, or any in the spirit's true quietude, and not in its phenomenal activities, can we reunite existence and consciousness with the divine self-delight. The infinite can only recover itself by rejecting as an error and a false step its attempt to find itself in the finite. Nor can the emergence of mental consciousness in the material universe bring with it any promise of a divine fulfillment. For the principle of division is not proper to matter, but to mind. Matter is only an illusion of mind, in which mind brings its own rule of division and ignorance. Therefore, within this illusion, mind can only find itself. It can only travel between the three terms of the divided existence it has created. It cannot find there the unity of the spirit or the truth of the spiritual existence. Now it is true that the principle of division in matter can be only a creation of the divided mind, which has precipitated itself into the material existence. For that material existence has no self-being, is not the original phenomena, but only a form created by an all-dividing life force, which works out the conceptions of an all-dividing mind. But working out being into these appearances of the ignorance, inertia, and division of matter, the dividing mind has lost and imprisoned itself in a dungeon of its own building, is bound with chains which it has itself forged. And if it be true that the dividing mind is the first principle of creation, then it must be also the ultimate attainment possible in the creation. And the mental being, struggling vainly with life and matter, overpowering them only to be overpowered by them, repeating eternally a fruitless cycle, must be the last and highest word of cosmic existence. But no such consequence ensues if, on the contrary, it is the immortal and infinite spirit that has veiled itself in the dense robe of material substance, and works there by the supreme creative power of supermind, permitting the divisions of mind and the reign of the lowest or material principle only as initial conditions for a certain evolutionary play of the one in the many. If, in other words, it is not merely a mental being who is hidden in the forms of the universe, but the infinite being, knowledge, will, which emerges out of matter first as life, then as mind, with the rest of it still unveiled, then the emergence of consciousness out of the apparently inconscient must have another and completer term: the appearance of a supramental spiritual being who shall impose on his mental, vital, bodily workings a higher law than that of the dividing mind is no longer impossible. On the contrary, it is the natural and inevitable conclusion of the nature of cosmic existence. Such a supramental being would, as we have seen, liberate the mind from the knot of its divided existence, and use the individualization of mind as merely a useful, subordinate action of the all-embracing supermind. And he would liberate the life also from the knot of its divided existence, and use the individualization of life as merely a useful, subordinate action of the one conscious force, fulfilling its being and joy in a diversified unity. If there any reason why he should not also liberate the bodily existence from the present law of death, division, and mutual devouring, and use individualization of body as merely a useful subordinate term of the one divine conscious existence, made serviceable for the joy of the infinite in the finite, or why this spirit should not be free in a sovereign occupation of form, consciously immortal even in the changing of his robe of matter, possessed of his own self-delight, in a world subjected to the law of unity and love and beauty. And if man be the inhabitant of terrestrial existence, through whom the transformation of the mental into the supermental can at last be operated, is it not possible that he may develop, as well as a divine mind and a divine life, also a divine body? Or, if the phrase seem to be too startling to our present limited conception of human potentiality, may he not in his development of this true being and its light and joy and power arrive at a divine use of mind and life and body, by which the descent of spirit into form shall be at once humanly and divinely justified? The one thing that can stand in the way of that ultimate terrestrial possibility is if our present view of matter and its law represents the only possible relation between sense and substance, between the divine as knower and the divine as object, or if, other relations being possible, they are yet not in any way possible here, but must be sought on higher planes of existence. In that case, it is in heaven, beyond that we must seek our entire divine fulfillment, as the religions assert, and their other assertion of the kingdom of God or the kingdom of the perfect upon earth must be put aside as a delusion. Here we can only pursue or attain an internal preparation or victory, and having liberated the mind and life and soul within, must turn from the unconquered and unconquerable material principle, from an unregenerated and intractable earth, to find elsewhere our divine substance. There is, however, no reason why we should accept this limiting conclusion. There are, quite certainly, other states, even of matter itself. There is undoubtedly an ascending series of the divine gradations of substance. There is the possibility of the material being transfiguring itself through the acceptance of a higher law than its own, which is yet its own because it is always there latent and potential in its own secrecies. End of chapter.